were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets red glare. I fucked it up. Can I go back, please? Bombs bursting, and I got too nervous. Gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
Ugh.
You are a parasite, a bottom feeder. This is what you are.
Hey everybody, I'm sorry, I fucked it up.
What was
we're
that?
live. So that was the singing of the national anthem at the free and fair presidential debate the other night. It was literally the other candidates. It was it was the Libertarian candidate. It was Jill Stein and someone else from maybe the Reform Party or something. It was fucking hilarious.
Oh my god.
So yes, how is everyone? Hey chat, how you doing?
Well.
Hey Daisy,
That was
how
so
you doing?
bad.
Yes.
Oh my god.
like-
She didn't know it was live.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, how do you not know it's live?
I fucked it up.
Understand. I fucked it up. Oh, I fucked it up. I
Let me
fucked
do
it
it again.
up.
Let me do it again.
Broadcast on C-SPAN. Gotta love it. Anyway.
Before we jump in, I just want to say a happy birthday to a certain special someone. Let's share my screen.
You? Is it you?
No.
Oh. Yes, happy birthday to this future president, yes. I so fucking hoped that someone would do the same thing for Kamala. I'm pretty sure someone did, because her birthday is like last month, I think, or earlier this month, and someone did like make a whole thing about her her birthday, but they didn't word it the same way. But fuck, it would have been gold. It would have been absolute gold. Like, because I've said a lot that I get mad 2016 vibes from this fucking campaign. I think Skooky says this last week. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
like holy
Jesus.
shit. Yeah, so like I'm getting mad 2016 vibes, man. And the cope is going to just be amazing.
It is.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be mwah, fucking chef's kiss if it happens.
Do you think that screaming chick's gonna come back and do it again?
If somebody should go and find her on election eve and just be ready outside her house. And just when it happens, like when it's announced, just be like, I need a reaction. And her just drop to her knees and do like, yeah. Anyway, I figure I'd do a little bit of fuck you, I was right. But the AP has this wonderful story. The black insurrectionist was actually white. The deception did not stop there. So for those of you who may not remember, but a few weeks ago,
Australian?
No, it's not Australian. Unfortunately, that would be fucking hilarious. A
That'd
few
be
weeks
2 for
ago,
2.
we were discussing the Tim Waltz thing about how the black insurrectionist has revealed that that Tim Waltz is a kitty fiddler and like yada yada. And before that, we were talking about how the black insurrectionists received top secret information from a whistleblower at ABC about how the debate was rigged and Kamala had all the questions beforehand and here's an affidavit and only the black insurrectionist has all this information. And I said, this guy is full of shit. This doesn't exist. It's all bullshit. He's a fucking liar. And fuck you. I was right. Sure enough, the Black Insurrectionist, the anonymous social media persona behind some of the most widely circulated conspiracy theories about the 2024 election, can be traced back to a man from upstate New York. He is also white. Whenever I see upstate New York, my brain goes back to the Book of Mormon when they do the song about the prophet Joseph Smith, but they do the Africans doing it, and they say upstate. Upstate. From a village in upstate New York. But yes, with a profile photo of a black soldier and the tagline, "I follow back true patriots." The account on platform X amassed more than 300,000 followers while posting dubious claims about Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Some were amplified by former President Trump. I don't think that's actually true. His running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, and their Republican allies in Congress. This is absolutely true. Fucking people signal boosted this moron immensely. Actually, if they're talking about the ABC whistleblower bullshit, everyone fell for that. Everyone.
Yep.
Like, everyone on the right fell for that so fucking hard. And it was so... Actually, no, I'll be fair. Megyn Kelly did, every time she spoke about it, she hung a lampshade on it. She's like, there's no confirmation of this. This is very, like, this account kind of seems legit, but who knows? But yes, fuck you, I was right. But yes, last month the account posted what Black Insurrectionists claimed was an affidavit from an ABC News employee alleging Harris was given questions in advance of the network's debate with Trump, which ABC News vigorously disputed. They didn't really vigorously dispute it. They just put out a statement that said, nope, didn't happen. I wouldn't say that was vigorously disputing anything. Trump approved, though, declaring, "I love the person." More recently, Black Insurrectionists posted a baseless claim alleging inappropriate behavior between Waltz and a student decades ago. This is a problem. There is a weird story about Waltz and a student. Like, he took a gay student to a concert, and it's kind of like, well, wait, what? That's kind of weird.
What was it gay before or after the concert?
He was questioning before. So
and then became
he was
gay.
A questioning student, and he ended up being gay. The kid says nothing happened, but still, it's what the Democrats would describe as weird. So it's a weird story, but that story dies because it's attached to this moron. So you can't legitimately put it forward because, well, that's disinformation. A falsehood that U.S. intelligence said sprang from a Russian disinformation campaign. He said the line. The reach that Black Insurrectionist account attained with assistance from Trump and his allies demonstrates the ease with which unverified information from dubious yada 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 yada. The Black Insurrectionist account is linked directly to Jason G. Palmer. I don't think Palmer is a member of the tribe. Yes, Thermo's gaydar went off early on this guy, yeah. And it certainly wasn't getting interference from a gay weather balloon. But yes, starting with the fact that he isn't black, according to Associated Press reviews of public records, open source data and interviews with a half dozen people who interacted closely with Palmer over the past 2 decades, the records and personal accounts offer a portrait of an individual who has repeatedly been accused of defrauding business partners and lenders, has struggled with drug addiction, and whose home was raided by the FBI over a decade ago. He also owes more than $6.7 million in back taxes to the state of New York. He's far from an African American, said Kathleen Albano, who said her deceased husband was involved in a failed business venture with Palmer.
Wait, did she just assume his ethnicity?
I'm pretty sure she's met him. In emails and phone conversation, Palmer made a series of seemingly contradictory claims about his ties to the account, which was deactivated last week, several hours after the AP first reached out to him for comment. So... he acknowledged in an email that he was involved with the account, but said that he did not create it. He also claimed to have owned it at one point before selling it in April or May to a person who declined to identify. Bullshit. I do not know what's currently going on with this account. He wrote in an email last Thursday, but in an interview on Tuesday, he said he participated in making claims about Waltz that were posted to the account this month and suggested that he worked as a researcher with a broader group. We did that with big people, national people. I have no comment on anything else regarding that. Bullshit. He also says that his account was primarily operated by a friend who is black. He has a black friend, boys.
Very nice.
A spokesperson for X, the social media platform formerly known as Twitter, did not respond to a request for comment. AP traced the account to Palmer based on posts made by black insurrectionists that included biographical data about living in upstate New York, a screen name, and an email address. Those details cross-referenced with information available online that the AP tracked down with assistance from Giselle Pereza de Aca, an open-source reporting specialist for the Human Rights Center in the University of California, Berkeley. So he doxed himself. A video posted shows his computer screen displaying a docket of a Trump election case in Georgia. His initials JP are visible in an icon in the web browser's toolbar. You Muppet. Email address is linked to a phone number, according to a open data source provider, OSINT Industries, that listed Palmer for New York records. The same email is also linked to a Skype account with the username JG Palmer, according to the open source data provider Eperios. Palmer's middle initial is G. So there you go. Separate black insurrectionist post from X on January 24 complained about Microsoft Network's content moderation and included a screenshot revealing that an individual with the username JG Palmer had posted a comment on a news story that was censored by MSN. This guy's a genius. So he's had a string of real estate ventures that ended. This guy is a serial con man. So this is just the latest in a long line of cons to make money. Because
okay, so it was
monetize your X account, get as many followers as possible. Monetize your X account, and post shit that just baits engagement, and then cash your check from Elon.
So there was no donate to my Patreon bullshit going on with him.
Oh, maybe. I mean, I didn't see his account's gone now. I
I
remember
didn't see
seeing
anything.
I don't remember seeing a Patreon or anything like that. That stuff's even easier to trace, and that would get him in trouble with the feds. So
what now?
Yeah.
What happened?
He's gone. He's gone. Everything he said was bullshit. He's a liar. Please, everybody, be more credulous in future. So, anyway, let's move on from the "fuck you, I was right" section. Listen to Thermo in future.
And
It's the election's over, boys. Pack it in. It's all over. Insane Clown Posse has endorsed Kamala Harris. So it says, I pay taxes the fucking anus, and I'm happy about it, says Violent J. Do these guys even make any money anymore? Get Insane Clown Posse tickets here. All right, I'm going to click that. No. This is going to fucking take me. StubHub. Let's see. See tickets. Fuck, open a new tab, why don't you? Fucking hell. Sit in the mix section. $78 Australian for general admission. What massive venues are they selling out? The Hawthorne in St. Louis. No, that's the Hawthorne Hotel. No, I want St. Louis. No, not St. L. Why don't you fucking autocomplete?
It says tab, as in press tab to autocomplete.
Yeah. Shut up. It's a multi-use venue and concert hall. So it's clearly a massive... You could book it out for a wedding or a gala or a corporate function.
How many people does it hold?
Let's see. Thank you. Open a new tab. Fucking hell. Rental info. Capacity. 1,300 max standing. So I don't think you're paying that much tax, Violent J. But anyway. So yes, it's all over for Trump. Sorry, boys. Now that Insane Clown Posse has endorsed Kamala. The witches are very confused. They've been trying to cast a spell on Trump, but they're upset because he has some kind of protection around him. This is from Witches versus Patriarchy, which I just soak in the fact that exists. So feel my cocoa beats says some other witches have mentioned that doing spells directly against Trump are not as effective as we might hope, as he seems to have some kind of protection around him. A freezer spell against Project 2025 would likely be useful, but I wouldn't give the Cheeto any more attention right now. He hates to be ignored, right? Lol. A lot of people are taking the opportunity to do protection and uplifting kind of spells to help Kamala and the Democrats, rather than attacking the other side. An awesome spell that can be repeated many times is the Blue Wave spell by Michael M. Hughes. It's powerful, good luck, and Godspeed. Please feel free to share this spell far and wide, but do not include my username if we can win this. So yes, the witches are confused because their spells aren't damaging Trump.
Interesting.
Fucking Christ.
What a shame.
Yeah. Eric says, I remember when Insane Clown Posse showing up on ECW and got the shit kicked out of them by the locker room. Yes. I never understood the Insane Clown Posse thing. Like, it was, then the Juggalos, and it's like, what the fuck? Because they're fans of Juggalos, right? I'm not wrong on that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's fuck. It's weird, dude. It's weird.
It's just a unique white trash thing.
Yeah, but I'm white, and I grew up in, like, social housing.
It's like a mixture of white trash and, like, rap. Because they don't technically rap.
Hey, I spent the first 6 years of my life living in a caravan. So I'm pretty fucking white trash, and I don't understand it. So anyway, here's Elon awarding an attendee of his America Pack town hall a check for $1 million. It's a good thing Elon raised his left hand.
Is there anything you want to say?
Thank you so much for. I mean, I truly believe everything you're doing. Yeah. Truly, you don't.
Yes,
speak
Thermo
to
the
it.
Gypsy
I know a lot
Koala.
of us
Yes.
feel the same way. Your wealth and responsibility you are using to save speech, and we just all appreciate it. We really do. So thank you so much.
That's right. He couldn't speak into the mic if he raised his right hand. But yes, I can't remember if we showed the. Was this last week? My time is starting to stretch into an emulsion for me. I can't remember what happened last week and what happened this week. This may be this week, or maybe it was Sunday, or maybe it was Saturday. I don't know. Or maybe we did this on the show, maybe we didn't.
Governor, let me ask you about a development we learned about overnight. Elon Musk says he will be giving away $1 million every day to random voters who sign his super PACs.
I just want to point out the absolute awe, which is a random giving away $1 million to a random voter who signs his petition. What? Like, she's so outraged about it. It's like, dude,
he can't give money to the poor.
How dare he give people money?
How dare him?
And the 21st was Monday.
Meanwhile, the IRS is just rubbing its hands together going, yeah, they ain't going to pay tax properly.
Former Attorney General, is this legal?
Yes.
I think there are real questions with how he is spending money.
The second anybody who is a former Attorney General of a state doesn't say, yes, this is illegal, but they say, I think there's real questions, that means it's not illegal.
Mm-hmm. In this race,
it means it slips through a loophole.
It's how the dark money is flowing.
Should have been like, yep, it's illegal, and here's why.
Yeah.
Not
let me just
let's have
find
a go
an
at Elon
excuse.
and it feels no, and there's no here's the law, so it's not illegal.
I would also like to point out to Kamala that you could have had this guy who's articulate and not a knucklehead, but instead, but you didn't want to upset the muzzos, so you avoided
who
the Jew.
are not going to vote for you anyway. So
yeah, well, we'll get to that.
Dark money is flowing, not just into Pennsylvania, but apparently now into the pockets of Pennsylvanians. That is deeply concerning. Look, Musk obviously has a right to be able to express his views. He's made it very, very clear that he supports Donald Trump. I don't, obviously, we have a difference of opinion. I don't deny him that right. But when you start flowing this kind of money into politics, I think it raises serious questions that folks may want to take a look at.
You know what I find interesting about that is that back in 2020, we had video and like paper evidence of Democratic canvassers running raffles where if you proved you voted, you could enter the draw to win a $500 Visa card, like Visa debit card. So, but nobody seemed to care about that. So,
You think it might not be legal? Yes or
which is more, which to my mind is less of a grey area than this, because that is directly soliciting people to vote, which is not legal. Like, you cannot provide an inducement for people to vote or to register to vote. But what Elon's doing is, well, if you want to enter this competition, you have to sign this petition, and in order to sign this petition, you have to be registered to vote. So I feel like he's using a loophole. The DOJ disagrees. The DOJ has sent him a letter. They've warned him that his petition contest could violate election laws. So he has suspended it.
Oh, someone needs to fix their HTML code.
Yeah, please ignore Zuckerberg's $400 million in election money. Yeah, but Tom Bollock, that was just getting out the vote. That was just getting people to get out and vote. That's different. That's allowed. You could spend $1 billion driving people to electoral places. But yes, they've said that. This, I don't know why it isn't.
I thought it was just the start of the paragraph, but it's like
it's
the whole
all through.
thing.
Oh, they really fucked it up.
Someone forgot someone pasted the entire thing in with code. Instead of.
So what's probably happened is, as it's passing through their system, they grabbed it from. It's actually instead of.
Oh yeah, they've pasted it, including the markup tags, into the CMS.
Yeah.
So.
And the CMS is gone. Oh, we can't. We're going to pass these. We're going to edit them into
the CMS will say this
code.
block, just write it as is.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so yes, Musk has stopped because the DOJ threatened him. So,
okay.
But yeah. Zachary Levi went on Instagram Live. I thought this was quite interesting. It doesn't really tell us anything new, but I thought coming from him was quite interesting.
Oh, and by the way, to Whoopi Goldberg and to Sonny and to all of the folks at The View, I don't think it's accurate to say that somehow Hollywood is both a liberal and a conservative town. To Whoopi's point, back in the day, there might have been a bit more of a balance, and there have always.
Dude, yeah, it used to be. Absolutely. Like back in the day, it was. California was a red state. California elected like Republicans frequently. I mean, Reagan was governor of California. Openly fucking conservative back in the 80s. Hell, they elected open conservative GOP member Arnold Schwarzenegger as governor this century. Like fucking 2004 or something. So it's only gotten 2015 is when everything broke. Post Gamergate, that's when the universe broke, and everything fucking broke, and everything became about which side you're on, and everybody blames Trump, but I don't think it was Trump. I think
blame Gamergate.
I think Trump is a symptom of what ails everybody. I don't think he's the cause.
There's been more, let's say, conservative-leaning stars that have been.
Schwarzenegger was not liberal in spite of his movie roles. Yeah, that's right. I know he wasn't liberal. He was a Republican. Like, He was like a fiscal hawk, fucking old school GOP. Like, he literally turned the fucking state around.
Able to say those things.
Which then they promptly fucked.
You really have to be at a certain level of your career in order to get away with it.
It's a rhino.
Number one. But number two, that was also back then. And I think naming just John Voight and Dennis Quaid, and really you only named John Voight, Whoopi. Somebody else had to help you with Dennis Quaid.
Sean D says Trump used to be a Democrat for the longest time, though. Yeah.
True.
Of the thousands of actors in Hollywood that you could only name two, I think actually speaks to that. And what that means is there's plenty, and by the way, they have sent me lots of messages, plenty of people in my industry, in Hollywood, that are terrified to publicly say that they would vote for Donald Trump or be conservative in any way. That's why you don't see them. That's why they're not very prevalent or prominent, because they know that there's ramifications for this kind of shit. But like I said, y'all, our industry is going to be fucking gonzo. Like, it already is. We're getting eroded. The pandemic and the strikes and all of these things, they've already eroded it so much. So, you know, my cry to all of you out there, you closeted conservatives, closeted Trump voters. Y'all, it's now or never. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I do whatever you feel like you need to do. If you need to come out publicly and say it, if you feel like you still can't, then don't. You know, I would never pressure you to that. But know that if what you're afraid of is somehow the backlash of an industry that's not going to exist very soon, then don't let that hold you back. You know.
I never realized Chuck was so based.
Yeah.
So, and look, he's right. Look, I hear it all the time that that there are tons of conservatives in Hollywood. They're just fucking hiding.
And just privately
Costi
emailing
gifted 5 thermo memberships. Thank you.
Ooh, lovely. Yeah, and they just keep privately messaging content creators and venting with them, but not, you know.
Yeah, that's
telling the public.
It's like the conservatives in the gaming industry. They're all like, "Oh, I'm going to message in Endymion, or I'll message this person, or I'll message this person." It's like, I don't want to be found out.
Yeah, I'm just going to message Neurotic or Critical Drinker about this stuff.
Yeah, but look what happened with Tim Allen when he came out and was like, "Yeah, no, I am like."
Well, yeah.
And then they cancelled that show that he was on. It was
Look,
successful.
there are absolutely consequences. I'm not saying it's irrational to be fucking hiding. I'm saying there's tons of them hiding.
Yeah.
So, because how could you not? Like, look at John Voight. Like, he barely gets work anymore. Look at fucking dude. Look at what's his name? I think I talked about him last week. God, he's in Band of Brothers.
Someone.
Yeah, he wouldn't have he wouldn't have sex scenes because he's a Catholic, and he
only plays
he's just a Catholic,
like in Walking Tall.
Yeah, like it's just fucking ridiculous that half the country has to be fucking silent at work because conservative bad. It's like, God, Jesus fucking Christ. So.
And it just turns Hollywood into a literal echo chamber.
Yeah, because you're not hearing the voice, and it just accelerates their decline even further, like even faster.
Yeah.
So, but there is one employer where they don't care if you can be gay, you can be straight, you can be trans, you can be Republican, you can be a Democrat. They don't care. Hell, you can even be the former president of the United States. That's McDonald's. Trump worked at McDonald's this week. He put in a shift or put in an hour at McDonald's. It was an op. Yes, it was a troll.
An hour?
He was there a while.
15 minutes.
He worked.
I thought he was only there for 15 minutes.
Oh, I thought he was there for a while.
15 minutes.
He worked the fryer.
15 minutes.
He fucking worked the. All right, 15 minutes. 15 minutes longer than Kamala.
Yeah, which is still
I
hilarious.
could do this all day. I wouldn't mind this job. I like this job. I think I might come back and do it again.
Thank you.
Look at that. Look at that. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Nice to see you.
You made it possible for ordinary people like us to meet you.
You're not ordinary.
I mean, thank you so
You
much
are
for
not
everything you're
ordinary.
doing.
I can see.
We pray for you, and you are the type of person we want to be the president.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, I took a bullet. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
When you think about it, I guess that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we'll go through some of the responses and some of the memes to good old President Trump working at McDonald's. Donald Trump gave me 7 nuggets in my 6-piece order. #blessed.
Solving inflation, one nugget at a time.
Oh, I think there was like a Trump investigated for providing like 7 nuggets in 6-piece order. New York Magazine, of course, had a conniption about it. So in an effort to highlight his claim that Kamala Harris never worked at McDonald's, Trump pretended to work at a closed McDonald's where he served pretend orders to supporters pretending to be customers. And they thought this was a massive own. Because it was like, well, yeah, of course. He didn't just fucking rock up to a random McDonald's that was just open to the public and just start working there. Because, I don't know, I guess any of us could just jump the counter and start serving at McDonald's. Like, yeah, we understand how this works, you fucking idiots. It's a fucking election. Guy Benson says, of course it was a photo op. Of course it was a troll. Of course it was staged managed. It was also fun and successful, which is why certain people are angry about it.
This is a little taste of actual joy on the campaign trail. We've heard that word used a lot as a touchstone. He was having clearly the time of his life.
Yes, it is abundantly clear that he was having fun.
I think
it reminds me a little bit of when they would hire out an entire Target or Walmart or some big box store, right, for Michael Jackson to just walk around and there'd be there'd be actors just walking around so we could have the normal shopping experience. Kind of reminds me of that. It's like, but the whole thing is just.
Eric says, because someone would make another attempt on him. Yeah, exactly. This is a man who's been shot at. I'm pretty sure that Secret Service was not going to let unscreened people drive through the fucking drive-through. So
yeah, well, the cameras are on him, and someone goes, "Yeah, hey, thanks Donald Trump, fuck you."
Went mega viral yesterday because it's enjoyable, because people can relate to it immediately. And I've seen some of the critics, because they're really, I think, angry about this because they probably know deep down it was a win for him. Like, well, this was staged. I'm like, no kidding.
Yeah, no shit.
That is how
no shit, it was staged. Yeah, no shit. Because I saw that story and I thought, what? Of course it was fucking staged. Like, are you stupid? I mean, like, there was a thing last, I think, 2 weeks ago where Kamala cleared out all the fucking
It's worse. They think the public is stupid.
Yes, they think you're a fucking moron. That's the thing. Because Kamala emptied out a fucking restaurant and then brought in her own diners to do an event. And it's like, what? Yeah.
No, Trump.
This shit is staged.
Trump slipped away from his Secret Service just so he could go work behind.
Applied for a job at McDonald's. No, it was just a shift. I saw a whole bunch of people that were like, Donald Trump's manager has given him the next 2 weeks off to run for president.
Yeah, I saw one that was I think I posted it. This guy's going somewhere. He went from McDonald's worker to running for president.
Yeah, here it is from August. Diners tearing to Kamala Harris campaign for kicking them out of Pittsburgh restaurant to bus in their own crowd for a campaign stunt. At least this McDonald's was closed prior. They had a sign on the door. Because someone posted the sign like it was some fucking own. Like, oh, we got him. We got him, boys. We got him. And it was basically, this McDonald's will be closed on this date because we're doing a private function, like, yada, yada. And it's like, yeah, no shit. We know that. Like, of course this shit happens. But yeah, here's Tim Waltz's view on it.
McDonald's. She didn't go and pander and disrespect McDonald's workers by standing there in your red tie and take a picture. She actually worked in a McDonald's.
So yes.
Fuck, doubt that.
Yeah, well, there's still doubt about that. There's some fucking great Ben Shapiro says, and that's how I stopped crime. The Hamburglar, bad, rough guy, died like a dog. Not the B. Gather together all the best memes. Vote for me. I'll fix all the ice cream machines. With Biden and his mugger.
You got it, Jack.
You got it, Jack. Yes, Trump doesn't actually work at McDonald's. It was staged. It does sound like someone was unwrapping a Big Mac, yeah. No, you don't unwrap a Big Mac, Eric. They come in a box now. Or do they...
Very disappointing.
Actually, that's a question for the Americans. Like Big Mac, Quarter Pounder, are they still wrapped or are they in boxes? Because over here they're in boxes.
Yeah, they've gone to boxes for... They still do wraps for KFC.
Yeah, the smaller burgers they do wraps. Like if you get like a chicken and cheese or a cheese like a single cheeseburger, so it is boxes. Okay, so it is boxes. That's confirmed. Project 2025 will bring back the old McDonald's uniforms.
Very nice.
Donald's. That motherfucker is not real. I choose your cook. Trump didn't really work at McDonald's. Yeah. We're serving the dogs. We're serving the cats. Yeah, Trump at McDonald's was staged. Fucking him trying to load his bloody shotgun.
Oh, God.
Imagine trying to explain all of this to someone 15 years ago.
I don't know how. We were so innocent back then.
That'd be funny. Under Kamala, the ice cream machine's always broken. Have you ever noticed this? Not very many people know. Drop the MC. Call it Donald. Let's call it Donald's. Oh, this one was great too, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Macklin, yeah, I saw that one. I want to speak to the manager. The manager. Ah, yes, them serving food. Trump serving food.
That is so weird.
Yeah, that's the Japanese one, you know. Japan, the country of white people with red hair. Kamalanomics, Marganomics. They're feeding the cats.
They're feeding the dogs.
They're feeding the dogs. Yeah, Trump gave me a 7 nuggets and a 6 piece. We did it, old friend. Oh, that's great. They were great. Oh, this is the one I was talking about. Trump indicted for allegedly serving McDonald's customer a 7th nugget in 6-piece order. And KFC's next. Donald Trump tweeted, when I'm president, the McDonald's ice cream machines will work great again. And yes, that's his real account. I think he's actually listening to Barron now.
About memes.
About memes and about going on shows. He and Newsweek decided to do a hit piece on the restaurant in Pennsylvania. An inspection report for the McDonald's restaurant in Pennsylvania cited employees not having clean and properly washed hands. Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck Newsweek. I thought this was well pointed out. The reporter who wrote this is based in London, UK. Her beat is reporting on abortion rights, race, education, sexual abuse, and capital punishment, which means this 7-month-old report handed to her likely came from the Harris campaign, who were trying to destroy a small business. So,
Yeah, that's a good counter.
yeah. Drew Holden put together a thread of all the media meltdowns of over the McDonald's thing. So we'll quickly go through them. Trump thrust McDonald's into the political arena in the final days of the campaign. Oh, poor McDonald's. Oh. My favorite take from the New York Times, who appeared outraged that Trump didn't wear a hairnet.
Why?
French cuffs and French fries at McDonald's at Donald Trump's McDonald's gig. No hairnet in sight as the former president doled out meals at a
His
campaign
hair's
stop
not that long.
in Pennsylvania. Oh my god! NBC News went with pre-selected customers, as if perhaps anyone believed Trump was just slipped into the kitchen. Why does the press need to attack everything Trump does with such gusto? Well, you know why.
Yeah, we know.
And look, more than anything, this election, more than 2020 even, the media are very, very fucking careful about being seen to do anything that could help Trump. Anything at all. If they report it really does feel like they are fucking terrified that if Trump wins, they're not actually afraid of Trump winning. They're afraid of Trump winning and them getting the blame for it. Because it's like they realize if Trump wins, the left is going to look for people to blame. And it's not going to blame Kamala because it can't. It has to blame someone lower on the fucking progressive stack. And that means if you're a reporter at the Washington Post or the New York Times or fucking NBC News or anywhere on the left side of journalism, like Fox can get away with writing good stuff about Trump because everybody expects it from there. But if you don't give Trump a hard time or don't attack him at every possible opportunity, it'll be, we're fucking coming for you. You're gonna have fucking protesters outside your house. You're gonna have fucking Antifa burning your shit. And it's going to be a fucking nightmare for you because you're going to be blamed for Trump being elected.
What happened to CNN in Atlanta a couple of years back?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine that, but on a much larger scale. That's what they're scared of.
I suspect the media's still going to get blamed for Trump's win.
Yeah, they didn't call him Hitler enough.
But they won't be able to point to something and say, "Oh, here."
Yeah. There'll be no one person in particular they can point to, though, and that I think is their intent. The intent is we have to be 100% anti-Trump all the time. Every story has to be blah 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 blah. Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. Because I don't want to be the guy holding the ball and getting the blame for Trump being elected.
You know they're going to go after CNN.
Barbara Lee. There's no logic to it. Democratic rep comments on Trump's McDonald appearance in real time. Like, really? There's no logic to it? The fact that you're all talking about it and you spent so much fucking ink on it tells me that there's plenty of fucking logic in it. As others have pointed out, what Trump did is basically the Iowa State Fair in miniature. Trump makes bizarre fries at McDonald's in bizarre attempt to troll Harris. Former president contends without any evidence that his opponent never worked at a fast food restaurant, as she said. And look, her fast food restaurant thing is a throwaway line that she worked at McDonald's. She's never actually confirmed it. They looked in, New York Times looked into it, couldn't find any evidence for it, but agreed that she did because the campaign said that she did. And it's like, really? You don't have a single photo of you in your uniform? Like, you don't have anything? That seems odd.
We've got a photo.
You don't have your old ID. Like, you don't have all, like, what? I guess so. But all right, which McDonald's did you work at? Like, did any friends around the time that can corroborate? I mean, I understand this is a stupid story, but this is an election. It's full of stupid stories. And you made it. Yeah, it's a throwaway line. Throwaway lines get picked up all the time and turned into fucking stories. Fucking deal with it.
Yep.
Surreal footage. So the Daily Beast said it was surreal footage. Yeah, it was surreal. That was your lead slipping away. Donald Trump, yeah, and then they went after it for fucking health violations. And then, that Washington Post reminded reminds you that it was stage managed.
No shit.
And that subtle element. The problem with Harris's baseless claim that she worked at McDonald's isn't the issue. Just Trump's claim that she didn't, that supposedly lacks evidence, was all over the place. Yes, this is the fundamental. This is the fundamental unfairness, is that she gets to claim she did something and doesn't have to provide any evidence, and it's lauded as amazing because, oh look, Kamala Harris, McDonald's, a college job, and a Trump attack. Like, wait, why is Trump saying it didn't happen an attack? She can't prove it. Like, how long did you work there through college? Did you work one summer? Like, which McDonald's?
McDonald's says they have no records of her working.
Well, McDonald's says they didn't keep records from back then. So they can't confirm either way, and they're not getting involved.
That is true.
McDonald's agreed to Trump events, but says it isn't endorsing a candidate. No shit. I don't really care who the fucking Hamburglar endorses, or who fucking Ronald McDonald says to vote for. Like, come on. Why did the public need this detail, Brian Stetler? What does it add on the eve of the election? For security reasons, McDonald's visit was carefully staged ahead of time, with drive-through customers selected and screened by Secret Service, etc. Yeah, I assume almost everybody in these kind of like meetings with Kamala Harris is screened by Secret Service.
They'd be fools not to.
Exactly.
Yep.
I don't usually include internet randos these days, but some of these takes were just too much to leave out. Ron Flipkowski. It says Trump broke his brain, but no. Ron DeSantis broke this guy's brain. So the place wasn't even open. It was all staged and fake. He didn't work for real at McDonald's. It was just a staged fraud, just like every other event. Like, I'm sorry, but if you honestly thought he was working at McDonald's, you should probably be concerned that the police are going to come and collect you for an involuntary commitment, because you are fucking insane.
Holy
so
shit.
Trump staged this. Yes, it's a fucking photo. Oh my God. And
we're getting mad.
Poster boy for fucking Mental Health Awareness Month, Keith Olbermann, a reminder that the whole Trump McDonald's thing yesterday was fake, just like him and you, Gunther. The store was closed. Customers were Trump cult members. They had scripts they had rehearsed. There's nothing Trump won't lie about. Eventually, he'll sell you out. Just retarded. And of course, Mr. Proof of Collusion, Seth Abramson, who nobody should take seriously in any way, shape, or form, perhaps no stunt in the history of US politics, deserves more ridicule than the grossly embarrassing mummery Trump put out at Pennsylvania McDonald's today. The whole country got shittier because of this. The McDonald's was closed. The customers were fake. Trump did nothing.
All I'm hearing is people that hate America.
All I'm hearing is, oh my God, this was so effective. I'm so mad. Ah! Why didn't I think of that? That's. Meanwhile, fucking Newsweek, which used to be a conservative magazine, but it was bought by like a raging leftist. So now it's just a trash fucking rag. But yeah, Trump posts fake image of himself as a star NFL player. Or maybe he's deranged because he's posting memes. Like, there it is on Truth Social. He posted a picture of himself as a fucking Steelers player.
Do they not get the context of the 47?
Yeah. Also he was going to a fucking Steelers match. So
yeah.
Meanwhile, people are posting this shit. She looks familiar. Look, it's Kamala Harris in her McDonald's uniform. There's proof. Case closed, MAGA. Fuck you, real Donald Trump. Fuck you, real Donald Trump. Meanwhile, they stole a picture of a fucking dead woman. Liberals on social media are sharing a viral faked image of Kamala Harris in a McDonald's uniform to bolster the unsubstantiated claim that she worked at one in Alameda, California. Harris's face was superimposed on a photo of a white Canadian woman who passed away from cancer. In 2007, they stole and misused a dead woman's image to try and spite Donald Trump.
And this just tells you that her claim actually might be just false instead of that she just can't provide evidence.
And this King Francis III says, I can't believe Donald Trump has staged a photo op at a McDonald's for political purposes. Who would do such a thing?
I know. Oh.
I need a fact check on that. Was that a photo? Was that a staged photo op?
Fact check. That was still in the White House.
So Kamala, of course, got accused of hating Christians because of her faux pas last week about the whole "you're at the wrong rally" when someone said Christ is Lord or Christ is King. Mm-hmm. She went to a Baptist church.
We bless you, we bless you, we bless you, we bless you. Come on. Seek it, seek it. We bless your name, we bless your name. Yeah. All praise, glory, and honor. We bring God to, we bring all praise, glory, and honor. Come on, everybody sing all praise.
That's about enough of that.
Yeah.
It's about enough of that apostasy. The British Labour Party is sending staff to campaign for Harris in US swing states. Something foreign interference. Also, Donald Trump announced that he would appear on Joe Rogan's podcast. He did appear on Joe Rogan's podcast. So we won't watch it, of course, because it's 3 hours long. Yes. 3 hours of Donald Trump and Joe Rogan shooting the shit. Yeah, I'm constantly amazed by this man's energy, and I don't mean Joe Rogan. But yes, Vigilant Fox has a good breakdown.
Sort of you when you're on The View, and I think it was 2015 or 2006, like when you were running for president.
Right.
And you got introduced as our friend Donald Trump.
That's right.
Whoopi Goldberg gives you a big hug and a kiss. Joy Behar gives you a big hug. Barbara Walters gives you a big hug. They all loved you. They were.
Tombola says not anymore. Labour people cancelled flights and hotel stays, as I said they wouldn't get funded. Lol.
We're all talking about how you're. You might be conservative in your financial positions, but you're very liberal socially.
Get the fucking point. Where is it? He didn't want to show the footage because copyright.
He didn't want anything to be struck. Any reason for it to be struck.
Yeah, he
down.
didn't want any reason for YouTube to go, oh my god. Minutes later, in a moment of self-reflection, Trump told Rogan that his biggest mistake of his first term was appointing some bad people. I had some bad people, terrible people. This includes National Security Advisor John Bolton, who he said he was John Bolton's crazy guy. He's crazy. Very useful. People, because other countries thought he was crazy too. So he would send John Bolton to do stuff, and people would think he was fucking crazy. He started dishing out compliments to the former president, telling him that the reason why he's so popular is because he's genuine, doesn't speak bullshit, pre-prepared politician lingo. Joe pointed to the glorious moment when Trump told Hillary Clinton he'd be in jail. Yeah. They brought up Elon Musk. He did actually, which I will show this bit. I actually went and found the, because I'm almost finished watching it, but I found the timestamp for this part because I thought it was quite interesting.
He was stupid.
So I want to talk about 2020 because you said over and over again that you were robbed in 2020.
Yeah, totally.
How do you think you were robbed? Everybody always cuts you off. I'm going to allow.
Well, they not only cut you off. Well, what I'd rather do is we'll do it another time, and I would bring in papers that you would not believe. So many different papers. That election was so crooked. It was the most crooked election.
Okay, but give me some examples of how.
Well, let's start on the top and the easy ones.
Okay.
They were supposed to get legislative approval to do the things they did, and they didn't get it. In many cases, they didn't get it.
What things?
Anything.
Legislative approval
like for extensions of the voting, for voting earlier, for this,
Right.
for all different things.
This is true. In many states, it's especially swing states, Pennsylvania especially, the secretaries of state just went ahead and did this stuff, and the legislature was like, "No, we're not doing this. This is not right." But it was Republican-held legislatures, and then the Trump administration filed, the Trump campaign, not the administration, the campaign filed suits against the Secretary of State that were immediately dismissed for mootness, like because there's no injury yet. There was no injury to the campaign, so there was nothing that could be done.
Yeah, and there are also ones.
That's what he's talking about, and that's the first. That's the first time he's actually elucidated that.
Yeah,
which I thought was fucking fascinating.
It was either Pennsylvania or somewhere else where it wasn't supposed to take effect until the next election, not 2020. It was supposed to take.
Yeah, and the Secretary of State brought stuff forward. It was a lot of fuckery. Yeah. Yeah, and so the latches. Yeah, sometimes latches, sometimes standing. Responding to Kamala Harris comparing Trump to Hitler, he blasted the president, calling her she's a very low IQ person. Rogan dropped a viral take when he declared that Republicans are now punk rock and the rebels of society. Well, yeah, if it's something that's a subculture, then yeah, conservative is the new thing to be because you're an underclass, or not an underclass. That's the wrong term, but It is punk, but it's different. It's not popular.
Anti-establishment.
Anti-establishment. Yes, that's what.
Who's the machine? Who's the machine? It's
well,
a Democrat.
The left wing is the machine. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So who
you're against the machine? Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump didn't hesitate to say that he's completely committed to having Robert Kennedy as Jr. in his administration. It goes further to say Big Pharma were not thrilled when they heard RFK would be joining Trump. Some viewers were left stunned as Rogan agreed with Trump that there were at least two undeniable instances of election interference in 2020. First one was a Russia collusion host that was reported that Trump was a Russian asset. The major instance of election interference was the Hunter laptop story. We all know that one. The most hilarious moment of the night dropped when Trump candidly asked Rogan, "Can you imagine Kamala doing the show?" Rogan replied, "I could imagine her doing the show," but Trump pushed back, insisting that if Kamala dared to engage in an unscripted 3-hour conversation, she'd be lying on the floor unconscious, needing a medic. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Democrats suffered a devastating blow when Rogan concluded that the only thing that makes sense for why Dem politicians would oppose voter ID is because they want to cheat. This is true. Shocking new Gallup poll recently showed that 84% of Americans support requiring voter ID to vote. This includes 67% of Democrats who support the measure. Meanwhile, politicians strongly oppose voter ID, which tells you that they care more about cheating than secure elections. Trump broadcasted a major move, announcing the JFK files would be released almost immediately he takes office. Rogan probed Trump about why he never opened them up during his first term and responded that certain people asked him not to do it. I can't tell you whether or not they're going to find anything of interest, but I was asked not to do it, and I thought it was a reasonable ask. But now I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it very soon.
I feel that he's already announced that already.
Yeah, I think I do. I feel like when he was on stage with RFK.
Yeah.
The conversation took an interesting turn when Rogan asked Trump if he believes aliens exist, which Trump replied, "There's no reason not to. I interviewed jet pilots that were solid people, and they said we saw things coming that were very strange, like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor, and it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane, fastest. It's not actually very fast." In the final moments, Trump asked how long we've been talking. Rogan's producer Jamie revealed it had been a whopping 3 hours. With a speech looming, Trump told Rogan it's been an honor, calling him a fascinating guy and promising we'll do it again. I'm gonna make a great speech. I'm gonna say I'm off a little tonight. I'm gonna blame you, Trump quipped. With a big smile, he said with astonishment, "I spoke to this guy for 3 hours." So yes, you can go and listen to it on Spotify, or you can watch it on YouTube. It's very interesting. This is fucking great.
Joe, Donald Trump is literally Adolf Hitler.
You really think that? I don't know. I had him on, and it didn't feel like I was talking to Hitler.
Joe, what more evidence do you need? He's having a rally at Madison Square Garden that is just like the Nazi rally that happened there in 1939.
How is it like a Nazi rally?
Donald Trump is going to be speaking in front of 20,000 people, Joe.
And what makes them Nazis?
Because they're going to see a Nazi speak.
So you think that because he's a Nazi, if people go see him, that's a Nazi rally?
I can't believe I'm sitting in the same chair Hitler sat in.
You're really going hard on this Hitler thing, huh?
Joe, he said there were very fine people on both sides at Charlottesville.
Yeah, but he specifically said that didn't apply to the Nazis.
I like my version better.
His grandkids are Orthodox Jews.
And once he's in power, he's going to round them up.
He's going to round up his own grandkids and do what? Take them to Disney?
Probably some kind of work camp, maybe worse. Did I mention no tax on tips?
Yeah, you stole that from Trump.
Joe, he's a fascist. He's basically like one of those Russian nesting dolls where he's the big one, and then inside him is Mussolini, and inside that one is Hitler, and inside that one is Pol Pot, and inside that one is Putin, and inside that one is Kim Jong-il.
So is that your platform now? Basically just he's Hitler until Election Day?
That and joy.
Hitler and joy?
And no income tax. I just made that up right here.
Do you have any original ideas?
I thought the nesting doll thing was pretty good.
If you like that, make sure to subscribe and follow for more.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. Follow and subscribe to Danny's Perfect Content.
Like, I'm sure they've been, like...
Yeah.
Madison Square Garden is a big, like, holds 20, 30,000 people. Like, I don't understand why having a rally there is ooh, it's, the Nazis did it in 1939. Yeah, so what?
Yeah,
Fucking
Hitler
hell.
drank water. He was a vegan. He had a
Like,
dog.
does that mean you go to a Nets game and you're attending a Nazi rally? Or because tear down Madison Square Garden because the Nazis had a rally there. Holy shit. Charlie Kirk says, real-time poll at our Prove Me Wrong event at the University of Georgia. Harris Wallace versus Team Sanity. Team Blue down hard. Let's go, Georgia.
Wow. That's quite impressive.
Wow.
That's a big
great.
oof.
Received this video from a follower in Erie, PA. The Cast Cam allegedly captured 2 Kamala Harris door knockers stealing mail from the mailbox before replacing it with their own. The fuck off my property! Ha ha. Naughty, naughty.
I believe that's a federal crime.
It's not addressed mail. It's a pamphlet. It's not actually a federal crime. Maybe. I'd have to look at the statute. Because it's mail from various sources. It's mail. I don't think pamphlets count as mail. That's still a fuck thing to do, and the fact like it's a
Oh yeah.
like yeah. Kamala will say anything to get elected. She has no morals or values. I don't know what this is.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we?
Merry Christmas, everyone.
How dare...
That's funny. CNN just fact-checked Tim Walz in a blatant lie. Well, CNN's going to get... If Trump's elected, CNN's going to cop a huge amount of blame.
Yeah,
because
that's why I think
it was their debate that got rid of Joe Biden. Because it'll be, if Joe Biden stayed as the nominee, he would have won. And
because he didn't, they didn't attack Trump. They stayed neutral.
Yeah, they stayed neutral when they should have fact checked him at every point.
They threw him under the bus.
Yeah, they were too critical of Kamala.
Let's talk about manufacturing. Building back up manufacturing in the United States is a focus of both campaigns. I want to play for you what Vice Presidential candidate Tim Walz said about this yesterday.
We want to make sure that you're able to bring manufacturing like Kamala Harris has did. We know Donald Trump lost more manufacturing jobs than any president in American history.
Yep.
That's simply factual.
What are the facts here?
Well, if you're going to say something is simply factual, it should be factual. This is not. It's not true that the Trump presidency lost more manufacturing jobs than any other presidency. Under George W. Bush, there were about 4.5 million manufacturing jobs lost. Under Trump, it was about 178,000. Now, there were also more manufacturing jobs lost than under Trump, under Eisenhower, under Ford, under Reagan. So Trump does not have the record. I think it's also worth pointing out for context that these Trump job losses in manufacturing overwhelmingly occurred because of the COVID pandemic. Pre-pandemic, under Trump, there was a gain of about 414,000 manufacturing jobs. Again, he ended a negative 178,000, but that was largely because we had a pandemic-related crash.
Daniel Dale, great to see you as always.
Daniel Dale's house is going to be burnt down. If Trump wins, that guy's gonna be living in fear of Antifa.
He better move houses and not tell anyone where his new address is.
Yeah, get an unlisted number. Sassafras 84 says 180,000 registered New Hampshire voters in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. New Amish voters in Lancaster. I don't think there's that many Amish voters in Pennsylvania. I don't think there's that many Amish in Pennsylvania. It's a huge deal when the Amish start getting involved in politics. Like most of us, they definitely want to be left alone. Government couldn't do that. Keep it coming. Vote red to save America and make America great again. Oh, there's a fun community note. The county of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, only has a total Amish population of about 35,000 overall. There are only 90,000 Amish. Why you fucking lie like that? I can't play that because it's the Amish Paradise song.
Yep.
But yeah,
it's a Trump thing. It's double your numbers when you're quoting numbers.
I have the best numbers, the Yurgish numbers. Oh yeah, there you go. Scott Pressler says, "I love this, but in the spirit of being accurate, there are only 90,000 Amish statewide in Pennsylvania. We're registering a lot of Amish to vote, but I think this is a little generous."
Yeah.
Yes. Biden says, "Lock him up."
He is talking about doing away with the entire Department of Education.
Yes. This is not a new thing. This has been a Republican thing for fucking years. Remember Rick Perry got stuck on the question?
They wanted to send it back to the state, doesn't he?
About which department? Yeah, it's the municipalities, because it's not even a state level thing. Like in some states it's a state level thing, but it's the funding is federal.
He's talking, he means it. This is not a joke. This is a guy who also wants to replace every civil servant, every single one. Thinks he has a right under the Supreme Court ruling on immunity to be able, if need be, if it was the case, to actually physically eliminate, shoot, kill someone who he believes to be a threat to him. I mean, so I know this sounds bizarre. It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We gotta lock him up. Politically lock him up.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of Trump politically. We've got to make sure that Trump dies politically.
Did he just say that
just say in Minecraft, Joe. Just say in Minecraft.
Did he just say that he believes that Trump believes that he can take out someone who's?
Well, the Supreme Court said he could do that.
Which is not exactly.
Which is obviously not true, because if the Supreme Court said that was perfectly fine to do, surely Trump, as an existential threat to, I guess, the universe or some bullshit, then Biden would have just had him assassinated.
Yeah, just pull out a gun, just go blah 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 blah.
Because he says Putin looking a bit more senile than he remembers. Yeah. But yes, noting that this could be potentially unhelpful to Harris, a former Biden admin official texts me, "We got to lock Joe up." A counterpoint from a current Biden admin official, quote, "For better or worse, no one is listening to him anymore, and his words have little power and less reach. It's a blip, gone in any meaningful way by midday tomorrow, if it makes it that long." Isn't that lovely that that's the president of the United States?
Yeah, the current president.
The current sitting fucking president. He's completely irrelevant.
Can you say that you were honest with the American people about what you saw in those moments with President Biden as you were with him again and again, repeatedly in that time?
Of course. Joe Biden is an extremely accomplished, experienced, and capable in every way that anyone would want if they're president.
And you never saw anything like what happened at the debate night behind closed doors with him?
It was a bad debate. People have bad debates. He is absolutely.
But that's the reason why you're here, and he's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Running for the top of the ticket.
Well, you'd have to ask him if that's the only reason why.
Okay, we will.
What do you think? I am running for president of the United States. I speak with not only sincerity, but with a real firsthand account of watching him do this work. I have no reluctance in saying that. No, of course I don't.
Ugh. I do appreciate that now that Brett Baer asked the question, all the other journalists are like, well, he asked the question, so I'm allowed to ask the question now. Because that's the one thing basically no one fucking asked her. Hey, this guy was a vegetable. It was fucking clear to everybody. How come you all discovered it the day after, like, the evening of the fucking debate? When, you know, you were there, you met with him every week. You're in every meeting.
Because the answer is the public found out that he was senile.
The answer is we didn't give a shit. We were fine with it. It was
the
fine. It
public
was you
that
guys
found
finding out that was the problem.
Yep.
But yes, Mummy Tulsi has joined the Republican Party.
And it is because of my love for our country, and specifically because of the leadership that President Trump has brought to transform the Republican Party and bring it back to the party of the people and the party of peace, that I'm proud to stand here with you today, President Trump, and announce that I'm joining the Republican Party.
Tulsi for sec, Beth. So yes, she's joining the Republican Party. Meanwhile, the Democrats are shooting reporters. I guess they're trying to go for the Trump vote. TV reporter struck by bullet fragment at Lucas Kuntz's shooting range campaign event.
And who's shooting? Oh, damn.
He's the Missouri Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate.
Oh.
He was struck by a ricochet from a bullet fragment from a gun, shot by a gun handled by Kuntz during a sports shooting campaign event.
Dude's last name is Kuntz.
Oh, Kuntz. Everybody's favourite douchebag, Adam Kinzinger, was there as well. There they are, firing at iron plates from about 10 feet away.
Fucking idiots.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Like, are you fucking stupid?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Can you go back to the second picture? Yeah, that one. With the quote unquote tourniquet. Sorry, the one below.
Oh, the tourniquet.
Yeah.
No, down one from the iron plate.
The down one. Yeah, that's not how you do tourniquets.
Yeah, it's not a tourniquet. He's actually used like a belt buckle to put on the actual
to hold it in place.
Gauze, yeah.
That's what you have sticky tape for.
Yes, that is correct.
No, that's what you have wraps for that hold it in place.
And wraps.
Sticky tape holds the wrap. But maybe
someone pointed out that there's a container of tannerite on this desk.
Oh,
I'm not too sure about that.
Which gave the universe the opportunity to do the funniest fucking thing. And it didn't do it.
The ricochet did not happen. I'm very disappointed.
It would be hilarious. Can you imagine the story? Missouri Democratic candidate and Adam Kinzinger die in tannerite accident at shooting event. That would have been fucking gold. And there would have been footage of them shooting a plate, like 10 feet away.
And just boom.
You know, with fucking AR-15s. So, anyway, apparently Trump volunteered to pay for the funeral of a murdered soldier, but when the bill came back, he became angry. It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican. He turned to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and issued an order: don't pay it. Here's the story in the Atlantic by noted liar Jeffrey Goldberg. And I say noted liar because he lied about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. He helped sell the war. Also, I say liar because Mark Meadows said didn't happen. Lawyer for the family of the soldier said didn't happen. Sister of the soldier said didn't happen. And I don't appreciate you exploiting my sister's death. And by the way, I voted for Trump. But yeah, Vanessa Gullian's sister and family attorney, Slam Atlantic editor for claiming Trump dissed murderer. He outright lied. So yes, another bunch of bullshit. Here's Kamala having a full-on fucking press conference because John Kelly said that. Well, let's listen.
Vice President Harris is speaking at the residence before she participates as a CNN town hall tonight in Chester Township. Let's listen.
He said he wanted generals like Adolf Hitler had. Donald Trump said that because he does not want a military that is loyal to the United States Constitution. He wants a military that is loyal to him.
I would like to point out that, just as a little bit of a fact check, that one of Hitler's most successful generals was General Rommel, and he conspired to have Hitler assassinated. So I don't know that they were all incredibly loyal to him. So
He wants a military who will be loyal to him personally, one that will obey his orders even when he tells them to break the law or abandon their oath to the Constitution of the United States. In just the past week, Donald Trump has repeatedly called his fellow Americans the enemy from within. And
they're loving this line. They're playing it over and over again, being like, oh, you're the enemy from within. They're going to come and take you and put you in a labor camp. This article about Joe Rogan says Trump cancels all his events in favor of one of the worst people ever. Talking about Joe Rogan. This guy says, I thought the title of this article was strange, excessive, and unprofessional editorializing like a teenager's tweet. In these situations, I look at the author and learn about them. So here's a thread on Ellie Quinlan Hawktailing and her work. Hawktailing. I know how some people feel about dyed hair, especially coloured like pink. Up to you how you feel. I actually really like her glasses, regardless. This is her.
Nope.
Yeah, the hair is like the coloured spots on a venomous on a poisonous frog. It tells you to avoid it. It tells you to avoid it. Brooklyn-based SUNY graduate. Trump's rally just went full Nazi with bloodthirsty immigration threat. Republicans are scamming old people, but her article shows that both Republicans and Democrats do this. I commend her on including the Democrats doing it as well, but it also makes the title of the article very misleading. She includes that apparently WinRed has 7 times more FTC complaints than ActBlue, but does not include a reference. She also does not explain that Trump is not associated in any way with WinRed. This is the way super PACs work, but does mention he's the beneficiary. Highly credible polls, but what she references is not a voting poll, but how voters feel about certain issues. She doesn't explicitly say it's a voting poll, but decide for yourself whether this is misleading. The title says, Kamala Harris just got some great news. Newly released highly credible polls show her with a strong advantage with 2 weeks to go. Well, yeah, that is misleading.
Yep.
Trump would decimate Social Security. Why? A report from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Government. How would this happen? Ending tax on tips and overtime pay and Social Security. Yes, really. The committee forecasts so that ending the taxation of overtime pay, tips, and Social Security benefits.
She tacked that on.
Would drastically increase inflation or reduce payroll. Fuck you.
She's lying because Trump has never said he would take out Social Security.
No,
he would
not taxing Social Security payments. So, at a certain point, your Social Security payment gets taxed. So he's saying that's stupid. Why would we give you money and then tax it?
That is stupid.
It'd be like taxing the aged pension.
Yes, it's stupid.
Good Lord, there's a lot here. I promise it's worth it. Speed round on mostly headlines she chooses. It's absolutely insane. New abortion pill suit wants to force more teenagers to get pregnant. It's
what?
It's about the abortion pill, like the day after pill, mifepristone. I love cows. Team Trump is worried his fumbles are helping Harris. What? No, then what? Why would Team Trump be worried about that? Elon Musk's effort to connect with Trump voters is super cringe.
Somehow effective?
Journalists, man. Journalists. Trump appeals to Latino voters, doubling down on doubling down on racist lies. Okay. Trump is appealing to Latino voters with racism. Try this one easy
old strategy.
Technofolk says, we saw this in 2020. Same reporter, same publication, same allegations, same timing, same opponent, but with different elections. It seemed Democrats have a preferred venue to run their October surprise and a reporter willing to do their bidding. And here's Lucy Osborne back in 2020. Amy Doris bravely told me about her allegations of sexual assault against Donald Trump. On Why Now, she says, I've noticed the shift in how women are being treated since he became president, so I'm coming out for me, for my kids.
Who?
Breaking, former model alleges Donald Trump groped, so from Lucy Osborne as well, Donald Trump groped her in what felt like a twisted game with Jeffrey Epstein. Just got to make sure they put in the extra keywords now. Epstein, because in 2020 they wouldn't have got as much traction with Jeffrey Epstein. But Greg Price points out this interesting point. Well, actually, he doesn't point it out. Hat Tips Zero Hedge pointed it out, but here's her statement.
When Jeffrey and I would talk, he mentioned Trump frequently. He was clearly a close friend, and they were spending a lot of time together. Late winter, early spring of '93, I was on a walk with Jeffrey from his brownstone on the Upper East Side down Fifth Avenue when Jeffrey looked at me and said, let's go stop by and see Trump. And so we went to Trump Tower and went up the elevator, and moments later, Trump was greeting us and each other. When Jeff...
And yeah, then he grabbed by the pussy. But the one problem, she said 1993. Well, Jeffrey Epstein didn't buy his brownstone on the Upper East Side, until 1996. So, nice work.
Why the fuck you lying?
Exactly.
Always lying.
I thought this was interesting. This is from 1948.
Wait, hang on. So was that the October surprise from the Dems?
Well, they're going to throw everything at the fucking wall. They're going to do whatever it fucking
But they've already done that. That's the issue.
No, but they're going to keep fucking doing it. They're going to do absolutely everything they fucking can to get it done, like to try and stop Trump. This is not going to stop till election day. It's going to be story after story after story to try and see what sticks. It's just going to be a snowstorm of bullshit. But yeah, this is from 1948, in case you're wondering whether things have always been stupid. President likens Dewey to Hitler as a fascist tool, says when bigots, profiteers get control of the country, they select a frontman to rule dictatorship. Stressed Truman tells Chicago audience with Republican victory tells a Chicago audience a Republican victory will threaten U.S. liberty. Truman says GOP perils U.S. liberty.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, this is nothing. Like, the Democrats have been running this playbook since fucking Truman was president. So
since fascist has been a thing.
Since fascists were just beaten. So. This was funny.
I want to know how you can vote.
We can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Shameful. Are you the one that walks by here and always screaming at people? No, I haven't walked by recently.
Okay, because a lot of people walk by and scream.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You are voting for the devil. Don't you know that?
No,
Why are you voting for him?
because I believe he is the moral candidate.
Oh my God. You for that one.
That's
Moral?
exactly what. That's how your side acts.
Oh my God.
That's
He's
how
the
you
most
guys.
immoral person around.
In your opinion, that's
Oh,
okay. Yeah, that's. I'm sorry. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. God
everybody's opposed.
God bless you.
And they're going wild now.
They are going wild now. Thank
Oh
you for
my
that, Stabby. Los Angeles editorials editor resigns after owner blocks presidential endorsement. So there's the lovely Karen, who was the editor of the editorials. Her name's Mariel Garza. She's the editorials editor of the Los Angeles Times, and she's resigned because the newspaper owner blocked the editorial board's plan to endorse Vice President Kamala Harris for president. And the reason for blocking it may shock you. What do you think? What do you think the reason for not endorsing is, chat?
Because they can't endorse a Republican.
I won't drag it out. It's not actually that. Nika Shung Xiong, whose family owns the LA Times, has confirmed the decision to not endorse a candidate was made by her family due to Kamala Harris's position on the war in Gaza. Quote, our family has made the joint decision not to endorse a presidential candidate. This was the first and only time I have been involved in the process as a citizen of a country openly financing genocide and as a family that has experienced South African apartheid. I mean, you're Asian. I don't know how you experienced South African apartheid, but okay.
Unless you were living in there.
They were, but I didn't know that they were like, but you're Asian.
No, they were
like,
they
no,
were
we can't have the Asians as well. I mean, they look a bit like us and they work really hard, but we can't have them here. We have to put them with the blacks.
South Africans are pretty racist. They see the skin color.
Oh, right, I know that. Yes, we are quite racist.
To be fair, I can see them being like, "You're not white, so fuck you."
They're not quite. These Asians. They're not quite white. Not quite white at all. But yes, it's because of the Jews. It's because of the Jews that they're not endorsing Kamala Harris. So and here's the.
Wait, the Asians are Jews?
No, it's because they hate the Jews. That's why.
Wow.
It's the Jews. It's because Kamala supports the Jews that they're not supporting Kamala, which is funny because she's really not. But she won't out and out say fuck
she
the Jews,
cannot
so.
win. She cannot win.
Yeah, she's stuck. She's fucking stuck. It's hilarious. But yeah, there it is. Our family made a joint decision not to endorse because Palestine or some bullshit.
Oh my god.
Also, in hilarious follow-up news, the Washington Post won't be endorsing someone for the White House race for the first time since the 1980s.
Oh.
So they won't be endorsing Trump or Kamala. It'll be the first time in 36 years that the publisher has not made a presidential endorsement. They've also said that going forward, they will no longer be endorsing any candidate for president. And according to CBC, Jeff Bezos killed the endorsement.
Interesting.
Because, of course, he owns the Washington Post and do whatever the fuck he likes with it. So I find it quite fucking hilarious that both these big paper, because LA Times is a big paper too for the West Coast, and obviously WARPO's one of the papers of record. So yeah, they've both refused to endorse anybody because this is Bezos wants that space money. No, you know what I think it is. I think they just don't want to pick a side. I think they don't want to pick Kamala. I don't think they're worried about a backlash. I think that they're genuine. I think they genuinely are like.
To be fair, the backlash would be internal.
If I wanted to get rid of a whole bunch of people, and I didn't want to have to pay them like retrenchment packages.
Yeah.
I'd do this and then have all the far leftists fucking quit. I'd be like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Resign? And then have them all march out in indignation. So
thanks for saving me money, cunts.
So I have a New York Times article. I have to pull up the fucking archive because it's New York Times. Trump flirts with the ultimate tax cut. No income taxes at all. The former president has repeatedly praised the period in America's history where there was no income tax, and the government and the country relied on tariffs to fund the government. So yes, Trump's plan is to get rid of income tax and replace and just have tariffs. Have tariffs on trade.
Yes, let's go back to the fucking proper way.
So
He actually spoke about that on the Joe Rogan interview.
He did, yes. He loves the word. It's the most lovely, most wonderful word in human history. Greatest of all words, tariff. Makes me hard just saying it. Did I tell you about Arnold Palmer and his huge cock? Anyway, I watched this. This was quite impressive. This is what Trump's day is like.
Starting our day off bright and early, it is 7:30 a.m. and we are
I swear to Christ, if this is fucking copyrighted music, I'm gonna be so mad.
leaving Trump Tower and heading to Fox Studios. President Trump was excited to join Fox and Friends live from the famous Kirby Couch. Never far behind are the men who keep our boss safe every day, and we are thankful for them. The day continues rolling as he joins Dan Bongino for a live stream, and he never leaves without signing a MAGA hat. Now on to our third interview of the morning with legendary WWE's Mark Calloway, also known as The Undertaker. We film a quick TikTok, depart the
Not very many people know this, but The Undertaker, not actually an Undertaker.
city, and 2 hours later, we are wheels down in Michigan. President Trump stops by to shake hands and thank the tireless Michigan campaign team. The motorcade heads to our next stop, where President Trump arrives to speak at a roundtable on building America's future. If you're lucky, he may even sign your shirt. Pulling into our final event of
That was literally a Teamsters for Trump shirt. And yes, The Undertaker got an interview with Trump. Of course.
Yeah.
Dude,
that was like last week.
The Undertaker would know Trump. Like, Trump was a
Trump's
fixture
the
of the
WWE
fucking
Wall of
WWE.
Fame.
Like, they're both in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
the day, and before he heads on stage, he always makes time to take photos with law enforcement. And now the fun begins. There is nothing like the energy of a Trump rally. President Trump delivers his promise to make America safe and prosperous again. It's not over until you see the iconic Trump dance. And just when you think he might be finished, he has his fourth interview of the day and calls into a tele-rally for Carrie Lake. It's 1 a.m. back in New York City, and that's a wrap. Starting our
Carrie Lake doesn't get a visit anymore. I wanted to draw attention to this because this was interesting from an Australian, being an Australian. This is Sam over at Dollarydoos. So as an Australian in America during an election, I decided to go to see the show. Flew to Duluth, Georgia to see the Trump rally last night. Thread of a few takeaways. These are some great photos. Ooh, that's a lot of fucking people, man. Oh, look, there's empty seats here behind him. Fucking empty stadium.
No fucking shit. You don't put people fucking behind
He's
the
down there
stage.
doing the fucking Trump dance. It's
Oh,
great.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, let's keep going. Firstly, picked Trump rally because, frankly, it seemed like it would be more interesting. Also, they're all listed on his website, and while they ask for you to register, you can just turn up. Kamala seemed to make you jump through a few hoops to find her schedule. The rally, in fact, was packed. People missed out, don't know how many, but spoke to two at the nearby Waffle House afterwards who said they didn't get in. I got there 3 p.m.-ish, 4 hours before Trump was scheduled time, and it took about an hour to get in. That's insane.
That's dedication.
That is fucking nuts. Like, if I'm taking a flight, I get to the airport 2.5, 3 hours early. Getting the fucking event 4 hours early. I always do. I always get
Domestic.
I'm always paranoid about missing a flight.
Honestly, that's like Powderfinger at times. It's like going to see a concert in Australia. Those times.
Yeah.
You rock
like
up at
4 hours beforehand. Yeah, that's not. That's buy an Apple 2 years ago. Apple iPhone day one 2 years ago times.
And he's doing that like what, every 2 or 3 days?
Yeah. Well, there's
almost every day now.
He'll do like 2 rallies a day.
Yeah.
Like when he was in 2020, actually when in 2016 he was doing 4 a day. Like he was doing 4 rallies a day in different states. Like the man, like I said, I don't understand where he gets the fucking energy from. He's got like a 0 point module shoved up his ass. The rally was in fact packed 4 hours before. By the time Trump came in, it was full, no spare seats, and people standing in the upper concourse. People went nuts when he came out. On the other hand, people do leave early. By the time Trump finished, probably 30 to 40% had left. Good crowd size, dunk fuel, but it's a little more. It's a little more than that. It doesn't tell you that much. It doesn't tell you much about the enthusiasm. I spoke to a couple of women at my hotel after who had left early, and they said they loved it, but watching all the rallies on YouTube, so knew the speech, and after a long day, they were happy to call it early. While the crowd was majority white, there were a lot of other races there. You didn't have to play Where's Wally to spot the black person. Black, Hispanics, Asians, and others were dotted out in pretty decent numbers compared to what Dems like to claim. Spoke to a young black dude, also the Waffle House, and he took his mum along and had a great time. Vibe was positive and friendly overall. As for the content, well, I'm not going to come over here and preach Australian and US politics don't really map over each other well, but I was surprised by how 90% was pretty normal political rev-up that you'd see in Australia on a much, much smaller scale. Trump's speech was long and he rambled and told stories, but he's still very funny at times. He's surprisingly self-deprecating too. Crucially, he's really a symptom, not the cause. He's tapped into something real and become the main character of the world for 9 years. He's obviously aged, but he's still with it, and the attempts to Joe Biden him by the Dems are obviously absurd when you see him in person. The rally was full of believers, so I can't say if he'll win or not, but the enthusiasm doesn't seem dimmed, and whatever he's tapped into won't go anywhere if he loses. But I also don't have a dog in this fight, so it was just fun to experience a bit of this moment in time. So yeah, I thought that was very interesting take from an outsider who didn't have a dog in the fight. So,
and it seems like he tried to get into a Kamala rally as well.
He looked at the options for both, but it was easier to get into a Trump rally. So he went. The kid's dressed as Trump. That's great. Careful, the kid's a bomb.
What's your name?
Ned.
Now, he's supposed to look like Donald Trump, but he's actually much too good looking. You are really handsome. Are you having a good time tonight?
Night.
Where's your daddy? And your mommy, right? Do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Trump.
Oh, that's great. Hitler steals baby from crowd. Brandishes innocent child.
Nothing says her vision like copy and paste from the boss.
Bidenomics is working.
Bidenomics is working.
And we have a process in place to manage migrants at the border. We're working to make sure it's safe and orderly and humane.
Our administration is simultaneously working to ensure a safe, orderly, and humane processing system at the border.
We'll not conduct a hasty rush to the exit. We'll do it responsibly, deliberately, and safely.
On the issue of Afghanistan. And to that end, we have seen a successful drawdown of the embassy.
What is your message to Hezbollah and its backer, Iran?
Don't.
What's the message to Iran?
Don't.
As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. One word. Pretty straightforward.
Ugh. Terrible. Good ad. Terrible politician.
Yep.
So anyway, Kamala had a town hall this week that was an absolute fucking disaster. So we have it here. We're going to go through it. We're going to go through it until I can't anymore.
Okay. So like 4 minutes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how we go. See how we go. It's a long show. Got a lot of time to fill.
And welcome. We are live from Chester Township, Pennsylvania, Delaware County, one of the critical.
You know,
counties
Pennsylvania,
around
the only
Philadelphia
state that
will
counts
help determine
anymore.
who wins the White House. Welcome to CNN's presidential town hall with the Democratic nominee,
Don't
Vice
call it the
President Kamala
Keystone State
Harris.
for
I'm
nothing.
Anderson Cooper. Now, in this room, we have assembled a group of 32.
The interesting part is, on election night, we're going to know. Like, I know there's people who are like, oh no, it's going to take weeks to count all the votes. Yeah, in some states. But we'll know pretty fast.
We'll know.
Some states. Well, we'll know Florida. We'll know Florida a few hours after they close. Like, and how big he wins in Florida will give us an idea of other states. And if he wins Georgia, then Georgia and PA, then it'll
game over.
We'll have a very good idea.
Pennsylvania voters who say they.
So I'm actually on. I've taken the days off, but I'm actually on call that week because two of the other people in my team are on leave. So we'll be starting at 8 o'clock my time because that's when my on call finishes.
AM or PM?
Starts, so AM. So
okay.
So let me just see. 8 a.m. Sydney time in EST.
That would be.
So that's 5 p.m. on Tuesday. On 5 p.m. on election day. So it'll be before any polls close. So it'll be 5 or 6 p.m. depending on Eastern time in the US. So that's just
are still undecided or persuadable. All of them are registered to vote. Some cast votes for Joe Biden in 2020, others for Donald Trump. Some didn't vote at all, and for some, this is their first election. Many are leaning right now to one candidate or another, but they all say they have yet to make their final choice. Now, we found these voters working with a nonpartisan research firm, as well as business and religious groups,
says I'm going to be under the knife on election day.
These voters are asking their own questions tonight, selected by CNN to cover a variety of topics.
Well, good luck, man.
You may see them holding a piece of paper when they're asking their question. It has their question on it. That is a question they have come up with.
I'm sure you'll make a wonderful
woman.
woman.
Edited in any way by CNN. We also invited former President Donald Trump to participate in a town hall or a debate. He declined. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
I said
Vice
no.
President Kamala
Fake
Harris.
news, CNN.
Vice President, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. You have a mic right here. Thank you
Good
so much.
evening, everyone. Good evening.
Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to get to the audience in just a second. I want to start by asking you, though, for weeks you have been calling Donald Trump unstable, unhinged. You've called him dangerous. You've quoted General Milley recently, who called him a fascist. Today, you quoted General Kelly, who said that Trump repeatedly praised Hitler.
Yeah.
But there are tens of millions of Americans right now who have heard all those things, and they don't buy it, or even if they do, they're still going to vote for Donald Trump. He's arguably more popular now than ever. You have 13 days to go. What do you say to those voters to convince them? Because some of them are in this room.
Sure, and I thank you all for taking the time to be here. And you could be doing a number of other things with your time. So this really is proof that we love our country. People are engaged, Anderson, and really want to talk about the issues. And so the issue that you raise, yes, I do believe that Donald Trump is unstable, increasingly unstable, and unfit to serve. And I don't necessarily think that everyone has heard what you and I have heard repeatedly, which is the people who know Donald Trump best, the people who worked with him in the White House, in the Situation Room, in the Oval Office, all Republicans, by the way, who served in his administration, his former chief of staff, his national security advisor, former secretaries of defense, and his vice president have all called him unfit and dangerous. They have said explicitly he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. They have said he should never again serve as president of the United States. We know that is why Mike Pence is not running with him again, why the job was empty. And then today we learned that John Kelly, a 4-star Marine general, who was his longest serving chief of staff, gave an interview recently in the last 2 weeks of this election, talking about how dangerous Donald Trump is. And I think one has to think about, why would someone who served with him, who is not political, a 4-star Marine general,
Oh
Why
yeah,
is
he's
he
not political
telling
at all.
the American people now?
Like, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
no, it's nothing political about him at all whatsoever. And I mean, John Kelly's not pushing a book right now at all. Nothing political about it. No, it's just nothing.
And frankly, I think of it as he's just putting out a 911 call to the American people. Understand
It's a pity you defunded the police thing.
what could happen if Donald Trump were back in the White House. And this time, we must take very seriously those folks who knew him best and who were career people are not going to be there to hold him back. At least before, there were folks who we know what he would say, but they would restrain him. Imagine now, Donald Trump
You mean like the
in the
deep
Oval
state?
Office, in the
You
Situation
mean the
Room.
deep state held him
He
back?
who has openly
Doing it?
admired dictators, said he would be a dictator on day one. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has said he is a fascist to the core. So I think that when the American people reflect, especially those who are undecided, on who you should listen to, don't take my word for it. In fact, go online and listen to John Kelly, his voice, talking about what he thinks of Donald Trump 2 weeks before the election. Because I think we all know, to your point, Anderson, it is close, but there are undecided voters who clearly, by being here, have an open mind, want to talk in a way that is grounded in issues and fact. And when they hear these facts, I think it compels a lot of people to be concerned about the future of our country with Donald Trump at the lead.
You've quoted General Milley calling Donald Trump a fascist. You yourself have not used that word to describe him. Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I also believe that the people who know him best on this subject should be trusted. Again.
You know what's disappointing? The next question is not, what is that? What is a fascist?
Define fascist.
Look at their careers. These are not people, with the exception,
Person I do not like.
only Mike Pence. These were not politicians. These are career people who have served in the highest roles in national security, who have served as generals in our military.
Like
We're
Mike
highly
Pence is
respected.
not a politician?
Talking about the person who would be commander-in-chief, not to mention what we know and what they've told us about how he talks about the military, servicemen and women, referring to them as suckers and losers, how he demeans people who have taken an oath to sacrifice their life for our country. And I do believe, Anderson, that part of this is...
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's the same as the verified people on both sides. It's all, she repeats the debunked talking points over and over again. She never gets called on it.
Is why, even just this week, I traveled...
Whereas if this was Trump making the same, like, oh, these are debunked talking points, Anderson would have interrupted and immediately said, well, hang on, Mr. President, that's not actually true. This has been debunked, blah, 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 blah. Like, this is the double standard that we see.
Yep.
This state and others with Liz Cheney, former Congress member who was a very high-ranking Republican. She has endorsed me. Her father, the former Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, is voting for me.
Oh, well.
Over 400
That's
members
not
of
good.
previous members of the administration, from Ronald Reagan to both Presidents Bush to Donald Trump, even, have endorsed my candidacy. And the reason why, among them, is a legitimate fear based on Donald Trump's words and actions that he will not obey an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He himself has said he would terminate the Constitution of the United States and wants to earn your vote to stand again behind the seal of the President of the United States. No one standing behind the seal of the President of the United States of America should be in that position saying they want to terminate the Constitution of the United States.
This is
They should just lie about it. They should just lie about it and do it anyway, like you guys do.
Yeah.
She's from Philadelphia. She works as a fundraiser for Habitat for Humanity. She's registered with no party affiliation. She says she's a Democrat. She's leaning toward voting for you, but said she's yet to make her final decision in part because of the conflict in the Middle East. Annalise?
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Vice President. My question is, as president, what would you do to ensure not another Palestinian dies due to bombs being funded by U.S. tax dollars?
So I will say, and I think this is to your point, far too many innocent Palestinian civilians have been killed. It's unconscionable. And we are now at a place...
So think about that for a second. It's unconscionable. Really? Do we have to go through the 500,000 Iraqis who died due to like the American invasion of Iraq, or the hundreds of thousands of Afghanis who died due to the invasion of Afghanistan. Innocent people die in war, but there's been 47,000 people killed in Gaza by their own fucking numbers. The Israelis say about 20 to 23,000 of them were Hamas, were actual fighters. That's like 1 to 1. That's in the most densely populated area in the world. One of. Really?
Yeah.
Like this is unconscionable.
The Israelis.
Yeah, this war is different. Good. Yeah, Eric. I wonder what's different about it. Yeah, no Jews, no news.
Place where, with Sinwar's death, I do believe we have an opportunity to end this war, bring the hostages home, bring relief.
Yes, why won't the Jews just release the hostages? Oh, wait.
To the Palestinian people and work toward a two-state solution.
Aren't they dead already?
Where Israel and the Palestinians in equal measure have security, where the Palestinian people have dignity, self-determination, and the safety that they so rightly deserve.
What do you say to voters who are thinking about supporting a third-party candidate or staying on the couch, not voting at all because of this issue?
Listen, I am not going to deny the strong feelings that people have. I don't know that anyone who has seen the images who would not have strong feelings about what has happened, much less those who have relatives who have died and been killed. And I know people and have talked with people. So I appreciate that. But I also do know that for many people who care about this issue, they also care about bringing down the price of groceries. They also care about our democracy and not having a president of the United States who admires dictators and is a fascist.
Yeah, appreciate what strong feelings are those?
Yeah.
So is she holding
From the
that
river
microphone
to the sea?
Is she holding that microphone just so that she doesn't have do stupid shit with her hands? Because she's wearing a lapel mic, and as she gets the microphone closer and further away from her face, the levels don't change.
I don't know. He's using a hand mic too. And his
lapel mic is probably for
us.
us. So lapel mic might be for us.
Oh,
but
yes.
the actual mic would be the actual town hall itself.
Yeah,
so
the lav is probably for broadcast. But the mic is probably for the actual area, the auditorium.
So everyone can hear her.
Yeah.
Which is
the fact that we need practical, common sense solutions from a leader who is willing to work across the aisle on behalf of the American people and not themselves.
Well, some people care about dying Palestinians, and some people care about their groceries being expensive.
To make decisions about your own body, understanding that we're not trying to change anyone's belief, but let's not have the government telling women what to do with their body.
I want you to meet Beth Sandberg. She's a realtor.
Dude, she just pivoted. That's a very interesting pivot from fucking Palestine to groceries to abortion.
Yeah. Also, the government got away from abortion via repealing Roe versus Wade. So what the fuck is she talking about?
Pennsylvania. She's a registered Democrat. Says she's undecided because of concerns about anti-Semitism. Beth?
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Thank
Beth.
you for remembering we need to bring the hostages home.
Of course.
The rise of anti-Semitism and violence from anti-Semitism has risen greatly on college campuses.
Dude, this is so great. You give the pro-Palestinian first, and then you have the Jew afterwards. With the same question, but why aren't you doing more to support Israel?
And on our city streets in the last year. How would you combat this growing trend and protect our young adults?
Thank you, Beth. You are right, and I will say that we have seen a rise in anti-Semitism. It is something that we have to be honest about and we have to deal with. As Attorney General, I actually published a hate crimes report on a regular...
I'm the only person running for president who has prosecuted like hate crime offenders or something.
basis, and anti-Semitism was among the highest forms of hate in our country, and this was before October 7th.
You have to drink when
And we
she
know
says
what we've
that.
seen since. Part of what
God.
we've got to do is talk with people so that they understand what
getting a
are
black
the
cube on her
tropes,
head.
what are the roots of what we are seeing, so that we can actually have people be more understanding. We need to have laws in place that make those who would commit crimes on behalf of anti-Semitism and hate, that they pay a serious
On
consequence.
behalf of them. On
We need to
behalf
have
of
to do something
anti-Semitism.
so that doesn't happen.
On behalf of anti-Semitism, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Like, what? The fuck does that even mean?
We need to ensure that college students are safe in their school and feel safe to
We
be
need to
able
make
to
sure
go to
they have
class.
safe spaces
But I'm going
in
to
their
tell you what
schools.
doesn't help.
But the Jews
Again,
are
I
not
invite
safe at
you
the colleges.
To listen and
What
go
doesn't help is
online to
Donald
listen
Trump.
to John Kelly, the former chief
Oh
of
my
staff
God.
of Donald Trump.
Oh,
who
no, yep. Back
has
to Trump.
Told us, Donald Trump said, why aren't my generals
Oh, shit.
like those of
Where is our
Hitler's?
CEO of racism?
Dude, CEO, right? Yeah, unfortunately he's visiting another country and being enriched by their culture.
By being racist over there?
This is the thing. The woman operates on a message of the day calendar, I swear. And the message of today is bring everything back to Trump as Hitler. John
But
Kelly.
that's every message
Hitler.
every day.
Like,
Yeah, she's stuck on that one day. She doesn't have.
well, this is the same day. So she gave that speech at the Ellipse at the White House, and then she flew out to Pennsylvania to do the town hall. So this is the same day.
Like Hitler, who has referred.
Yeah, see, what he should have done is, I wish I had generals like Stalin. That would have been great. Maybe I should do what Stalin did to his generals.
Murder half of them.
Murder half of them. We need to do a great purge. Dude, if he'd have said Stalin instead of Germany, all the communists would have been like, I'm confused now. I don't know whether to like him or hate him.
Several times we've heard the reports for years.
Do you believe Donald Trump is anti-Semitic?
I believe Donald Trump is a danger to the well-being and security of America.
He has said that he's casting himself as a protector of Israel. Do you believe you would be more pro-Israel than Donald Trump?
I believe that Donald Trump is dangerous. I believe that when you have a president of the United States who has said to his generals,
Let's
who
not
work for
forget.
him because he is commander-in-chief. These conversations, I assume many of them took place in the Oval Office. And if the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief, is saying to his generals, in essence, why can't you be more like Hitler's generals, Anderson? Come on. This is a serious, serious issue.
Now make
And
it
we
answer the
know.
fucking question.
So Jersh pointed out that like in 20 years, World War II is going to be like 100 years ago. They're still going to be calling people Hitler. Like,
Yeah.
there's going to be no one left alive who experienced it firsthand, and they're still going to be fucking banging on.
We're gonna have a YouTube that does a.
You're like
we're gonna have a
Hitler.
YouTube that does a day in the life of World War II, like that they did the day in the life of World War One. I can't remember which channel that did it, but they actually covered what happened each day of World War One, like for each front that was happening.
Oh, and you know what
can't
they're
wait
going to
for-
play? They're going to play that Friends theme with the Hitler footage in the background.
Oh, yes. The right. Oh, I actually had that.
Who he is. He admires dictators, sending love letters back and forth with Kim Jong-un. Talks about the president of Russia, and then most recently the reports are that in the height of COVID, when most Americans could not get their hands on a COVID.
Hello, bud. I can see you have low followers with few viewers. That is very insulting. But so you conned me here on Fiverr, and I will give you some tip to get 1,000 follower with active viewers. Here's my Fiverr link. No.
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 Test. Americans were dying by the hundreds a day. He secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia for his personal use.
Why is this a bad thing? This was before the invasion of Ukraine. Why is it a bad thing to send foreign, like, yeah, it's Russia, but they had COVID too.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand
it was
this
a
being
global
your own
pandemic.
So again,
But again, I understand why they do it, like why she's doing it. It's meant to raise the specter of, remember Russiagate, remember Russiagate, remember Russiagate, remember he's an agent of Putin. He's a Putin. He loves the Putin. Like, fuck you, man. We're not stupid anymore. We see through your fucking tricks.
This election in 13 days is presenting the American people with a very significant decision. And on the one side, on this issue,
is Hitler
of who is going to model what it means to use the bully pulpit of the President of the United States in a manner that in tone, word, and deed is about lifting up our discourse, fighting against hate, as opposed to fanning the flames of hate, which Donald Trump does consistently. I'm going to tell you, we are an incredible country, and we love our country. Y'all wouldn't be here unless we love our country. Yeah. And there are certain things where
She's taken, it's 14 minutes. She's taken 2 questions.
We've just got to come together.
Anderson hasn't called
and
her out on
realize
not answering the fucking questions that have been asked.
We do believe in the importance of healthy debate on real issues, but there are certain standards we've got to have. And, you know, another point that even John Kelly talked about, I believe, and many have, is January 6th.
Back to John Kelly, January 6th.
Where you have the President of the United States define
the will
of the people.
It would be fascinating to have a week-by-week word cloud of the candidates, what they say at their events. I think Trump's there'd be a cut like MAGA, Make America Great Again would be like the main words. America would be like the number one word. Hers would be Trump. This week it'd be John Kelly, fascist.
Hitler,
like, just,
in a free and fair election. And unleashing a violent
Fallen
mob
says Cooper looks more and more like a lesbian
the
the older
United
he
States
gets.
Capitol.
Yes.
140 law enforcement officers were attacked. Some were killed. And so I say that to say the American people deserve to have a president who encourages healthy debate, works across the aisle, not afraid of good ideas wherever they come from, but also maintains certain standards about how we think about the role and the responsibility, and certainly not comparing oneself in a clearly admiring way to Hitler.
Fallen Priest says the moment of twinged pain on her face that betrayed the I wish I had someone writing me love letters. Yeah, well, look, if you Fallen, if you want to write Kamala Harris love letters, then yeah, you go right ahead.
Brother,
Just don't address him to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, because it won't make it to
Yeah, they won't be delivered. Stabby says the only good idea is Kamala Harris she stole from Trump. Yeah. Next week she's going to be like, we're getting rid of all tax, no income tax. It's going to be tariffs, only tariffs.
No, she's going to do something dumb, like no income tax, but no tariffs as well.
No tariffs as well. Yeah, we don't like tariffs, even though Biden kept most of the tariffs.
We are back with Vice President Kamala Harris. I want you to meet Rob McPherson. He's the Chief Marketing Officer for a local organization. He's registered Republican from Media, Pennsylvania, who told us he's leaning towards voting for you, but has concerns about what he calls shifts in your policy positions. Rob?
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Vice President Harris. So welcome to Delco.
Thank you.
Here in Delco, we pride ourselves on being authentic.
Yeah.
And much of what we have seen much of what you've been saying with regard to issues like law and order and fracking.
Yeah, I think it was.
Reflect a more centrist view than what people are used to hearing from Kamala Harris.
I think they cut it because he's like, oh, fucked it up. I fucked it up. Can we go again?
We go again. Oh shit, it's live. Shit.
Some voters to wonder about the authenticity of your current, more moderate positions. Can you talk a little bit about how your positions have shifted and why?
Sure, and thank you. So first of all, on fracking, I've been very clear. We kind of dispense with this.
Stabby says, has there ever been a presidential candidate who's changed more policy positions while campaigning? I can't think of one.
No, top of my head.
No, not definitely not off the top of my head.
In 2020. I am not going to ban fracking. I did not as vice president. In fact, as vice president, I cast the tie-breaking vote.
You couldn't as vice president.
That opened up more fracking leases. My value on the issue of what we need to do to invest in a clean energy economy and a clean energy future has not changed. But frankly, I now have the experience and perspective of having been vice president for almost 4 years. I've traveled the country. I know that we can invest in a clean energy economy and still not ban fracking and still work toward what we need to do to create more jobs and create U.S.-based jobs in a way that will be globally competitive. On the issue of law and order, as you mentioned, I think there's just a whole lot of misinformation, to be honest with you. I have personally prosecuted very serious crime. It's how I started my career. I spent most of my career as a prosecutor, not in Washington, D.C. And as my first priority, had and remains as a first priority to me, the safety of the American people. So that has not changed. And sadly, I think that there's a bit of misinformation, if not more than a bit. But I'm glad that you raised the subject so that I can address it. But just if you don't mind, just let me just finish.
Oh shit, he's gonna fact check me. Oh, if you don't mind, let me just finish.
Let me continue attacking this Republican.
I think the spirit of your question is really important, and I'm glad.
I can't wait to hear about how she's always had a stutter.
That you raised it. Our country deserves to have a president of the United States who is not afraid of good ideas and does not stand on pride.
Oh, I'm terrified of good ideas.
A perspective needs to be informed by different points of view to build consensus and to have a common sense approach. I'm never going to shy away from good ideas. And I'm not going to feel the need to have pride associate with a position that I've taken when the important thing is to build consensus to fix problems. I believe in fixing problems. I love fixing problems. And so I pledge to you to be a president who not only works for all Americans, but works on getting stuff done. And that means compromise. And it doesn't mean compromising your values or your principles, but it does mean working to get stuff done. And I pledge to you I will do that.
Just to be clear, though, what he's referring to, and you point out to when you're running for vice president in 2020, you were not talking about banning fracking, but...
No, Anderson, I pledged that I would not ban fracking.
Right, I know. You said you would not ban fracking.
Correct.
You had said in the 2019 town hall, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. In 2017, you talked about Medicare for all. You talked about 2019, you raised a hand in debate about if border crossings should be decriminalized. Are all of those issues, which those are not your positions now, are all those issues that you're saying through consensus and getting stuff done you have evolved on?
Well, no, let's take, for example, the issue of Medicare. My point has always been that access to health care should not just be a privilege of those who can afford it. It should be a right for all people.
Or those who are in the country legally.
I have worked on doing what we have done to, one, allow
Did Anderson just throw her a lifeline and she's just like, no, fuck you, I'm going to answer it my way?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh my God.
To negotiate against the big pharmaceutical companies to bring down the cost of prescription medication.
Yeah, carry that water.
We've achieved that in terms of capping the
He's
cost
a good
of
little,
insulin
he's
for
a good little
seniors
CIA
at $35
agent.
a month, capping the cost of annual prescriptions at $2,000
Project
a
Mockingbird
year
is
for seniors.
brought back in by
But
Obama.
My plan moving forward, based on that very principle
gun.
that I've always had, is as president, to have that cap be for everyone and not just for our seniors. The work that I have done that has been about recognizing the importance of dealing with border security, that has never changed. As I said, I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations. That I did for years before.
That actually remains to be seen. Nobody can find any evidence that she actually prosecuted any cases. She was the DA at the time, but the DA doesn't prosecute. If you've ever watched Law and Order, The DA doesn't. The DA almost never prosecutes the case. It's the ADAs that do the actual prosecution.
The only time they show up in Law and Order is when someone fucks up or it's big.
Yeah.
They want like when they're interrogating and they're like, "Oh, you're just a DA," and then the big guy comes in and is like, "Yeah, motherfucker, I'll take you," and they're like, "Ooh."
But nobody
it's
can
him.
find transcripts. Nobody can find any of that stuff of Kamala actually, standing in a courtroom and actually presenting a case.
What was she before she became the DA? Was she an ADA or did she?
So before she became the Attorney General, she was the DA of what's it called, San Francisco, and before that she rode Willie Jackson's dick.
So
she has a law degree. She's a barred attorney, or she was a barred attorney. I don't know if she's still a member of the bar, but she went to law school. She got a law degree. That doesn't necessarily make her a lawyer. Oh, we have a special guest.
Hi.
Tim on 5G. Welcome, Tim.
Yeah.
Tim is currently our Bangkok correspondent. He's going through.
Yes,
he's going through turnstiles sideways. How you doing, man? Are you having fun?
Yeah, I'm flying home tomorrow.
You flying home tomorrow?
Yeah.
So your arm's going to be real tired.
You'll
be flying home. You'll be flying home to a new government.
Yeah. I think my body's already getting back to.
Can I go back? Can I go back, please?
It's Bangkok. It's hot and humid.
How is that different from Brizzy?
Brisbane doesn't usually get the humidity.
Mixed it out.
Yeah, that's it. It's true. He's not real. Tim's not real. He doesn't actually live in Brisbane.
Yeah, technically I live in Logan, but yeah.
Well, still.
Yeah.
Anyway, on with the show.
Before I ever ran in 2019.
I mean, you did raise your hand saying in a debate when asked if border crossing should be decriminalized, but obviously that was not just your position.
I never intended, nor will I ever allow America to have a border that is not secure. I believe we need to deal with illegal immigration. There needs to be consequences, which is why part of my plan that I have outlined, and again, please go to KamalaHarris.com. Sorry to throw a website on you, but why not?
I've been hit by a website.
She
threw a website on me.
Includes what we need to do to actually do more as it relates to putting resources in, including increasing penalties for illegal crossing.
And just finally on fracking, you said you're clear you would not ban it as president.
No, I would not ban it as president.
Right, I know you're clear on that. Do you think it is bad for the environment, though?
I think that we have proven that we can invest in a clean energy economy. We can mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. We can work on and sustaining what we need to do to protect this beautiful earth of ours and not ban fracking.
Time is short, so I want to get some more voters in. Tanisha Spall from Lansdowne, Pennsylvania. She works as an education administration manager for the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections.
And
registered Democrat who says she's leaning towards supporting you, has yet to make her final decision.
Dude, how bad in a way must you be if the registered Democrat is only leaning towards supporting you? Like,
oof.
Tanisha, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Anderson. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for joining us this evening.
This is in PA.
Oh, shit.
So,
I appreciate that you did it.
PA, if in case you haven't noticed, Tim, Pennsylvania is the only state that matters at this point.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
because this is the only state Kamala. The only state Kamala is like, I must win Pennsylvania. Because if she loses Pennsylvania to Trump, her path to 270 becomes very, very, very fucking difficult.
Acknowledge that we are a country that is faced with problems and issues. With the Supreme Court being plagued with issues, would you be in favor of expanding the court to say 12, so each justice has only one circuit court other than Chief Justice to assist in making judgments more balanced?
Well, to your point, there is no question that the American people increasingly are losing confidence in the Supreme Court. And in large part because of the behavior of certain members of that court and because of certain rulings, including...
No, you know what it is? If they're losing faith in the Supreme Court, it's because the media has been attacking the Supreme Court endlessly. Like the flags, like, and not even the court directly, attacking the fucking wives of Supreme Court justices as if that fucking matters, who they're fucking married to.
Oh, it's
like,
fucking ridiculous.
I think attacking Kamala's husband is fucking retarded because Kamala's husband isn't running for shit.
No, he's not putting
the same as
himself out
attacking Melania is fucking stupid because she ain't running for shit. But you guys have no problem fucking attacking the wife of a Supreme Court justice and treating
Wives
it
and
like that's an
husbands.
own.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you, you piece of shit. Also, your husband's a wife beater. And fuck the man.
The Dobbs decision and taking away a precedent that had been in place for 50 years, protecting a woman's right to make decisions about her own body.
But Plessy
I do
versus
believe that there should
Ferguson,
be
a
some
precedent.
kind of reform of the court, and we can study what that actually looks like. But I do believe. But again, let's just.
But Kamala, black people are property. The Supreme Court said it's precedent. Precedent can never be changed.
While you raise the point of the court, understand that, again, in 13 days, the American people will decide who is the next president of the United States. In 13 days, you will decide who is sitting in the Oval Office on January 20th.
Please be Trump.
And on one hand, you have in Donald Trump someone who has increasingly proved himself to be unstable, and who, as we have established, and the people close to him
Hey, he's stable enough to work at McDonald's. That's enough for me.
have established,
True.
he is unfit to serve. Somebody who, on January 20th, you can be sure, will spend full time, like we know, and we've seen the image mentally of him sitting in the dining room off of the Oval Office, watching for hours as people violently attack the Capitol. You can be sure, because he has said he would weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political enemies, that you can look at
She just
Donald
made a
Trump in the
mistake.
White House after January 20th, sitting in that Oval Office, plotting his revenge. He has talked about the enemies within. We haven't even raised that subject, Anderson. The enemies within. He's talking about the American people.
He's talking about you.
Lady, she said, if think back to your oath of office. Do you think the oath of office contains all enemies, foreign and domestic, for no reason? Because there's no enemies domestic. Why would we be talking about enemies domestic? Like, why would we? This is a fucking disgrace. Can you imagine they make you swear to protect the Constitution from enemies, foreign and domestic? Why would there be domestic enemies?
She also forgot that January 6th was a thing, because she said he was sitting watching the Capitol being
She
attacked
was
on
trying to
January 20.
rope in January 6th with the January
Yeah,
20th.
Same old shit.
Yeah, you know what happened on January 20th back in 2017? Fucking riots.
Mm-hmm.
I distinctly remember fucking DC being on fire for Trump's inauguration. Not a fucking peep about an insurrection.
He's talking about journalists, judges,
You know what's funny? This is the must-watch moments.
partisan
That's not the whole
election
thing.
officials.
Because I
He
have
has
extra
talked about,
clips.
as John Kelly has talked about, can he send the military after peaceful protesters? And he's
No,
going
we'll
to
just
sit
send the
there
FBI like you guys.
unstable, unhinged, plotting his revenge, plotting his retribution, creating an enemies list. I'm going to
So you're telling me he's like Santa Claus? I'm totally like Santa Claus. I'm like good old Saint Nick. I'm making a list of naughty and nice people, and then the nice people, they're gonna go to the camps, and then the good people, they're gonna get a present from the president. You might even say it's a presidential present.
tell you, my list will be a list of how I address and continue to address the issues.
Yes, Trump's retribution sounds like Warhammer 40k. Yes, it's the name of a ship. It's just the name of a ship. The Trump's retribution.
That you all are raising this afternoon and evening. It will be a to-do list about how we can impact the American people and lift up the American people and address some of the challenges that we continue to face. So,
Vice President Kamala Harris, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah, they cut out a lot of fucking shit. A lot of shit. I couldn't find a full one, which I guess is a good thing. But here's some questions they missed. So let's listen to this one.
Is there something you can point to in your life, political life, or in your life in the last 4 years that you think is a mistake that you have learned from?
So if you've applied for a job, in an office, you've probably got a question very similar to this.
I mean, I've made many mistakes.
Mistakes, I've made a few. Then again, too few to mention.
They range from, if you've ever parented a child, you make lots of mistakes too.
He has literally never parented a child, but at least he's adopted one.
Let's fact check that, shall we? When did Kamala Harris marry? Kamala Harris got married. So she started dating Doug Emhoff in 2013, so 11 years ago.
Yeah, her stepdaughters were already teenagers.
Yeah. So where was that? Like, I'm confused. When was the mothering involved?
I know he adopted a child recently, or had a surrogate or something.
What? No, he didn't. Oh, fucking Anderson. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he did. Not her.
Well, that's what the gays do now. It's like handbags.
In my role as vice president, I mean, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that
you probably worked very hard.
I am well versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question.
Is there something?
Oh, really?
I did
completely dodged the question.
Learn how to answer questions good too.
I work too hard. Like that is the most basic that's the most basic fucking question. Yeah, Mixed Stabby says maybe she was helping Doug's nanny's kid. Oh wait, yeah.
Even coming up with the worst possible answer, which is, my greatest flaw is, I'm a perfectionist.
I work too hard. I'm a perfectionist.
Yeah.
I work too hard. I'm a perfectionist. Yada yada. Mine. I was actually because I saw this and I was thinking about my answer to that question, and I thought mine's a good one, because it has the benefit of being true, and also not necessarily being a strength, but it's true. I tend to obsess on a single problem. And I tend to overly focus on one thing, sometimes to the detriment of other things. That's what I would say is a weakness.
That's one of the easiest answers.
And to me, it's a weakness that is a weakness because when you focus on something too hard, because I do it all the time at work, I'll have an issue with a server that I could just roll it back and it'd take 10 minutes and it'd be fixed, but I'll fucking sit for like 2 hours trying to actually get it to work. Whereas I could have just admitted defeat. Yeah, like trying to actually get to the root cause and admit rather than admitting defeat and rolling it back. So, but like anyone with half a brain should be able to answer that question. So I think that says a lot about Kamala.
Yeah.
Here's another one. She doubles down on price controls.
I looked at your plan. You talk about going after.
I would like to point out those questions that were presented. Those were the ones that, in that video, were what CNN specifically picked out themselves to put in the compilation. These are not
price gougers, and I'm quoting from the plan.
So this is the stuff they excluded
during emergencies or times of crisis. I get that. How does that help, though, someone like Eric with prices that for years the grocery prices just been high?
Well, first
who the fuck's Eric? We didn't hear his question. Funny that.
First of all, Anderson, as you know, and obviously CNN has been covering extensively what has been happening in the state of Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. It's a real issue. I was Attorney General of California. I was the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in the country. I took this issue on because it affects a lot of people. And I'm not going to apologize for the fact that we need to actually deal with accountability when these, not all, in fact, most don't, but when companies are taking advantage of the desperation and the need of the American people. We saw it actually during the pandemic as well, where because of supply chain issues, there was a reduction of supply, and then they would inflate the price of everyday necessities. And
I would like to point out That's already a crime. Like profiteering like that in almost every state in the union, that's a crime.
Yeah.
Like once a disaster declaration comes down, those are automatically crimes. So, like, I know it's a crime in Florida, straight up. Like, if you profiteer during a hurricane, like after the governor has declared emergency, super fucking crime.
Like selling
and they'll fucking come after you.
$17
Like you start selling water for fucking outrageous amounts, or petrol or gas for outrageous amounts. Like they're gonna come for you. Fuck, you abandon your dog, they'll come for you. Florida ain't no joke.
Regarding the rapid increase in the migrant population, how will you ensure that every immigrant is integrated into American society safely? What benefits and subsidies will you provide them with? And how long will these benefits and subsidies last for an individual? Most importantly, will the American citizens' taxes pay for these benefits and subsidies? And if so, how much money will be allocated?
Oof. I can't imagine why they didn't include this question in their fancy little compilation.
Well, thank you, Jackson. Let's start with this. America's immigration system is broken and it needs to be fixed.
I grew up in a middle class. Oh, wait, wrong one.
And part of what we need to do is always prioritize what we need to do to strengthen our border. I will tell you, I'm the only person in this race among the two choices that voters
transnational,
have. I personally prosecuted transnational criminal organizations in the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings.
So
I don't think that guy's buying it.
This line, stop it.
I know.
Her campaign is so bad.
I have spent a significant part of my career making sure that our border is secure and that we do not allow criminals in and we don't allow that kind of trafficking to happen and come into our country.
Just not the last 3.5 years.
As my opponent has proven himself, he would prefer to run on the problem instead of fix the problem.
Okay, so say that's true. He would prefer to run on the problem and fix it. So he's going to be president. Like, if he wins, he'll be president. He can't run again. Why wouldn't he just fix it then? Why wouldn't he just fix it?
Because he's going to put that.
She's lying.
Because he would prefer to run on the problem? So, yeah, this was basically across the board a fucking train wreck. I haven't seen anybody who's like, wow, she did amazing. Like, this was very much a fucking disaster. So, yeah.
Does she have any wins? Really? Like, any wins in terms of town halls, rallies?
Well, actually, so she had a rally with Beyonce, and no, I'm not kidding. Like I said, I'm getting mad 2016 vibes.
Have we talked about that yet?
We haven't talked about that yet. No.
Okay, wait.
So yeah, she had a rally with Kamala, and with Beyonce. Sorry. So here's some stuff from. So this is Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles. She had to have her teleprompter spell out Kamala as Kamala to help her pronounce her name during the Houston rally.
I'm on an iPad mini that looks like Kamala to me.
I am
so small.
so honored to be here in support of Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. And there it is. Comrade Harris.
Is she black?
Yes.
The person who was just speaking?
Yeah, Beyonce's
yes.
mother. Yeah, I think so.
Yes, she's black. Beyonce's mother is black. Yes.
And she can't even.
Can we get fact check on that
properly?
Yes, she's black. Kylie Janet Kramer says, imagine paying $10 million to get booty around rally. It's been reported that Beyonce received an estimated $10 million to endorse and perform in Houston, Texas for Kamala Harris. Beyonce only spoke for 3 minutes and did not perform, resulting in chaos of minutes of boos across the arena.
People booing her.
People booing like Beyonce.
Boo this woman.
Not fucking.
Yeah,
I don't know. I get a feeling that's fake. Like, here's Alex Steins. Like, let's see.
Texas was absolutely insane. You saw Beyonce and Kelly Rowland walked out. Kelly looked like Beetlejuice, and then after that,
It was a
Kamala
Beyonce
walks out,
reunion.
right?
What should have happened is Beyonce, Kelly Rowland, and Kamala should have done all the single ladies on stage.
Gives him the hug, and everybody's so mad because they're like, what? Beyonce only spoke for 3 minutes? I thought we were going to get a free concert. Wait, what? What's going on? Wait, why is she hugging Kamala? I thought this was a concert. Oh, and then Kelly and Beyonce have a nice little moment, reminiscing. And then everybody realizes it was a bait and switch, and they walked their butts out. As soon as Kamala got on that dang stage, everybody was pissed off, rightfully so. They duped us. They duped the entire city.
Maybe it was the
Texas,
crowd
30,000
booing these people,
pissed off
like the people
right
leaving,
before
but
an
I don't
election
know.
less than 2 weeks away. What is Kamala Harris thinking?
I'm always suspicious of that of stuff where the booing is too clear. But yeah, in 2016 there was actually like Hillary got her to do a concert. Oh, here we go. Harris failed to control the rowdy crowd, shouting and boos drowned her out on multiple occasions. Some in the crowd were reportedly upset Beyonce wasn't performing. Bait and switch crowd building, promising a performance to bring people in. One person said, according to the Daily Mail. Well, what's this proposed community note? Well, there's someone who's had a fucking seizure.
Yep.
That's not nice. Imagine having a seizure on camera. Post is misleading. The crowd was not booing Kamala or angry about Beyonce. They were angry at pro-Trump protesters in the crowd. All right, let's see some evidence of this.
Yeah, that guy.
Maybe one. Okay,
What, Wiz Khalifa?
yeah, Khalifa.
Ooh, don't take his phone. Oh!
They took his phone.
And just flung it into the fucking crowd. Okay, I hear no booing there. Did anybody hear any booing there?
No.
Okay.
Might have been a
They were just
time
yelling.
at the beginning.
So
Found
sounds
him.
Sounds like a bunch of bullshit. So anyway,
I knew I saw him. I put it in the private chat.
problem with the dark mode in StreamYard is the links are blue, like dark blue. Oh, it's dark. I literally didn't do nothing.
He threw my phone.
Yeah.
No, he's swinging. They were coming at me. I didn't swing at anybody.
Yeah, I'm asking them to tell me where to go.
He threw my phone. Yeah, we're going.
I want that man arrested.
We can go outside. I'm not resisting. That's fine. Hey, but I need my phone back. He threw my phone, sir. That black dude took my phone from me. I didn't touch anybody. He threw my phone. He took my phone and threw it, sir. So how are y'all not going to get him for that? He touched my property. I didn't touch them at all.
I'll look into it. We'll see if it gets in lost and found. I'll get you some contact numbers.
He threw my phone.
I'm going to give you some contact numbers for the lost and found.
So he purposely was there to rile up the crowd by his shirt.
Oh, for sure. It didn't really do much. So let's do some Aussie news quickly so Tim can be aware of what's been going on while he's been overseas.
Yeah, I have not paid attention.
Really quickly.
I didn't even have Twitter on my phone until like 2
That's
days
a
ago.
good point. Were we going to miss the yelling at the child that happened during that?
What yelling at the child? What did I miss?
Hold on. Yeah, you missed it. Hold on, I've got to find a better one.
The Joe Rogan, Donald Trump sit down
Yeah,
is
I
at
found
23.6 million.
Found it. putting it in chat.
Oh, good old James Woods. Share screen. This is Kamala Harris' demographic in a nutshell, screaming to tolerate over politics. This is insane.
It's pretty insane.
Ooh. No.
Dude, I love that black woman who's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, Whitey?"
Yeah, I know.
Like, no, what? Like, she's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Like that's too crazy even for me. What are you doing?
You get the fuck out of here, bitch. Perfectly reasonable conversation with the father. And this bitch is like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I couldn't make out what she said.
That's fucking great. I don't care. It's irrelevant. She's fucking lunatic. I think I'm fucking yelling in kids' faces, you fucking weirdo.
And she clearly has an issue
left.
with she clearly has an issue with the toddler being at a rally.
Yeah.
Probably because it hasn't
Why
been
is some
born yet.
20-something screaming in the face of a 3-year-old? Because her dad voted for Trump, I guess. Fucking Christ.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, yes. That's
Because this is the tolerant left.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In the meantime, thank you, Baldo. Yes, the JRE is up to 25 million views featuring Donald Trump. 23 million in just a day.
Yep.
So, anyway. So yeah, that's all the election news so far. There will be more next week because this is a very long election.
It's currently
meanwhile,
the 10th most popular
in Australia
episode on Joe's
on his channel,
channel.
And there's going to be a ton of people who listen on Spotify too.
And that's one day, and the rest of them are 3, 5, 9, 7 years old.
Yep.
It's going to do 100 million
Across both platforms, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
Insane.
Meanwhile, in Australia,
and the problem for Kamala is he speaks for 3 hours and he makes sense.
Yeah,
like to the point where they even sort of stop talking about politics for a while and start shooting the shit about MMA and boxing, and like Trump knows all the boxers' names and the MMA fighters' names. He's like, oh yeah, this guy's probably the best, and yada yada. And Joe's like,
because he's part of that scene, like Joe is.
But it's like but this is, you gotta remember, Trump's 78 years old, man. Like, and he's able to have this, a fluid conversation. Like, he knows where he is, he knows what he's saying. He's missed a step, but he's still there. Like, he's still 100% there. And
he just waves live it.
And Kamala's trying to paint this guy as, oh well, Joe Biden was has some mental health issues, and he's deteriorating, and it's not, and pointing at Trump and going, see, it's going to be the same with him. See, yeah. And then Trump's like, what do you mean? I just had a 3-hour conversation with Joe Rogan. It was great. We touched a lot of topics. It was fantastic. We talked about the whales and the 50-story high, what's it called? Wind turbines killing the whales. They're killing the whales and the dogs and the cats. The birds too. It's like a bird graveyard under there. Like,
it's nice, it's a nice,
like nuclear, fucking America's health, immigration, everything over 3 hours. This bitch couldn't even fucking answer a question in a town hall.
Yeah,
ridiculous. Meanwhile, anyway, let's check in on it. Let's check in on the land.
Meanwhile, in Australia,
shall we? Dun 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 dun.
You committed genocide against our people.
Oh, sorry, Costi. Trigger warning.
Oh no, trigger warning. Trigger warning. Oh no.
Can I go back, please?
Sorry, Costi.
Give us our land back. Give us what you stole from us.
Fuck off.
Our skulls, our babies, our people. You destroyed our lives. Give us a treaty. We want a treaty in this country.
No, we don't. We just voted against it. Fuck off.
This is not your land.
Yes, it is.
Your land. You are not my kids. You are not our kids.
Meanwhile, King Charles is like, who's that fucking lunatic? Like, he's literally talking to the Prime Minister right now going, who is that fucking idiot?
Oh, no.
How the hell did she get through? It's like, she's one of our senators.
Yeah, who is that unhinged lady? Unfortunately,
and how'd she get through?
Yes, that is one of our senators. That is the insane fucking what's the fucking
Lydia
name?
Thorpe.
Lydia Thorpe. Yes, the Thorpedo, not the good one. But yes, she had a bit of a fucking rage out at the king of Australia, King Charles. She also posted this on her Instagram. You are not our king. You are not a king. You are not sovereign.
You've got a crown that says otherwise.
Yeah, which she immediately fucking walked back as quickly as possible. Earlier tonight, without my knowledge, one of my staff shared an image to my Instagram stories created by another account. I deleted it as soon as I saw. I would not intentionally share anything that could be seen to encourage violence against anybody. That's not what I'm about.
Oh, bullshit.
It is quite literally what she is about.
Yeah. But she deleted the cartoon image of King Charles being beheaded and claimed that a staff member did it. Wasn't me, it was my staff.
So who recently no longer works for her?
No one.
No one.
Ah, that explains it.
Yes. So yes, she's a former Green senator. It was hacked. Politicians when they like pornography. Yeah. Yeah. Lydia being Rama. Yeah, she hit the petrol a bit too hard that day.
Mm-hmm.
So, she alleges she was assaulted at public events earlier this year. So
she's the one who assaults people. She's on camera doing it.
She alleges she was assaulted at a public event earlier this year, resulting in serious injuries, necessitating a prolonged Senate absence. This was because after she did her little stunt, people looked into how many times she's been missing in the Senate because they were like, "Oh, we need to find a way to get rid of her. This woman's a fucking disgrace," which she is, 100%.
Oh yeah,
she's an absolute disgrace and a joke. But yeah, she's apparently missed a whole bunch of sessions in the Senate, which is one of the causes to be removed from the Senate. If you don't show up, you can be removed from the Senate. The Senate can remove you for various means, but it's only happened once before. I think it's section 43 of the Constitution. Let me just.
I have no idea.
Australian.
But that would be one cause because you're supposed to be representing the state.
Yeah, literally not. They're doing your job.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, section 43. A member of one house or ineligible for the other. A member of either. No, that's not section 43. Section 44 is on disqualifications. So if you're under any acknowledgement of allegiance, obedience, or adherence to a foreign power, or as a subject or citizen, or entitled to the rights and privileges of a subject or citizen of... Oh, I've got her! Dude, we got her!
Dual citizen. Yeah,
she's a member of the Gadigal Nation or whatever. Okay, let's recognise that as a foreign power.
Yeah, we should.
Boom, she's gone.
Kicked out.
Is attainted of treason or has been convicted... Is attained of treason, or is indicted for treason, or has been convicted and is under sentence, or subject to be sentenced, or for any offence punishable under the Commonwealth for 1 year or longer. So if a felony, if you're charged with, if you're convicted of a felony, then you can you'll be removed. If you're an undischarged bankrupt, she did declare bankruptcy, but she's a discharged bankrupt. She paid off her debts.
Yeah.
Hold any profit under the crown or any pension payable by the pleasure of the crown. Has any direct or indirect pecuniary interests or any agreement with the public service, yada, yada, yada.
That's only the... Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Privileges declared, rules and orders. No,
I know there's a section that the Senate can actually decide to remove you.
Costi says Rule 34. I don't know if he's
kidding.
Bad,
It is
bad,
not.
Costi.
It is not Rule 34.
What is
all
Section
I'll-
34?
I'll Google.
What is
I'll
it?
Google just for you, Costi. I'll Google Rule 34 and Lydia Thorpe.
Oh no!
See what it comes back with. You okay with that, Costi?
Brother,
You don't want a strong black woman, Costi? Is there more photos of her? There was something that. So yeah, Thorpe revises comments about oath, now saying that she misspoke owing to a grammatical error. Because she said, "Oh, I didn't actually say the oath properly because I said heirs and successors," and people pointed out, well, if you did that on purpose, then you didn't actually take the oath, which means you're not a senator.
Yeah.
So, like, we take this shit seriously, bro. Don't fuck around with this.
Oh, LNP won Queensland. Okay, cool. Sorry,
Yeah, I told you you'd be returning to a new government.
I missed that part. Sorry.
The new Victorian public holiday celebrating Aboriginal culture is proposed in treaty negotiations. So Victoria is negotiating a treaty with the native tribes, the native
great.
peoples,
Another
the
public
first
holiday.
peoples of Victoria. You know they're going to take a different public holiday away from you. It's going to be Australia Day. Like, you'll lose Australia Day, and you'll get.
That's not going to work. That's a bank holiday.
Doesn't matter. They'll get rid of it. They'll get rid of Australia Day in Victoria, and it'll no longer be celebrated there. And
Yeah, Australia Day.
And you'll get the First People's Day.
Yeah,
that'll be some other day of the year, and
I'm still not going to work. It's a bank holiday.
But yeah, so they're negotiating a treaty, so I'm sure they're going to come and take your and Costi's house soon.
Yeah.
So these are the latest results in the Queensland state election. So there are still 13 seats in doubt.
Okay. That wouldn't.
But
not gonna change
so
it.
far the LNP has 47 seats, which is enough to form government. Yeah.
Refresh that.
That was refreshed, wasn't it?
Okay, because last time I saw it, it was 48.
This was 5 minutes ago. It went down. Like, there are more seats in doubt. Yeah. So.
Yep.
Where am I?
Changing seats. Gain. So there's a Liberal gain.
It's
ALP
just
gain.
a blue wave.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I'm just trying to see where
South
my.
Brisbane. I think this might have been a Greens. Yeah. So the ones that are ALP gains, that's a win over Liberal Nationals. That's a gain from the Greens. But yeah, almost across the board. It's
Yeah, I can't remember what district I'm in. Obviously I didn't vote for a good reason this time, so I'll fill out my form when I get back.
Your excuse is you're out of the country.
Yes.
You did tell your state that you were out of the country, right?
No, I'll do it when I get home. They'll send me the. Oh, I tried to.
Fine, yeah.
They'll send me the fine. I'll write back saying no, I was overseas. Check my passport.
So yeah, I think the overall swing is about 10%. Party totals. 6% swing to the Nationals.
Yeah.
So.
And yes, Costi, no green seats.
Yes, 0 seats for the Greens. And there's no upper house in Queensland, so it's only a unicameral legislature.
They voted themselves out of existence in 1923, and it became.
Cat has still got 3. Holy shit!
1924, the upper house, which is hilarious.
It used to have one. Yeah, they got rid of it. Yeah,
voted themselves out of existence.
Mm-hmm. We don't need one. We don't need an upper house at a state level. We're only 5 million, not even 5 million people.
Three men found guilty and fined for performing Nazi salute outside Sydney Jewish Museum. Anthony Mitchell, Ryan Marshall, and Daniel Miston have all been found guilty and fined for performing a Nazi salute outside a Jewish museum. So, it's been illegal to do that since 2022. I think they all said that they were doing it as a joke.
Yeah.
But jokes aren't allowed in New South Wales, so...
I don't think they're allowed in Australia.
Unfortunately, there is no exception in the law for satire.
No, it's just anyone who makes the salute is named explicitly. If you do the Nazi salute, you don't have a defense for it unless it's same for like displaying a swastika or whatever the German name for it was. I was looking at the Queensland law for it.
Yeah.
Or the Victorian law for it, and like they explicitly name those symbols. Yeah. And like unless it's for like a documentary, like
there's a very limited number of
jokes are illegal.
Thank God the Roman salute is still legal though, right?
You'd have to prove to the court somehow that you were doing the Roman salute instead of the Nazi salute, which is not going to happen.
Say you were hailing a cab. Anyway, that's Aussie news for this week. Mike Tyson says, while Jake keeps talking, I'm going to keep training. I'm going to fuck him up. God, I hope so.
Oh God, yes.
If there's any boxing match that I want to end with a death in the ring, it's this.
And
it's not Mike Tyson who I want to.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 4, 5.
You gotta have that neck. You could literally gotta have it. That's how you absorb punches.
Wild takes a shit at San Antonio. I'm gonna turn off that because that's obviously music. That's not important.
Oh, poor kid looking at the camera.
What's on his back? More muscle.
His muscles have muscles.
Oh,
nasty.
That's nasty.
It's green.
How else are the whales supposed to entertain themselves?
That's right, Eric. It's how you don't get knocked out. You need to have a strong neck.
Breaking, Rosie, I think it's always everything's breaking with Dom Lucre. Liberal Rosie O'Donnell's daughter has been arrested for child neglect after baby found near meth pipe in Wisconsin. What is it about, Minnesota and Wisconsin and kids being exposed to drugs? Rosie O'Donnell's eldest daughter has been charged with child neglect after police found her 11-month-old son in a home full of meth pipes, feces, and garbage. That sounds familiar too. Jesus.
Really?
Chelsea Bell O'Donnell, 27, was charged with 4 counts of felony neglect. 4 felony counts of maintaining a drug trafficking place, child neglect, possession of meth, and possession of THC.
Is this Nick's other mistress or something?
No, this is Rosie O'Donnell's daughter.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never mind.
Which means Trump's still winning.
Except Rosie O'Donnell. She's going to go to jail. Is this the daughter that claims Rosie would beat the shit out of her? Probably.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say,
I don't know. I don't keep track of Rosie O'Donnell's daughters.
No, I'm just saying, honestly, I thought she was gay. I didn't realize she had a daughter.
Gay people can have daughters now. And sons.
They just buy them. They just buy it like property.
It's the new Hollywood handbag.
Yeah.
Anyway. Deputies arrest dozens in looting unlicensed contracting operations on Penalia's Barrier Islands. Sheriff Bob Gualtieri said bad actors are preying on residents and businesses reeling from the storms. I wanted to highlight this section. We've never seen anything of this magnitude before. We've seen this influx of people from out of the area that are clearly just here to steal and to pilfer and to do the bad things and to target these vulnerable people. Between October 2nd and Tuesday, deputies conducted looting patrols on the Barrier Islands and had arrested 45 people on charges including armed robbery, burglary, loitering, and prowling, grand theft, vandalism, and trespassing. 2 of the sub-suspects were for Pinellas County residents, and 41 were not U.S. citizens.
Oh, damn.
That's good.
So out of 45 people arrested, 2 were local to the county.
Known scumbags, most likely.
Yeah. Two were local to the fucking country, and 41 weren't even local to the fucking country. They're going into people's homes, they're taking stuff, they're rummaging through their things. In one case, it was an armed robbery.
Yeah.
Where they went in and stole from them forcibly. These are people who have lost everything. And then on top of that, they have to deal with illegals coming into their fucking home and stealing shit. Fucking at gunpoint. At fucking gunpoint.
What part of Florida is Pinellas County in?
It's south of Tampa. It's the Barrier Islands, south of Tampa, where Milton hit.
Oh shit. Okay.
Fuck these people. They should have just been shot.
Yeah.
Residents should have shot them.
Oh, the future for April.
Shut them like dogs.
Wait, which April do you mean, Stabby? Oh, you mean fucking April O'Donnell, right? Never mind. I thought you meant the other April. Well, while we're talking about that, let's do the Ricadaverse update. Now that you've put that in my head. There's a little bit of Ricada. April Ricada.
Wait, the ceiling cats.
Damn you, Costy. So a little bit of an update on the.
Before you jump in, where's the ceiling cats?
Oh yes, thank you for reminding me. Gotta get the ceiling cats ready to go. Overlay, ceiling cats.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
No, fuck you, sir. Fuck you.
I should put together an intro for that. I haven't heard the rumors about April being pregnant. Oh no, no! How can you knock?
They are just rumors.
In order to knock someone up, you have to be able to get an erection. So, but yes, there have been some filings this week. Kayla has filed a motion to suppress. So I will steal content from Sean.
The Ricada question. We're going to touch on this really quick, chat. The Ricada question. The RQ, as coined by PPP. There is a Ricada question out there. And yes, there's an update on some things. So Kayla, Nick Ricada's betrothed, did file a motion to suppress and motion to dismiss. This is very bare bones, but from what I understand, she's probably going to show up in court next week, and it's a motion to suppress, motion to dismiss. And on October 28th, they will move the court for an order, and that means, I think at this point, this is more of a notice that they're going to do it. They want to suppress all evidence, statements, and confessions as a result of state's unlawful search of the home as a result of defective search warrant. The search warrant was defective because it was based on insufficient probable cause. And based on the suppression, they want to dismiss counts 1, 2, and 3 for lack of probable cause. They anticipate no witness testimony, and that doesn't mean they don't have a case. It's just they're going to be like, say, Your Honor, look, here are problems. Here's case law that supports it. And this is signed by Maggie Kluver, Kayla's attorney. Once again, I am thrilled that Kayla got her own fucking counsel and isn't relying on Nick and the fucking Barnes Walker. I mean, holy shit. I mean, there's a bunch of things with this that are good. Like, first of all, we're not relying on a fucking Frank's motion. We're not gunning that out and then forgetting all our other fucking defenses. So, good job so far, Kayla. Your attorney seems very smart and very competent. I think you're in very good hands. Listen to her. Don't listen to Nick. Listen to the people who actually who can care about you and do so in a competent manner. So it's going to be interesting there. I'm assuming there'll be some competent defense lawyering on this one. It'll also help that Kayla's not going to write her own motions. That will be very helpful to her. That will be very, very helpful to her. Dell says, how can the Kayla's search be unlawful but Nick's isn't? Because here's the neat thing. Nick's filing was fucking awful. They focused on the Franks motion. They're like, Franks! And they forgot to address all the other issues that were out there. So Nick squandered it. They literally pissed it away. So Kayla might get a dismissal for, it would be fucking hilarious if Kayla got her charges thrown out, challenging probable cause, and the court agreed, but because Nick Helen Kellered his way through his motion and precluded the ability to raise other issues, he can't do that. That would be, what's the word Nick likes to use all the time? Embarrassing. That'd be really fucking embarrassing.
Oh, man. That is really embarrassing.
Wish this was sorted in order. I have to re-upload everything in alphabetical order. God. It's
God, you're losing it.
It's literally in the order I uploaded these in.
Oh, that's a bad order.
I know, right? Fucking hell. I must have deleted it.
Oh, that's
embarrassing.
It's not true. Man, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
Yeah, you're finding the local copy.
I know exactly where the local copy. That's the thing. If StreamYard supported it, I would have this set up on my what's it called?
Oh man, that's fucking embarrassing. Man, that is embarrassing.
My Stream Deck. I went so if I were to use OBS, if you guys didn't exist and I just did this by myself, I'd be doing this using OBS and I'd have all the clips in OBS. I have I have a Stream Deck that is configured with most of these clips, and I can just press a button and they'll play in OBS. But I don't use OBS, I use StreamYard. So
yeah, because they decided
really embarrassing.
Because OBS is just a pain in the ass.
Oh, it's a pain in the ass to have guests in it.
It's basically impossible. There's some open source studio thing you can do, or I guess you can use Discord
or jury rig StreamYards.
Yeah, you can. I could use OBS to StreamYards to because you use the StreamYards to multi-stream, but it's just what a fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah,
oh my god, that'd be embarrassing. I mean, the only other thing that could be more embarrassing is I don't know, going on Twitter and saying a bunch of shit that could be used against you. You start talking about complaining about loving life and being an optimist, and sometimes you say shit that sounds like an optimist who loves life and life fucks you like a pessimist from Tinder. And then somebody brings up they say by life you mean doing a bunch of blow and swinging, right? And among other things here, and wait, where did it go? There we go. And as somebody says, do you love your kid's life when they're dirty, smelly, hungry, and begging for food and attention at church and school? Nick says they never were. And somebody brings up, and you never did coke. And Nick says, and this is Nick's account, chat. So there's a presumption this is a certified account that Nick has control over. There's a presumption this is Nick saying this.
He still follows
I did
Sean.
a fucking mountain of cocaine.
That's hilarious.
I did a fucking mountain of cocaine. And Stringer Bell, once again, it's evergreen, chat. I mean, really, what the fuck? Why would you say that? Oh, I was just joking. It's sarcasm. Nobody thinks it's a joke. You're not funny. Nobody thinks you're funny.
That's
people
not
think
sarcasm.
Exhibit 1, Your Honor. Your Honor, I was just joking. It's so weird and funny. It's like going to Denny's, Your Honor. No, it's not going to work, Nick. It's not going to work. But, Your Honor, you got to wear the ball, though. Your Honor, once you recuse, Eric July must have put you up to this. Because everybody knows I'm funny. I tell funny jokes. I'm the joke man. Like, why would you do this to yourself?
I'm a comedian.
Why? Holy Jesus. You're not going to ack your way out of this, Nick. Holy cow, Omi. So yeah, there's some Ricada updates, and one of them is, don't be a complete fucking retard and tweet out that you committed crimes. That's the other big update there, chat. That's the other big update. Don't be fucking retarded. Don't be fucking retarded.
Yes, that's usually that's
pretty
good
easy.
advice. For
it's
sure.
pretty
Yes.
easy, chat. It's
Don't
pretty
be
easy to
don't
do.
be a retard.
Yellow Flash, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you saying, lol, what an idiot. He really posted those? Yes, he did. And then he tried to, gay up that I was doing something and forgot he wasn't using a fucking sock account and deleted it. So, good job, Nick. Good job. Nick's legal strategy is a Sean impersonation defense. Yes. He's going to be, Your Honor, that wasn't my house. That was Sean Martin's house. The fat man was a shapeshifter like a dude. He tried to make my kids do cocaine. Yes, I'm sure that's going to be the argument now.
Oh, there's a few. So let's see.
Beardo's.
I haven't watched all of these. Nick Ricardo in April in Maltese Twitter Zberg out.
Skid marked Batman Under Roofs for $5 says, just coming in, did you see the Nick and April spurging out on Twitter about an hour ago? I've seen some of it. People have forwarded to me. It seems like the guy's off his meds, but that's par for the course with Pope Nick, the racket's the rail king. Whether or not you're high or coming down or whatever else it is, with someone who's a substance abuser, you can expect erratic behavior, and it's erratic behavior from a drug addict. Shocker. Right? Shocker. A drug addict is acting erratic. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh God, that's crazy. That's insane that a drug addict is acting crazy.
You are coping and seething.
God.
You just can't accept what you're seeing.
Flashing a wicked smile in your direction. What else do I have to do to get your attention, stupid?
Yes, you're coping.
I've come full circle, April. Did a little classic humor slip in there. Yes, I finally came for once in my life. I know. You want me to be Ricada Law, but you're going to find out how much cooler I am someday. Who's this Nick guy you keep mentioning? I wish I could find him. Fucking Christ.
Notice that her handle is now April Law. Her handle is now
April Law
yeah.
1111.
Oh, is it? Jesus.
Yeah.
There was debate that this is Nick posting under April's account.
Yeah, because this is she was previously April Imhoff.
Those responses kind of sound pretty cringy.
And hang on, when was this account? Oh no, because it's 10,000 posts. It's April's account. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good God. I forgive this man, even if some things he does are real shitty. I still understand the good parts of him. This isn't Nick. This is April.
That sounds more like April.
I forgive you, but that doesn't mean I won't have fun at your expense. I know you love a good bit. Bloody hell. This is all within hours. This is 2 hours, 2 hours ago. Fucking hell. Can't stop, won't stop tweeting. got double the number of posts.
That's not that much more than me. Fucking rookie numbers, Nick. He's been on Twitter way longer than I have. Yeah, he was having a little tiff with Brianna Wu of all people.
I have 5,000 posts.
How many do I have?
Tom Wallace for $5 says, a fiver to congratulate Nick on his next child.
Profile. I have 13.7 thousand. I've only been on Twitter for 2 years. Well, at least on that account. My account.
God, this is just so fucking...
Get lost, nerd. Nerd. He thinks he's in Revenge of the Nerds. He thinks he's a jock.
Apparently, Nick Rekieta has said things. I don't remember the exact quote, but he has said things that seem to imply. Well, he said that Lawtube knew about his drug use and didn't do anything about it. Something to that effect. Lawtube knew about his drug use and didn't do anything about it. Okay, first of all, I didn't know, and I'm not sure that anyone necessarily knew, although we might have suspected based on things, but that's a difference from knowing. So I'm not sure that anyone knew it was true. Some people suspected, some people thought it was pretty self-evident, but I'm not sure, strictly speaking, anyone knew. Second of all, even if we did know, what the hell were we supposed to do about it exactly? What is Nick Rekieta exactly chiding us for? What did we fail to do that we should have done? If we did know that he was using drugs and using cocaine, what is it exactly that he thinks we should have done that we didn't do? What were we supposed to do exactly? I don't know.
Didn't they stage an intervention anyway? Like, I thought someone said that there was an intervention. Like,
no, they were planning intervention.
One. Yeah, okay.
Drexel said they were planning one.
As I'm sure you can appreciate from overall, other things, Nick is a fairly independent guy. And, Lawtube has been trying to provide him some counsel and recommendations and suggestions with respect to his post-arrest issues. We've been suggesting, for example, he keep his mouth shut. We've been suggesting, for example, these motions don't really work. We've been suggesting that he should probably seek some sort of diversionary deal. Maybe if he's really, really nice, he could have gotten maybe a misdemeanor with an eye towards an eventual dismissal, right? Maybe if he was really, really nice, he could have gotten a misdemeanor. And like, if you keep your nose clean, in this case, somewhat literally, for some period of time, then the misdemeanor conviction just completely disappears and it's like it never happened, right? Maybe he was really, really good. He could have gotten that thing. As you may have noticed, Nick Rekieta has not been exactly taking our advice when it comes to his post-arrest motions. He's not exactly been taking our advice with respect to, the motions not working, and with respect to the, maybe you should try to do some sort of long-term drug treatment, and maybe you have a problem, and maybe you shouldn't be making the statements, and maybe you should be seeking a more contrite attitude and asking the government for a little bit of mercy.
Tumblr says Nick will no doubt plead ineffective counsel, by which he will mean himself. I'm pretty sure he can't do that.
Our suggestions have not exactly been well received, so I'm not sure why he thinks there was anything we could have done that would have stopped the behavior in the first place. I'm not sure what we were supposed to do that would have been effective on any level. So I don't know. I got nothing.
Shut up, nerd.
Stop listening to Barnes was also high on our suggestion list.
Yes.
That was high on our suggestion list. Doesn't seem to really be going super well on that domain. Yeah. His blaming is another addict technique to shift blame from his behavior and allow him to continue his use. Nick is not well and no place ready for recovery. That seems to be true. Again, he doesn't seem to accept.
No, it's okay. He's finished his not rehab. Oh, dude, that was this week as well. The Patrick Melton thing was this week. Jesus. Okay. We need to discuss, this guy is fucking weird. Like, this from Third World Aristocrat or Third World? No. Yeah, maybe Third World something.
Yeah, Third World.
So this is like someone else Nick is standing for now. Like, yeah, it's just.
You're a fucking uncommitted loser. You don't give a fuck about anything.
This guy is a Aaron Imholt orbiter, which is, it's like, what? That'd be like me having orbiters. Which I guess Dave is an orbiter. Does that count?
And yet you pretend to be a victim
Cynthia.
about everything. Again, fuck your wife.
No, Cynthia doesn't care
fuck
about
your
me.
children. Fuck your children.
We're bottom feeders, remember? We're down here at the bottom, keeping the ecosystem clean. Yeah, we're important to the environment.
Fuck your little brown mulatto children. Fuck them in their little asses. Yeah, I hope they bleed walking around Neverland Ranch.
You can't help having child porn if someone just sends you child porn. So when people piss me off from now on, I'm just going, here's some child porn. And I know now I'm gonna get so much child porn in my mail. Fucking die.
Oh no. Oh shit.
Yeah. Joke's on you. I say.
Just jokes, chat. Just jokes. Ugh. Like, just jokes.
Save it and jack to it. I save it and jack to it. I save it and jack to it. Is that illegal to say? That's not. I fuck kids.
Allegedly.
I dare you to be trapped in a fucking coal mine with a kid and not fuck it.
Oh God.
My name is.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Imagine what I think of my daddy, Aaron, when I'm older and see all of his videos.
No.
I can't wait until I'm 18 and come on Patrick's show and come at the same time as Patrick.
Jesus.
It will be glorious. Catch you losers on Onlyfans in 5 years. Hugs and kisses, boo.
I too can't wait until you are 18.
Or as cup holders. And she's singing like, dude, she's right.
Your daughter's got a cup holder too. I hate to tell you. Turn her upside down.
No.
Oh boy.
Stop talking about my precious children. Meet me outside. I'm not having fun at all.
Fuck your kids. And I mean literally. Like by the time I'm divorced, she'll be 18. She might spread for me. I'm not opposed to talking about fucking Imhole. Not now. She's way, way, way too tight. Anything goes. Except taking little No one's into your kids. And by the way, if I was gonna fuck children, I'd find hotter ones. Your daughter's ugly and fat. Bring me.
I know you're probably disgusted by most of what you see going on, and I'll be really honest with you. You're not wrong for feeling that way.
God.
Me a hot 10-year-old. And he's gotta be a boy, because I want to really feel him fight back. This person reached out to me and let me know of some turmoil that's been caused by my program, apparently, for 3 children. I won't say their name. But 3.
Eric says he kind of got ran off. He hasn't streamed in a few days, and he's either privates or deletes most of Aaron videos. That cease and desist from Aaron's ex must have spooked him. From the wood chipper to the wall. Yeah, well.
Yep.
Stabby says when Patrick tried to save CP, people send him. He just gets a notification asking to replace existing files. Oh.
Ooh.
Fucking Christ.
Disk capacity.
children very close to Aaron, asking me to back off.
I can understand comment like being funny. This is not.
There's
funny.
no jokes.
I'm waiting for the jokes.
Where's funny?
Like you can make, like I'm sure there is a way to make a child rape joke. This ain't it. This feels like wish casting. And if I were local PD and I saw this shit, I'd be filling out the warrant application.
Yeah.
Or I'd be finding some reason to confiscate your hard drive. Because I'm pretty sure I know what I'd find.
Ask the feds if they noticed him downloading child porn.
Yeah.
It's usually they've got trainers
for the children. Look, Nick Rekieta says he's not retarded.
Nick Rekieta told me I could come on your grave. He told me I could come on your mother's grave.
Where are the kid?
What is it with that physiognomy, man? Like the pedophile physiognomy. Like it's this guy. It's fucking Vito. Like what the fuck?
Where are your kids?
Like it's all those fucking Democrats. Like I see. Like fucking. They all look the fucking same, man. They all look like the white guys for Harris people.
Where are
White
your
dudes for
children?
Harris.
Yeah, white dudes for Harris. Yes, sorry.
I mean, you're looking at they've got gay marriage. They've almost won the transgender argument, and pedophiles is going to be the next movement.
Yeah, that's right, Stabby. You can make them at the expense of the pedophile, just like I did, not at the expense of a child.
Yeah. Or it's one jab of a joke, and you move on. You don't linger on it.
Yeah, you don't sit there being like, yeah.
Because if you say it sounds like you're a fucking pedophile.
Stabby says, let's not forget about when Ralph forgot his stream was running while looking at pics of Soph and making some odd noises. Yes. Well, he's probably...
Oh, God.
They're all pedos.
Yeah.
That's their secret. They're just not very good at keeping it secret. They just have to fucking advertise that they're all fucking pedos.
Well, they feel nowadays it's actually not as vilified.
Yeah,
I'm
just going to tap the sign.
Yeah, tap the sign.
Yeah, it's not that hard. They just want to fuck kids. So, anyway, so so Kayla submitted her I guess, notice that she's going to squash the warrant, and Nick submitted his appeal, his petition for discretionary review, which I'm told is the state equivalent of an interlocutory appeal. So. Basically, the case stops and it goes to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals says, "Okay, we'll take it up." So I guess this is like in his civil case. He's appealing a decision of the court, which would have been another discretionary review. So the case stops while he's appealing it. He's basically saying that no, I should have had the Franks hearing, and that the judge was mistaken. I deserved a Franks hearing, and let me make the exact same argument to the appellate court that I did to the county court, and we'll see how we go there. So Nick's flushing more money down the toilet. He is desperate to try and get out of any kind of justification. Like he's desperate. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to have a conviction. Full stop. He is at this point. All he cares about is saving his internet cred. He wants to be able to say, "See, technically, I didn't get convicted. Technically." So yeah. So I guess we'll have to wait until the appeals court now rules. So, what was it? The 28th was so Monday is Kayla's filing or Kayla's case. And it was supposed to be November 26th or something. Actually, yeah, it was the week of Thanksgiving that was Nick's. What was it? The case conference, settlement conference. So settlement conferences for his criminal case was the week of Thanksgiving, and there was another hearing for his case with Montegraph that same week. So I guess that case conference ain't happening unless the Minnesota Appeals Court quickly comes back and says, "Are you fucking stupid?" and immediately rejects the request. So that's the Ricada news. Unless you guys have anything else,
we can always pray.
No, all I know is that he's blocking everybody today. That's all I've been seeing is the Spurge out.
I'm not
Get
blocked.
shoved in a locker, nerd.
Must because I'm not a nerd.
Only the cool kids can talk to me now. Fucking nerds.
Pay attention to your own life. God, you people are so fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, don't touch the cows. Don't touch the cows.
Naples family seeing these is really going to take concerned ex-user to call in a wellness check. Ricada Law rapidly switching between accounts in a desperate bid to disprove the fact that he's caught red-handed performing gay ops. Seems people keep mistaking you for me. I can't seem to find you. Could you clear things up a bit? I'm right here.
Give us nerd.
Anyway, that's the Ricada section. Yeah. Let me put away the cats. Thank you, cats. You are dismissed.
Mm.
So. What the fuck is this? Oh, stabby. All right, let's. Hang on. All right. So Stabby sent me something, so I have to play it. Present a video file.
Oh no. Okay, the law followers. I am a man interested in women, men's, couples, trans.
Why is my camera so on?
Brother,
Anyway, moving along. 5.6 million vacant homes and counting. There is a massive housing crisis brewing in America. So apparently there is 5.6 million vacant homes in the United States. So, okay.
Is it too fucking expensive?
No, but they're just being left vacant. Like, why would, like, it's like here. There's all these vacant homes that people are just land banking.
Yeah, because it's an investment, not
foreign investment.
Housing.
Yeah. Mick Kenny says, "I've arrived, you bigots and underworlders. State your pronouns and neurodivergence level."
I don't know what
Thermo,
level.
he, him.
I don't know what neurodivergence level means.
1.
What's your mental illness?
0. Zombie houses. Yeah. Eric says, "But Nick and April get all coked about sitting in a dark room listening to his infernal majesty tweeting." Oh, dude, I love him. I've been to a him concert. They were fucking great. That's a great band. Norwegian Love Metal is awesome. Anyway, speaking of Norwegian Love Metal, the WNBA will lose $40 million this season, and its NBA investors are growing impatient. While the WNBA is getting sellout crowds for the finals between New York Liberty and Minnesota Lynx, the league's owners will not be making a return on their investment for the foreseeable future, sources close to the situation said. Indeed, fucking Meat Candy. Him is fucking awesome. I'll just have to ban Eric now, sorry. The NBA owns nearly 60% of the league. Tom Bliss says, "Is there a band called He Him?" No, but if there's not, there should be. It should be a Christian band. He Him. Do you have a heartogram tattoo? No, I have no tattoos because tattoos are permanent. And I don't like needles. So my daughter has tattoos, but she doesn't have a heartgram tattoo. That's a good idea. She wanted it, like, she's got a tattoo for each of us, and she was asking what tattoo I wanted. And I wanted her to get actually, I'll find it. I wanted her to get this. I'm a big fan of Thor. I kind of look like Thor in that I'm tall, built, blondish, and I used to have long hair. Also, I've got like some Mjolnirs around the place. So
and I wanted her to invaded the lands of Australia.
I invaded the lands of Australia, yes. I wanted her to get something like this, so Mjolnir. So, but actually, not this. This is pretty basic, bitch. Probably something more like this, like a bit more Norse themey. So, to represent. So, my grandfather used to write a phrase in cards that all the kids got, and she got that in his handwriting tattooed on her arm for him. She has something for her brother on her leg that was like no, her brother actually has something from her on his leg that's actually funny, but they've all, she's got like scars from each of us. So not scars, you see I read that fucking comment and thought scars. She's got tattoos that represent each of them. So yeah, that's a good idea. I could work a heartogram into that. Because I worry, like, if I tell her, like, oh yeah, get a, like, because I said, oh, you know, that would be a good representation for me. And I worry now that if she goes and gets a fucking like Hammer of Thor tattoo, it'll end up being like, oh, she's a Nazi, because it's like, oh, it's Norse. Oh, that means Nazi. So I worry about that. So, but the heartogram, that would be fine. But yeah, anyway. But yes, so the NBA owns 60% of the WNBA. When one combines the NBA owners' personal stakes in WNBA teams and the WNBA itself, it rises to 75%. A source with direct knowledge of the number said. So NBA team owners have invested hundreds of millions in the WNBA since its 1996 formation. The WNBA owes the NBA so much money that they won't see a windfall for years. So this season it's set to lose $40 million, which is a bit better than the $50 million forecast. Starting in the 2026 season, the WNBA will get up to $2.2 billion over 11 years as part of the new basketball media contracts. So that's what, $2.2 billion over 11 years? That's what? It's what, 100 million? No, 200 million a year? Yeah, $200 million a year in media contracts. That's nothing. That'll mean at least $100 million annual increase from what the NBA currently makes from national media contracts, which is around $60 million. So WNBA is set to expand its regular season and playoff schedule to generate more revenue, but the players are expected to opt out of the current collective bargaining contract by November 1 deadline. And if they do that, that means salaries are likely to rise, which would eat into that potential $60 million 2026 profit by the league. $100 million in television revenue turning the projected $40 million loss into a $60 million gain. So, yeah, of course, we've just negotiated more money for the league. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like Stabby, Caitlin Clark's the only thing that brings in the crowds. And she's what? She's probably going to play for 4 or 5 years. So, and then want to start a family or something. So she's got to get that bag as quickly as possible. And then it'll be the Olympics, and maybe she'll probably end up hurting herself, or getting an injury, or like picking up an injury somewhere, because one of the black players will be jealous and they'll bowl her over, and she'll end up with an injury, and then that'll be it for the league. Nobody will fucking give a shit about the WNBA anymore. Some WNBA, they want more transparency about when they will get to see some return on the sudden popularity of the WNBA. Yeah, you won't. bro. You absolutely won't. So, I think she got a Nike deal. Yeah, I think she did. I know she's like she's a rep for State Farm as well. So, like, she's making some bank. She's got to get that bag as quickly as possible, man.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah. Anyway, so Mr. Beast released his new Lunchables. Lunchlies, they're called. So this woman compared them. She opened them and they were moldy.
I was shooting a video comparing Lunchly to Lunchables, and I opened the first package, which was supposed to be good until December 8th, 2024. And we just got this one. This was fresh from the store this morning, and there is a ton of mold in there. I honestly wasn't expecting that. I was thinking that, maybe they would taste pretty similar. Just, not have that best or better for you ingredients. And I was going to go over nutritional facts and things, but this is really concerning. So I just am
just eat around it. It's fine.
Filming just to take a little break to show this. And I have a fork. Denise, is this okay if I use this? Yeah. Okay. I have a fork and I'm just going to dig into it just to see. Oh yeah. Okay.
That's pretty old cheese. It takes cheese a while to do that.
Yeah. Like a long time.
Like probably 6-8 weeks in the fridge. Past its use by.
Is a ton of mold. This is really dangerous. I was shooting a video.
I don't know about dangerous. It could be, depending on what type of mold.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's disgusting, man.
I don't fuck around with mold just because I've got allergic to penicillin.
Cheese is mold, idiot. No, it's not, you fucking moron.
No.
Blue cheese is very expensive. Oh yes, it's top quality blue cheese from Mr. Beast. You opened it and let it sit outside for the fucking stand, the Mr. Beast stands.
Fucking Jesus. Yeah.
Maybe they did the expired date wrong. Yeah, let me justify it. Fuck off. God, you fucking people. This story had me very scared for the world. Jeremy Clarkson reveals horrific lifestyle changes after undergoing terrifying urgent heart surgery. Clarkson says he hates his horrific new lifestyle after the recent health scare. Former Top Gear presenter 64 underwent a heart procedure after experiencing sudden deterioration in his health. He was rushed to hospital in an ambulance in recent weeks. After suffering from worrying symptoms, including being clammy with a tightness in my chest, pins and needles in my left arm, he had a stent fitted after doctors discovered that one of his arteries was completely blocked. Damn.
That sucks.
That's, not good. Although he is now in recovery, Jeremy has made clear he's not happy about the advice he's been given to look after himself going forward. Writing about his extremely urgent surgery, Jeremy said he wasn't scared at the time, but now after being told how he must live my life from now on, I'm literally not allowed to have fun anymore. This is terrifying. The worst problem, though, is diet. To cut my alarmingly high levels of cholesterol, I need to cut out completely everything I like eating. Bacon, sausage, beef, lamb, pork, butter, chips, proper milk, Cadbury fruit nut bars, and the interesting bit in an egg, I think it's the yolk. I've had a week now to live in this new regime, and it's horrific. Have you ever tried kale? Well, don't, because it's like eating the contents of a AAA battery. Kale's fine, Jeremy. Jesus. I actually don't mind kale. Kale and spinach, they're fucking great.
Spinach is fine.
Spinach and kale, they are really good. Spinach, I've done keto a few times.
Good,
good very combo. Good. Like kale and spinach, great. He explained his hatred of Greek yogurt and almond milk. Yes, Greek yogurt is pointless, and almond milk is not milk; it's nut juice.
Yep.
Jeremy lamented how he has to cut out drinking alcohol and take up exercising. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks.
I've always seen this as something you do when traveling from the car to the pub or from the lunch table to the sitting room. But apparently, when I've recovered from the operation, I must do more, he wrote. Being advised by his doctor to slow down and take up a hobby like golf, Jeremy was not impressed, listing all the commitments he has, including writing 3 newspaper columns a week, owning a brewery, a pub, a shop, and hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, plus running a farm and making a television show about that. Reflecting on how he grabbed the gift of life by the scruff of its neck and went berserk. Brazena said he had no regrets about never saying no to anything that sounded exciting. Tombola says quadruple bypass. My dad had to have one. Most of the dietary cholesterol science is under question due to correlation not being causation. Yeah. Yeah. Because now we realize that that seed oils are actually really fucking bad for you, and that we should have been cooking with tallow this whole fucking time. And that prick,
like we were,
that prick who had a fucking coronary and then went on a jihad against fucking against tallow, fucking ruined it for everybody. That heart health guy, fuck that guy. He ruined it for everybody.
He fucked it up.
Stabby said there was likely some inconsistency with shipping things. Truck got too hot or sat on a pallet too long, which is why they put so many preservatives in the food. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Kale is bastard cabbage. Napa is the superior cabbage type. What? No, it's not. I know most of like cruciferous vegetables have wild cabbage as their root. No pun intended. Because I know like what is it? Cabbage, obviously. Cauliflower. They always the same. They all have the same root vegetable.
Like cauliflower, broccoli,
wild cabbage.
They're basically the same plant, but just taking bits, like sections of them.
Yeah, Brassica olisea is like wild cabbage, and from wild cabbage, like there are so many, like basically all the cruciferous vegetables are the same fucking plant. They've just been selectively cultivated to bring out different
sections of
different what's it called, traits.
Traits.
This is wild cabbage, Brassica ocelera, and it looks like this. It literally looks like a weed, and human cultivation turned this fucking thing into fucking cauliflower, kale, broccoli, fucking Savoy cabbage, Brussels sprout, like fucking insane. Human cultivation is fucking incredible. Like, look at this shit. All from the same root cultivar. We turned wild cabbage into cabbage, Savoy cabbage, red cabbage, cone cabbage, Guyane, collard greens, Jersey cabbage, ornamental kale, Jacinto kale, perpetual kale, kaleette, marrow cabbage, Trochunda kale, Brussels sprouts, kohlrabi, broccoli, cauliflower, collini, Romanesco broccoli, broccoli de Torblo, broccoli flower, and broccolini. It's all the same fucking plant. We've just cultivated it slightly differently to bring out different traits and turned it into totally different fucking plants. That is insane to me. Like,
my favorite is broccoli.
Crazy. On this list, cauliflower is all right, especially if you you use it to make other stuff.
Like it
because if you've ever done keto, a lot of the keto recipes, which I totally endorse it. 100% keto is great. If you want to cut weight, or if you want to change your diet, you feel like you're not getting enough bacon or butter. You can have butter in your coffee. Can you imagine that? Butter in your coffee. But yeah, like you take cauliflower and you break it down into like a rice, and then you can have it as rice. Like you boil it and then you boil it again, and it becomes cauliflower rice.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have your normal meals that you would normally make and use cauliflower as rice. So you're removing the carbohydrate and replacing it with cauliflower. Or you can crush it down into a powder, like into a flour, and turn it into fucking into basically anything you can use to make flour, like anything you use flour for.
Breads, pastas, all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
breads, pastas, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think most of the stuff on this list I'm a fan of. Like cabbage is fucking great. My missus makes a fucking killer cabbage dish. Cabbage is starting to get real expensive though. Like it's insane how fucking expensive stuff's getting. Kale's getting fucking expensive. Kale was always really fucking steep. Brussels sprouts too are starting to get fucking insane. But yeah, I can't think of anything here that like I'm not a fan of. Mercifully, artichokes don't come from this. I can't fucking stand artichokes. My missus loves artichoke hearts, and I just can't. I don't understand it. You could probably make pancakes from cabbage flour, yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Cauliflower. You could probably make pancakes from that. Kale is the Haiti of cabbage cultivars. But yes. However, the Grim Reaper has poked his nose around long nose around the door. He decided I did quite fancy living a bit longer. So yeah, Clarkson is not dead, but he almost died, or could have died. So, but mercifully, the good Lord has decided to keep Clarkson around for hopefully 20 years. A helicopter reportedly crashed into a cell tower and burst into flames.
Ooh.
Well, yeah, there was people talking like, oh shit, something left.
Oof.
Yeah.
Officials said the tower involved in the crash was a radio tower belonging to Univision's Quebuena at 102.9, KLTN, and Latino Mix 104.9, Kaama FM. A report indicated the helicopter was operated by a touring company and the FAA will be involved in investigation.
Yeah.
That's the tower. Those towers have fucking like markers on them.
They should have markers on them.
Like there should be there'll be a
Otherwise you can't
light at
see
the
them.
top. Well, there'll be a light at the top. Like
yeah.
Fucking
Otherwise you can't see them because they're too thin.
Fried breaded cauliflower. Well, you can use the cauliflower to bread like schnitzels. Like there's plenty of stuff you can do with it. My favorite fucking dish, like for keto, is I used to do. You'd take spinach and kale, a fuck ton of it, and you would do a bacon weave, and you'd essentially wrap the spinach and kale. You'd put the spinach and kale inside the bacon weave, and then I think it was bacon, and I think maybe there's cheese inside as well. But yeah, you'd have like bacon and cheese like wrapped around kale, and you'd bake it in the oven, and the bacon would would become crispy on the outside, and you could cut it like a loaf, and you'd have like basically a loaf of bacon, cheese, and spinach and kale. It's fucking great. Miss that. It's making me hungry.
That sounds good.
Did I? Oh yeah, I hit the button there. Yeah, cool. So Lips of TikTok says the city of Fort Collins, Colorado just installed a new Pride crosswalk paid for by tax dollars. Mayor Pro Tem Emily Francis cut the ribbon in a ceremony to unveil it.
There we go. Are we ready? All right. 1, 2, 3.
How dare she cut a pride ribbon? That's fucking Colorado.
I don't understand why they keep doing this. It's going to get tire marks on it. They're going to complain.
Meat Candy says, I like cauliflower. It's great. Roasted, fried, butter poached, grilled, smoked, steamed, or raw with ranch. I don't know about raw with ranch. However, there's no such thing as cauliflower steaks. It's vegan pink hair propaganda. This is true.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fact. Meat is meat. Meat, like beef are steaks. Pork are steaks. Cauliflower is not a steak.
Yes.
Let's check in with the UK. Father of 4 rioter Peter Lynch, who died in prison, took his own life while serving 2 years in jail for violent disorder and abusing police in anti-migrant protest. So a father of 4 who was jailed for shouting abuse at police officers, he was calling them all corrupt. Outside a hotel housing asylum seekers, took his own life in prison, according to sources. Peter Lynch, 61, a father of 4, died on Saturday night at HMP Maudland near Doncaster in South Yorkshire. The prison service confirmed. He was serving a 2-year and 8-month prison term after being jailed in August. The Prison and Probation Ombudsman, PPO, is now carrying out an independent investigation into his death.
Yep.
This very important story. Lynch, who had diabetes, thyroid issues, and angina, and recently suffered a heart attack, was put behind bars for screaming at police outside a hotel in Rotherham housing asylum seekers. That sounds like a reasonable thing to do. Let's put the diabetic guy with thyroid issues and angina who recently had a heart attack behind bars for two years and 8 months because he yelled at some police at a riot.
For speech.
For speech, yeah.
No violent acts, just speech.
The grandfather, who was described
Doesn't
as a
matter if he was
conspiracy
yelling at
theorist, went to the Holiday Inn Express in Manvers on August 4th, waving a placard which accused police officers, MPs, NASA, and the Environment Agency of being corrupt. During his sentence on August 22, Lynch, who was called a family man, pleaded guilty to violent disorder after he shouted racist and provocative remarks towards police and called asylum seekers child killers.
Man. Why'd you go guilty? I know why they go guilty, but still, man.
Well, they were all told that this was incredibly serious and that the Crown Prosecution Service was going to make sure that they were all held on remand. And it was very likely that if they were held on remand, their case would take as long as possible.
Yep.
So it was going to be dragged out as long as possible. They were going to make sure that the process was the punishment.
Mm-hmm.
So, and here's him carrying a sign: all corrupt MPs, PMs by WHO, Davos, NASA, WFO, WEF, Vanguard, BlackRock Environmental Agency, PMs, MPs, police chiefs, TV media, judiciary, judges, deep state, heads of civil servant reporters, like yada yada yada.
Yeah.
So he's just a fucking old nutbag. So, but they threw him in prison, and
and let his condition kill him,
and let him die. They don't care.
Yeah,
so.
I doubt that he would took his own life. I bet you they just let him put him in the cell and let him die.
Yeah. So good job, Americans.
Wait, this is UK, not America.
Sorry. Yeah. So. Anyway.
If it was America, he wouldn't be arrested for his speech.
Extreme haunted house accused of being a torture chamber under disguise. Comes with a 40-page waiver as calls to shut it down intensify.
I am here because I want everyone to know the truth on Russ.
You made a big mistake.
Russ McCamey aspired to be an entertainer and became the torturer.
You go to McCamey.
Okay, that's weird. It's the torture of chamber in disguise is still operating despite the owner being probed for traumatizing visitors and calls for the sadistic experience to be permanently axed. McCamley Manor, the controversial house of horrors in Summertown, about 70 miles northwest of Nashville, has for years been dogged by claims of violence and inhumane treatment against participants who are at one point forced to sign a 40-page waiver just to enter. Jesus Christ.
Then don't enter.
Yeah. A twisted attraction waiver indicated that tooth pulling, finger breaking, or head shaving might also have to be endured. We're known for no quitting and no safe word. Holy shit! This is an ad for a documentary.
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. God damn. So don't do that. I don't know why I keep getting not enough memory to open this page. Close other tabs. Out of memory, but it's only the New York Post.
It's telling us something.
Yeah, that's right. It's like you use this too much, bro. Come on, fuck. Suspected Tren de Agua gang members caught after fleeing brutal Stanford murder scene. 2 alleged members of Tren de Agua were caught while on the run with 2 younger kids after they allegedly murdered a man inside a Stamford, Connecticut hotel room. The Venezuelan migrants were arrested in Rensselaer, New York, as they were on the run for allegedly murdering and robbing a 49-year-old man in Connecticut. Police in Rensselaer, New York arrested Gregory Martina Marilyn Galiendez Trias, 24, and Moises Alejandro Condoloro Urbaneja, 22, Wednesday, as the two were trying to use a stolen credit card at an Amtrak station while accompanied by their children, aged 1 and 3. Fucking Christ.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. And these lovely individuals.
All because the border's basically opened.
I'm going to ask people to surge to the border. Because they claim asylum. That's why I'm not.
Because you guys told them to do that.
Yeah. Well, these guys are just taking advantage at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Bank of America executive stripped of his role after death of Green Beret employee who worked 100 hours per week.
What?
A Bank of America executive with a reputation for driving junior bankers hard has been reassigned to a new role in the company. So hasn't even been fired. He's just been reassigned. Gary Howe was the head of Bank of America's financial institution group and been known to not strictly enforce the 80-hour working week maximum rule for his junior bankers. Working under Howe had been Leo Lukness III, a former Green Beret, who died suddenly in May at the age of 35. He'd been working around the clock close to a major merger before his death.
COVID got him.
Yeah, we haven't died suddenly in quite a while. In the weeks prior, Lukness complained about the amount of time he'd been working and had considered asking for a 10% pay cut in return for fewer hours and more sleep. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
There he
But
is.
maybe the job's not worth it.
Yeah. Now, Howe, a senior executive of the bank, has had his oversight of the division stripped, with some suggesting it may be only a matter of time before he leaves the company entirely. I guess good.
Hopefully he gets kicked out. But
I mean, if you can draw a direct line to the guy's death, you've got a wrongful death suit. There's got to be lawyers sniffing around.
Mm-hmm.
This girl be spitting fire.
Did you know? The word politics comes from poly meaning many and ticks meaning blood-sucking parasite.
Okay.
Did I do the Lucas Kuntz story? Which one's that one?
Kuntz. Did think we did that?
Oh, was this the one that shot? Yeah, we did that in the election coverage.
Yeah,
because he was shooting fucking metal plates like 10 feet away. Yeah, they were shooting steel targets at spitting range. Yeah, we did that one.
Yeah, shooting
Stabby,
steel targets.
Do you know if it's true that there was
range.
tannerite on the table as well? Because I saw someone saying that's like a container of tannerite on the table, which would have been fuck. Because I said when we were covering it that would have been fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a ricochet, if the ricochet, instead of hitting the journalist, which arguably is very funny, the ricochet hit a container of tannerite that then took out
everyone,
all of them. Stabby says there was tannerite containers on the table, but they didn't look mixed to me though. Oh, okay.
Ah, boo.
Boo. That would have been a great 6 feet under moment. So Thread, this is Brian Krasenstein. He keeps accusing Donald Trump of being a fraud, rapist, and a liar, whilst he's got way more skeletons in there in his own closet. I think at this point we all know about Brian Krasenstein being a giant fucking fraud, and his latest grift is just grifting the left.
Yeah.
So they're not twins; they're just scammers. So. And probably butt buddies.
Most likely,
Canada is not okay. In a third case, a man in his 40s with inflammatory bowel disease who was socially isolated and addicted to opioids and alcohol was told about MAID, which is medical assistance in dying, during a psychiatric assessment. His family wasn't consulted beforehand, and the MAID provider drove him to the location where he received an assisted death.
Oh my god.
So yeah, Mario Nuffall says, is Canada killing its poor? Assisted suicides disproportionately affecting low-income communities. New reports from Ontario reveal rising concerns about medical assistance in dying for non-terminal patients, as medically assisted suicide rates are higher in low-income areas. You want to talk about a genocide? In one of the most shocking cases mentioned in the report, a man with an opioid addiction, that was the one I was just talking about, was offered MAID during a psychiatric assessment without family consultation. Report called for a more coordinated care system to address the underlying issues such as housing, mental health, and social vulnerability. This was always going to be the case when you had a system where you let people medically commit suicide who aren't terminal.
Naturally, that's going to be the poor.
If I can understand euthanasia in circumstances where you have a terminal diagnosis.
But we're way past that now.
But this is way past this. Like, I'm glad it's Canada doing it and not us, because at least it means it's not happening here. And you can point to Canada's experience and go, holy shit, they're killing the poor. They're killing the poor. They're killing the young. They're killing the sick.
I post something in private chat.
He posted something in private chat.
Yes.
Shit. Paste.
I don't know if you can play it on stream though.
Oh, kill the poor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's that Mitchell and Webb and they kill all the poor segment. Yeah.
Have you considered killing all the poors?
We considered killing the poor people.
Just put it in numbers.
Costy says, what voting bloc would use MAID if it were introduced in the US? Donald Trump would totally use MAID on the illegals. And we both know that the Democrats would use MAID on the Republicans.
Yes. But it would be easier for the Republicans to use on the Democrats.
Stabby says, I think they bought the gift pack right before they started that day. It looked like the plastic jugs and orange pouches that came in it. It also comes with a Tannerite coffee. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. And it would the fucking the pièce de resistance of that fucking entire photo op was that Adam Kinzinger was there. That, like, fucking chair jockey fucking hero. Mr. fucking I served in the military. Like, I served in the military. It's like, bro, number one, you served in the Air Force. Number two, you weren't a combat pilot. You flew fucking transports. Like, and you didn't even fly cargo transports. He flew fucking Gulfstreams. Like, he flew VIPs around. Like, turn it up.
Come on.
Jesus. So the European Parliament has approved a $35 billion euro loan to Ukraine that is backed by Russian assets that have been seized or frozen Russian state assets. So at least they're locking it to something, I guess. It's backed by Russian securities.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. He is very much a bundle of sticks.
True.
Do I have the clip? Is the clip uploaded? I do.
He's right. Individually, we are weak, like a single twig. But as a bundle, we form a mighty faggot.
Early in the night,
except Kinzinger is not a mighty one. Not in that context. Former Abercrombie and Finch CEO has been charged with sex trafficking over a dozen victims. So it's not just for black rappers. Or
just the Fall Guys,
or black manosphere guys in Romania. Jeffries, his partner Matt Smith, and he's gay. No, is that his partner in crime or his partner?
Yeah, same.
Oh no, it's his part. He's gay. Jeffries, his partner Matt Smith, and a third man, Jim Jacobson, are accused of operating an international sex trafficking and prostitution business that recruited young men for parties in the US and abroad, according to a 16-count indictment. Oh, jeez, I got the yawn, sorry. Former retail executive at Smith relied on their vast financial resources, Jeffrey's power as the CEO of Abercrombie, and numerous people, including Jacobson and a network of employees, contractors, and security professionals, to run a business that was dedicated to fulfilling their sexual desires and ensuring that their international sex trafficking and prostitution business was kept secret. They've got 15 alleged victims. Jesus. And didn't Abercrombie and Fitch always have those really fucking creepy fucking catalogs that had like the girls and the young guys who were like almost nude or in some cases nude?
That's
like I remember seeing cringy like oh wow, that's kind of creepy, man.
I don't know. It depends on when they were doing that because I am young. I barely remember ever seeing something called Abercrombie and Finch.
Let's see.
Oh
no, I was right. Yeah, here's GQ from 2015. Abercrombie and Fitch's sexiest ads, a retrospective. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of creepy shit I was talking about.
Oh no, never.
This
titties.
Never mind. So yeah, well the CEO fucking did that shit. So fucking bringing in.
Yeah, never saw that.
Yeah, so. Florida woman arrested over vile instructions she gave to child on Roblox. Don't trust Roblox, kids. Like, don't let your kids on Roblox. A woman in Florida allegedly met a 10-year-old on a gaming platform and gave the child vile instructions to torture and kill a 2-month-old infant. Tara Alexis Sykes was arrested on charges of attempted murder after she instructed the child to carry out the gruesome attack, according to Escambia County Sheriff's Department. The unnamed child reportedly dropped the infant on the ground, causing serious injuries after receiving instructions from Sykes, according to Pensacola News Journal. The suspect also allegedly told the child to kill both adults they lived with while they slept. The adults were not injured. Yes. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Look at this fucking weirdo. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, man. Fucking Jesus.
Okay.
Like, fucking straight on the fucking
words.
wall, man. Like, put that bitch straight on the fucking wall. Like,
yep.
Jesus. So, like, what? She told the child to use various methods to attempt to kill the 2-month-old child, including drowning in the bathtub, burning with scalding water, and fatally dropping the infant on the floor. Jesus Christ. She also told the child to burn their house by dousing bedsheets with aerosol spray and setting them on fire. What the fuck, man?
What is going on?
That is demonic. Like that, like, you know me, I'm not fucking super religious and I'm not like, left the demons. Like, but that's fucking demonic, man. That is legitimate fucking demonic possession shit. Like, fucking hell. Like, seriously, someone needs to exorcise this woman. There's fucking something there. Like you guys know me, I'm pretty fucking rational, but that's some fucking demonic shit.
I'll exercise it out of using a 5.56.
No, you exercise the demon first, and then you see if they're normal again. Moments from being ripped to pieces by polar bears during trip to zoo. A woman's miraculous survival after jumping in to swim with the deadly animals, sparking desperate rescue as the beasts gnawed on her.
Oh my fucking god. What a dumb bitch.
Oh! And they're like, oh, we got that snack again. Dude, they just took a chunk out of her ass. Dude, they could eat for a week on her.
Oh man, that'd be good earnings as well.
They'd end up with
granted if
they'd end up with really high
her.
cholesterol.
No, that.
Oh, thanks.
No,
thanks,
thanks,
Daily Mail. Do it after the fucking footage. Or is this new? Is this a different video? No, it's a different video. That was a polar bear going down the stairs.
I don't think that's polar bear.
That's a fucking polar bear.
Okay, that is a polar bear.
What the fuck? When polar bears attack
in Russia.
Jesus. Yeah, there it is. Fucking hell. Incredible photograph captures this bear as it pounced on the woman, biting the back of her neck. The pain of the predator's bite visible on her contorted face. How fucking dumb do you have to be? These are predators, man.
Yeah.
Like, polar bears, like, seek out humans to kill them. Like, they're fucking deadly, man. Like, I'm pretty sure polar bears have killed more humans than regular bears.
Oh, yeah.
Like, polar bears are fucking deadly. 32-year-old had repeatedly attempted to escape from the predicament by attempting to clamber up the walls by any means necessary. The terror of her predicament is seemingly never-ending as she continuously slips back into the water while 3 of the 4 bears gather around her. She comes painstakingly close to being hoisted to safety in a life ring before she plunges back into the water. On more than one occasion, she's pulled back down by one of the bears who dives under the water and grabs the victim by her backside. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking Christ. This was not the first time a visitor has dived into the enclosure. In 2008, a 37-year-old man climbed into the enclosure holding the baby polar bear Knut. The 2-year-old Knut was a global celebrity after becoming the first polar bear to be born in its infancy. Born and survived infancy at the zoo in over 30 years. Was Knut one of these fucking bears? It's like Knut's revenge. The man climbed to the paddock because he thought Knut was lonely. However, before he could get any close to the animal, zookeepers noted the intruder and lured Knut into an unlockable area. A piece of meat, the man escaped unharmed. Jesus fucking Christ. The real tragedy is bears imprisoned in a concrete bowl. Yeah.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
They want to break free. She wanted to give it pats. It was a white woman, Stabby. We all know what she wanted to do with
it. Oh, no.
White girls fuck polar bears. Leaked documents for the Center for Countering Digital Hate reveal their primary goal is to kill Musk's Twitter by targeting advertising and leveraging EU regulations. The British non-profit organisation hosted a private meeting with liberal groups opposed to Musk's free speech platform, including representatives from the Biden White House, Rep. Adam Schiff's office, and the Biden-Harris State Department and Media Matters for America. Soros is always involved somewhere. That's the fucking problem. We're like, ooh, it's a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory. Why does he fucking pop up everywhere?
Why does he tentacles
Why does
touch
he
so
fund
many places?
all these fucking places? He gives Jews a bad name. You give Jews.
To be fair, Jews were the original octopus. The octopus propaganda.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was for the Jews.
As a Jew, RC, I'm very much aware of it. As a Jew, I'm very much aware of it.
You're aware of all the tentacles?
Yes, I'm aware of all the tentacles. We have a secret meeting every week. Oh, shit, I wasn't supposed to mention it. 1 dead, 49 others sick after an E. coli outbreak linked to McDonald's quarter pounders. So watch out, boys. The quarter pounders aren't safe. Speaking of not safe, this is some of the speakers at a left-wing De Linke party conference. What?
Oh God!
Oh my
What the fuck
God!
is that?
What?
Oh God!
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, that's just sad.
Oh my God! She
Oh.
got legs. She knows how to use them. Bill like grew. That's funny. This thing belongs in Warhammer 40k. There's video too. This is the Libertarian Party meetup. That's just depressing, man.
Yeah.
Wir müssen kein Stellvertreterpolitik machen. Wir müssen die People of Color.
So that says ready for a just tomorrow.
Kein Rumgeschwafel.
So yeah, the left-wing parties in Germany are doing well. Former Dodgers great Fernando Valenzuela has died. He was 63. That's pretty young.
Yeah, a little bit young on the young side.
63 is pretty young for someone who was an athlete in their youth.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, it's a pitcher in baseball, so they stand on a mound and have one really big arm. But yeah. Elon Musk's ex, Grimes, sparks debate by claiming she was way less gay after getting pregnant.
Interesting.
So after getting railed by a guy, she became less gay. Cue the fucking Thor I knew it memes. Speaking of less gay, Timcast has announced something. Let's have a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a very lucky man. I am in a relationship with a caring and beautiful woman who's helped make this whole company possible. Allison handles all of the heavy lifting to make everything here function cleanly, smoothly, and make it work. And this has been one of the reasons why we take security very seriously, and it is why we have been working as hard as we can to make sure everything operates. It is that we're getting married, and I'm having a child.
Congrats.
So his penis allegedly works.
Thank you very much. And this has been for some time now. I've just not said
Oh, that
anything.
wasn't in question.
Additionally, working 2 full shifts and running a company makes it impossible to have done this years earlier. And which is the constant conversation that we've had is, when do we stop this so that we can actually have a family and live a normal life, I suppose? Well, the answer is we can't. We can't do everything that this company is doing. I can't work 16 hours a day and take care of my wife and child. The additional consideration is, as the show gets larger and larger, hence some content reductions and things like that, security implications become a bit more severe, such as, can we raise a family when we get swatted 15 times in 1 year and have crazy people in dresses showing up on our property beating up our employees? It's very, very difficult. With that being said, we come to a crisis point when we can't sustain all of these things at the same time. I don't think any sane human being would be able to do it. The amount of energy is just non-existent within a human being. With that being said, we have talked about it, especially following the conversations we had last night, and we decided we'll keep doing this. We will be reducing and restructuring the company so that it can be more manageable for...
So he's going to fire a whole bunch of his friends?
Yeah.
The leeches. And shut down the beanie bunker?
Mm-hmm. Our family plans, we can start prioritizing our family and stop prioritizing a company and the work that both of us do. Allison also works 16 hours.
Stabby says he could have stopped this behavior in its tracks by setting an example with Vouch when he was lurking on the property. Eric says, wait, his staff got their ass kicked by a bunch of dudes in dresses? Dude, you've seen these guys. Of course they did.
Yeah.
Hours a day to make sure this company functions because administrative work has to be done. And we're going to likely pursue outside administrative assistance in making all this possible so that we can finally take care of ourselves and live the dream life that we've wanted to live for a long time.
So, translation, Tim chased that bag, got that bag,
Ladies and
and now he's going to retire.
True.
So,
which
Evie Warren says, your girlfriend being preggo is never a good reason to get married. Tim says, Tim of Tam says, that poor child. I would just like to extend my my congratulations to the happy couple. Here they are.
There we go. Yep.
For those of you who've never met Alison, this is her. Here she is, apparently scolding Tim for something he did wrong, or at least looking at him. What's it called? Looking at him defensively, like he's performed a task incorrectly. And all of you who have been married or had a long-term girlfriend are familiar with that look. Many happy returns.
I should remind you that...
I wonder if the kid will pop out with a beanie.
Oh, that can be arranged. But just a reminder, that little section that we just watched, that was after he went on his Teamcast IRL show and just fucking dunked on his staff members.
Yep.
Which was really awkward because Dave Landau was the guest.
Fantastic. This is fantastic. This juxtaposition. Like, because if you know, you know. If you know, you know.
Oh, Cassandra.
Yes. But I was looking for the video of... Oh, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, that's one of them.
This is one of them.
We had our like, I don't know, 12th studio failure this morning.
The new one.
Yeah, the new studio failed. And, you know, my attitude with that is kind of just like, yeah, if we can't make cameras and a computer work, and despite all the previous failures we've had, there's not a single person here who can make sure that either the studio is operating or secondary studio is operating. We've gotten to a point in the company where everyone's kind of just kicked their feet up and said, I'm doing what I need to be doing.
Yeah.
And then that just means I'm Sisyphus pushing the rock up. The problem is people are sitting on the rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. We had our
well,
Tim, it is not easy being a manager of people. Not everybody is cut out to be a manager of people. Tim is not cut out to be a manager of people.
Oh, God, no. He's absent in terms of a manager.
Show is over. But the show is over. But yeah, I think this might be the end. We are well off. It is not a financial thing. We make a lot of money. But piece by piece, the structure becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes impossible to manage. You know, I would never call out anybody personally or individually. I would just say that, like, compounding, I don't know, laziness.
Yeah.
Yeah. That builds up over time, which adds more and more workload to, you know, me and Allison to get to the point where
Allison
we're just
and
like, can't do it. We do really well. And, you know, the problem is without a proper CEO who isn't hosting the show, it's not possible. Like, I think we have like 30-something employees. And so, you know, the conversations I've had with family is like, I am under no illusions that I have the capability to make this company what it could be. And I hear all these things, no, Tim, you're wrong, you're wrong. Oh, come on. We've been trying to get a coffee shop open for 2 years. Yeah. Clearly, I cannot do it. I skateboard every day. Yeah, if we can't make cameras and a computer work, and despite all the previous failures we've had, there's not a single person here who can make sure that either the studio is operating or secondary studio is operating. We've gotten to a point in the company where everyone's kind of just kicked their feet up and said, I'm doing what I need to be doing.
Yeah.
And then that just...
Like, fucking terrible, Tim. Like, come on.
To just do something. Again, like not calling anybody. I don't want to insult anyone directly, but it's just seeing someone stand around do nothing. And then the challenge is, in order to make this show operate, I have to work what is effectively 16 hours a day. So I haven't had it's fair to say, weekday sunset in 4 years. You know, like just through the window or something, or now that we're in the new studio, there's no windows at all. Wow, what if I finished work at a normal time like everybody else and just, I don't know, hopped in the car and went down to the river and looked at frogs? Yeah. If I show up in the morning and I do my morning...
Tim, that's called being retired.
...morning show,
yeah,
I get to give a portion of the work that I do to them so that they can try and make something work. And, you know, I know they're trying as hard as they can, and some more successful than others, but it just becomes too burdensome to the point where unless they get off the ground and are able to maintain and manage themselves and make money, we can't do it anymore. There's a degree of staff required to run a show like this, and it's...
Dude, the difference between his show and mine is they do it daily. And it's on camera.
On camera. 3 subjects.
Like, let's talk about the news. Yeah, and 3 subjects. That's it.
It's 3 subjects in about 20 to 30 minute pieces. So you get like a 90-minute show.
It requires someone to operate the cameras. It requires someone to book the guests and organise their travel, because Tim cast comps that like pays the travel.
Yeah.
Within reason. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, this isn't hard. All you have to do is like, he should have gone and done a fucking like quickie MBA. Like, I don't understand why he didn't. Like, ages ago he should have done that.
Because he's a high school dropout. That's why.
Yeah, money gets you into a quickie MBA. Or, you know, hire someone with an MBA. You got the money.
No, he just hired his friends.
Yeah, I'm gonna work 16 hours every single day to the bone, and figuratively say I get no weekday sunsets, so that someone else can be like, I ain't gonna fix it. And there are a lot of people here who are willing to do a lot more and go above and beyond.
Why would they?
Sitting right here.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I was like, yeah, you should sit in this one. And then there are a lot of people that are like, when can I put the knife in Tim's bag? I can keep doing my morning show. There's no issue. Yeah. I require 0 employees to do that. So I kind of feel like I shouldn't get paid less for, like, so I'll give you some stories. We've had instances of people who work here leaking private information to far leftists who are harassing and stalking us.
Oh, good.
Yeah. We've had instances of people stealing equipment, getting caught on camera.
Dude, seriously? That's retarded.
Yeah.
Dean Blundell says, as a podcaster and podcast network owner, he's full of Russian-made shit. Costs about $150 a month for software and tools to do a podcast. Can't find people to record, edit, and collect research. There are dozens of AI tools. Dude, the people who watch the show, the guys, you guys in the Discord, you do most of the research is you guys. Like, yeah, I throw stories in there too, but this is not hard. Like, this is the same shit Nick used to bitch about. How do I find something to talk about? Dude, you have fans. Like, you have a Discord with people in there who will happily fucking find stuff for you. Utilize them.
We're finding you stuff. You just have to
literally
go grab
finding you stuff. Like, yeah, does it mean you have to sit there? Like, the show for me starts when I get up. Some Sundays I'll get up at 7, some I'll get up at 8, some I'll get up at 6. But that's when the show for me starts. I fucking come in here into my office, I sit down, I put together the fucking thumbnail, which arguably isn't hard anymore. It takes me about 2 minutes. I go to I have a channel that you guys can't see that I post clips that I've found throughout the week that I think would be funny to go in the intro, and then I grab those and I fucking put together the intro, and then I export that and upload it, and then I go through the Discord and open up every fucking link, and I go through every fucking link and go, okay, no, okay, yep, okay, and then I look for a theme. Like, I look for stuff to pull together, like the election stuff. Yeah, General Nokosti. No, it's actually thermo research. And I look for similar themes, like Aussie news, like UK news. Like, what have I got here? I've got the oven death, Middle East stuff, the Menendez brothers. I try to find a good news story for the end of the show out of like all the news of the week. So that's the entirety of my Sunday is the show. So it's not just the 6 hours of actual show. It's the hours before. I don't fucking complain. Like, I choose to do this. This is my hobby. This motherfucker gets paid. That is literally his job. That is literally his job. He makes enough money off that show to fucking literally hire someone to do that stuff for him. That's insane. Eric says oven death. Oh, you haven't heard that story?
We can cover that.
We will cover actually. We might do that next because you guys haven't heard it. So
big candy.
But yeah, we'll just keep going through this. Mickey says, all I'm hearing is Thermo complaining that we aren't doing enough. No, fuck no. You guys do a great job. Like, I love that I can do 6 hours. Like, if I went through Ryu's channel as well and picked out stories from there, this would be a 12-hour show.
Oh, it'd be ridiculous.
I shit you not. Every week there is that much news. Some weeks there's not that much news, but almost every week I could fill 2 of these fucking things. And I love that I can do that. And I love that I have done that almost like 112 times. So
yep. And
it's not like it's not like even break even on this show because StreamYard keeps getting more expensive. So but I appreciate any support. Like, I appreciate you guys coming back week after fucking week, even if you're only here for 15 minutes to say hi in the chat. Like,
and that's the main thing.
Fucking love that. The idea that anybody anywhere wants to spend any time listening to me talk whatsoever is never not going to be astounding to me. And I hope you guys enjoy it. Like, I really do. Like, I don't want to, like, I enjoy it, which is why I do it, but I hope you guys enjoy it. Like, I hope this isn't just like yelling into the fucking wind and you guys are like at least being entertained, even if it's for 15 minutes.
I hope you tolerate me.
And I hope you guys tolerate like RC and like I hope you guys like Baldo and Tim and hopefully Tem comes back. Like I think once daylight savings finishes, he'll be thanks, Costy. Sorta. High praise indeed. Sorta. Like I hope I'm entertaining. Like I hope you guys have a laugh. Like at least something. Like yeah, bring back Ryu and Elb. Right, they all get the link every week. Like I can't make them come on the show. Like Ryu's busy like trying to become a lawyer. Like Elb's trying to fucking run her channel, which is I don't think she's monetized yet again, which is fucking absurd. So, but yeah, Tim says it's impossible to do a show without 2 studios. It's fascinating. 90% of people podcast at home. Some of the real biggest podcasts are exclusively recorded in people's fucking houses. Look, I understand having a studio. If you're doing something like Tim does, I can understand having a studio. I don't understand having 2, but if I were doing it and I had I had Timcast money, I'd absolutely have 2 studios. It would have be 2 setups because I'm one of those people who's like, well, what happens if this one fails? Let's have a second one because we're bringing people out here.
Okay, 2 identicals or one smaller for intimate.
One smaller. They wouldn't be identical. There'd be a smaller one that you do if the main one isn't working, and it would probably be a smaller.
Kind of like how the low stages have got theirs set up.
I wouldn't want to build one. I wouldn't want to build one that never gets used. Right. Like if I'm having a one-on-one, like I'd have one that's probably suitable for 3 to 4 people, and one that's suitable for like a big panel. But, okay. Would I have a Quover? What the fuck is that, Costy? RC, do you know what a Quover is? A Q.
I don't know. Is it like hashtag it's Eric Quover?
Also, never bring back Spectre and Dave Tarts. I can't guarantee Spectre. Sometimes he begs me, and sometimes there's something relevant to Spectre. But yeah, Dave's no. Quover's the name of rackets. No. Oh, okay.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
So that's like his thruple.
Oh,
fuck's sake, that's creepy. Tim made sure to tell people he was rich, but never mentioned why after being out. Dude, that 100. Yeah, that's not why he's rich. He was rich before that. Like, I appreciate that people are like, oh, he's a Russian stooge.
Partially
shaky,
Russian
nervous,
stooge.
offering that's bullshit.
But I can see they're making a point because that's just fallen over, and now he's cutting back.
Tim Pool was nothing without RT
like,
Tennant. Well, that's not true.
That's not true.
That is objectively false. So, Tombolo for $5 says, "I'm just a hanger-on, consuming the hard work of you guys." Look, I very much appreciate you, Tombolo. Tombolo, you are here every week. Same as like Costa, you meet Candy and Eric and Fallen, and like you guys are just here every week, and like Stabby pops in all the time, and like it's great, man. Like I always think it's your fat fucker says, "Can you give me a QRD on what you guys are talking about?" We're talking about Tim Pool and him wrapping up his show, maybe because A, he's having a kid, and B, he's having a cry about how hard it is to be a CEO who can't delegate anything because he's a bad people manager. So
Control
he's gonna end
freak.
his show, and he's an idiot who hires just his friends. Like that's always a recipe for disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he needs a fucking holiday. Like, just take a month off. Like, just take a month off on a fucking holiday, man. Go fucking sit on a beach. Like, but he also has time for skateboarding. Like, he's like, oh, I skateboard every day. It's like, well, okay. Well, clearly you're having some fun.
Yeah. Clearly you're not working 16 hours a day.
Stabby says, I'd watch and pop on more if I didn't do wonky swing. Yeah, no, look, I understand, man. Like, that's perfectly fine. Like I said, you guys pop on for 5 minutes, I'm happy. Like, just to say hi. Like, it's great. Like, it's fucking great. Like, 8 people watching. That's incredible. Like, that's astounding to me. Like, your fat fucker says, all together day to day, what do you guys do? So, like, I work in IT day to day, but this is just a news show. Like, we collate the news from the week and just go through it. Give my thoughts, RC's thoughts, shoot shit with a chat. Yeah. Just talk about the news.
Just project management, but on the financial side.
Project management.
Yeah. I asked the dumb questions.
We're all in the Discord and we hang out and talk about stuff. And when news breaks, we all fucking talk about it in Discord and cover it on the show. And yeah, that's about it. It's nothing too fancy. Yeah. Stabby says, your show is underappreciated in my honest opinion. Thank you, Stabby. I appreciate that. So there's a lot of shows people can watch now that I understand there's not enough time in the week, and the fact that anybody takes any part of their day to watch any part of the show will never not be amazing to me. So I honestly thought I'd be screaming into the wind. I'd be screaming into the wind for forever. So the fact that anybody hears me at all is amazing. But yes,
I was going to watch you.
Back to what Eric was asking when you asked about the oven accident. This is the oven story. 911 call reveals how teenage Halifax Walmart worker died in horrifying oven accident.
Dispatch to Station 5 engine for a technical rescue call. The Mumford Mumford Road Walmart, 6990 Mumford Road. Female has locked in an oven in the bakery. Oven is on. Unsure if the staff are able to turn it off. Dispatch to Station 5 engine for technical rescue, 6990 Mumford Road, Walmart, the bakery. Time the page 2122. Call will be on Ops 4.
Dispatch 9 engine, just looking for an update.
9 engine, update regarding ETA for ES or proving assigned to me.
Update.
Let's see what I can do. Dispatch to 9 engine.
Go ahead. With the person trapped in the oven there, do you have the power shut off for that? The staff know to turn the power off? She's in there? Okay, 10-4. If they do make contact back, just tell them to shut the power off.
Dispatch from Upper Command.
Go ahead, Commander.
I just got the last part of the conversation. I think it was with the divisional commander. The person was out of the oven upon arrival. We're just dealing with regional police at this point right now.
Copy all.
Dispatch Cat Gore, just be advised, I wasn't aware that the call was still ongoing. I thought this just came in. You can take me off the call. We'll be back in service back at dispatch channel. Dispatch Rescue 48.
Copy.
Code 1.
Copy.
So yeah, 19-year-old Walmart, 19-year-old employee was found dead in Walmart walk-in oven by her mother. The teenager identified it as Gurusamran Kaur and her mother both worked at the store in Canada, according to a fundraiser for the family.
Mm-hmm.
The 19-year-old Walmart employee who was found dead in the store's walk-in oven in Canada was discovered by a mother who also worked there, according to a community fundraiser for the family. The teen was identified as Gurusimran Kaur, according to a fundraiser organised by the Maritime Sikh Society in Halifax, Nova Scotia, on behalf of the family. Quote, on October 19th, the fateful Saturday night, she was found burned to death in the walk-in oven at Walmart Bakery, the fundraiser said. Halifax Regional Police said they were called to Walmart at 6990 Mumford Road at 9:30 p.m. and found the young woman's body in a large walk-in oven belonging to the store's bakery department.
And this is the first red flag.
Yeah. Kaur and her mother had worked at the Walmart for 2 years, according to the fundraiser. That evening, Kaur's mother tried to find her after not seeing her for 1 hour. She asked around and tried to call her to no avail. The mother started panicking as it was unusual for her to switch her phone off during the day. Imagine the horror that her mother experienced, who herself opened the oven. Authorities said Tuesday that that a cause and manner of death had not been confirmed. Well, I'm pretty sure the fucking oven killed her. Kaur and the mother are originally from India. The Maritime Sikh Society said, I used to work with a woman whose last name was Kaur, and she too was a Sikh. Her father and brother are in India, and the organisation is trying to get them to Canada. Thus far, the fundraiser has raised 75,000 Canadian dollars to benefit the family. Walmart told NBC News Wednesday that the store is closed until further notice. Nova Scotia Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration also said it has issued a stop work order Tuesday for the bakery and a piece of equipment at the store. We are heartbroken and our deepest thoughts are with our associates and their families, a Walmart spokesperson said in a statement. Our focus remains on taking care of our associates and making sure they have the support they need. I cannot think of a fucking more horrifying way to go.
True. However, the reason why I pointed out the date when that was happening at 9:30 p.m. 9:30 p.m. the bakery is not active. It should be clean and everything should be turned off in the bakery
Aren't
department.
Walmart's like 24 hours?
Not for bakery, not
Okay.
really.
Stone Tusk Comics says, every video I saw about those Walmart walk-in ovens makes it seem impossible to get trapped in there unless you're standing still waiting to get cooked. How does one employee die? So it had raised 194,000 Canadian dollars. Oh, dude, thankfully it's only Monopoly money.
Yes.
Matt W. Gover says, what's more is if the door is opened, it resets the oven. So open door means you have to hit a button on the outside to start it again. There's no way to walk into that, close the door, and the oven to run without someone on the outside. Also, Walmart doesn't bake at 10 p.m. They bake from 4 till 8. This was either an assisted suicide or a murder, maybe an honor killing. Is one possibility of this not just not being real? Well, no, it's definitely real because we have the 911 call.
Someone was cooked in an oven.
Yeah. So she's only been in Canada 3 years and she died at the scene. So someone definitely died. Police attended. So it's not a fake. But yeah, it's certainly. Watch this space. I guess we'll fucking. I guess we'll hear more. But yeah, that's the oven story.
Yeah.
Oh, like if it was a slow cooker. God damn.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, how those ovens would easily get up to 220, maybe 240 degrees centigrade.
Higher. Higher.
Really higher. Well, I guess, the higher temperature for short periods, you cook more. That's the fucking... But the heat's not instant.
It
it's
wouldn't
not
be
instant.
for that. It wouldn't be.
If you walk in there and it's cold, it's not instant. So you're
No, it'll take
conscious.
It will literally take about 10 to 15 minutes to get the oven back, like to those like temperatures.
Oh,
Like, so I used to be.
Mick Kenny says, I wonder if there was equipment manipulation. It's not uncommon for fail safes and safeties on industrial equipment to get disabled by idiot operators. Yeah. So when I worked at BHP, we had a thing called LifeLock. Was it LifeLock? Essentially, we all had a padlock. When you were working on a piece of equipment, there was a thing attached to the machine, and when you attached it to the machine and then put a padlock on it, and you couldn't take the attachment off without your key. So if you had 10 people working in a machine, you'd have 10 padlocks on the thing,
right?
And the padlock the lock thing would be attached to the controls for the device, so you couldn't actually turn the device on until you got all the padlocks off, signifying that everybody had left the machine, and then you could take off the actual lock. It was a good system. Made sure that people didn't die, but yeah, like I don't think they have that kind of thing at.
It won't be that sort of thing.
It won't be that sophisticated. I mean, this was a steel plant, so yeah.
This is just a retail bakery with.
This is just a fucking
oven.
bakery at Walmart in Canada.
Walmart.
So yeah, fucking weird.
But there will be safety mechanisms.
Could they smell curry cooking? Oh, dude. Oh, that's funny but hilarious.
Oh, love it.
Like a fresh kebab. Ah, Jesus. Oh, we're moving on. You guys are terrible. You guys are terrible. You make me. I'm going to laugh at it, and then I'm going to seem terrible. So from the Free Press, BLM collected over $90 million in donations. Where did it go? As its leaders spent the money on tailored suits, birthday parties, and big-ass mansions, almost none of it went to the cause. Oh, my sweet summer child. That was the cause. Mm-hmm. Can you name the scrappy startup that struck gold in 2020, earning its 3 female founders worldwide fame and $90 million in company revenue? Multi-million-dollar homes and a production deal with Warner Brothers soon followed, while friends and family were showered in consultant gigs worth millions of dollars. Capitalizing on the lucrative opportunities afforded to them as high-profile progressives, the 3 celebrity founders moved on, leaving the operation to wither in the hands of deputies who sadly turned on each other. A remarkable spate of legal troubles, brushes with the law enforcement, and tangles with the Internal Revenue Service have all but spelt the death of the enterprise that you probably know best as Black Lives Matter. That's fucking gold. The spectacular rise and fall of BLM has surprisingly little in common with earlier civil rights campaigns, other than perhaps good intentions. How BLM leaders exploited George Floyd's murder to raise millions that they then put into their own pockets follows more closely resembles the stories of famous grifters like Elizabeth Holmes of Theranos or Sam Bankman-Fried's foray into effective altruism. Thinking back to... Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Stabby says, I used to work at this place that had a photo eye and the machine would shut off if you broke the beam. It had to use a key to reset the machine. Yeah, there's systems like that. Mm-hmm. We're all going to hell in the same basket. The same bread basket. Yes, they are. We are. But at least it'll smell like freshly baked bread.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Thinking back a minute to 2020, when George Floyd was killed by police and the tens of thousands of people on the left who protested despite COVID-19. No, but see, the scientists said that it was fine. That it was actually racism was more deadly than COVID-19.
Yeah.
Took over a handful of downtown
Trust
places like
science.
Minneapolis, Seattle. Think back to the panicked response by corporations that vowed to do better by Black America and revved up their diversity, equity, inclusion programs and threw millions of dollars at BLM. Think back to the presidential race where defunding the police was top issue. So yeah. Oh yes, Tyree Connors Page, aka Sir Major Page, the 35-year-old former leader of BLM chapter of Greater Atlanta, was sentenced to 42 months in federal prison for money laundering and wire fraud. But it's okay. The only Black Lives Matter activist who was sent to jail for fraud was the albino one. Because Sir Major Page is literally, I shit you not, an albino black man.
Damn.
Look, he's fucking dressed like like he's in the Nation of Islam. That's funny. But yeah, that's hilarious. You've had Fucker says, do you have a question where the money came from to set up BLM? Yeah. It probably came from like places like the Open Society Foundation, and then from all those corporations that wanted to blackwash everything. So
just note that Black Lives Matter had been around for a while. It just got popular in 2020.
Yeah. Sean was saying the other night that some white dude from Australia was behind the official BLM Facebook group. That's possible.
Yeah,
we're a sneaky bunch, us Australians.
Ooh, hold on. I got a meme about that. Let me see if I can find it.
I got a meme about that.
I got something about this.
I thought this was fucking hilarious. This is the CEO of fucking Ford.
I don't like talking about the competition so much, but I drive the Xiaomi. We flew one from Shanghai to Chicago, and I've been driving it for 6 months now, and I don't want to give it up.
So yeah, the CEO of Ford drives a Xiaomi SU7. Which is an electric car from China.
Ooh.
So there it is. It's a knockoff of a like a Model S.
Yeah.
So I wonder how much they are. I know you can buy them. I know all the Xiaomis you can buy here. Where is it? Buy. So it's China's Taycan rival. You could buy it for 52 grand Australian.
God damn, that's
the
expensive.
SU7 Pro will be priced at 245,000 yuan, or 52,000 Australian dollars, and 299,900 yuan for the Max, or 66,000 Australian dollars.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious.
I found it.
Fucking hell.
I put it in show chat. I found my memes. I got too many memes. I need to organize them.
All right, hang on. Let me pull it up. Present. Stop screen. Present video file.
It's very quick.
I'm going to mute the audio.
Yeah.
That'll get blocked now. Facebook's largest Black Lives Matter page with 700,000 followers appear to be a fraud run by a white Australian man who walked away with more than $100,000 in donations. Lol.
Yeah, so the official Black Lives Matter Facebook page was run by Australian who scanned them.
That's a nice looking car. Like,
oh, you're not showing the car unless.
Oh, I forgot to hit share. Add to stage. I guess that's a nice looking car. Like,
it's that electric.
Yeah, they're electric. All the Xiaomis are electric.
Okay. Are they using Tesla stolen technology?
Oh, for sure. Of course, Xiaomi's like Tesla's like popped up in started building shit in China, and almost immediately it's like, oh, Xiaomi, welcome to Xiaomi. We're selling cars for cheaper, and they look like Teslas. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find a Xiaomi dealership in Australia, or someone who sells Xiaomis in Australia. No, that's scooters. Authorized resellers, Xiaomi car dealership. What are the fucking? I see them all the time. Like the Chinese electric cars. Oh, Beast starts with B. BYO. BYD. BYD dealership.
Yeah, I've just been seeing a lot of Teslas lately.
Yeah, I see a lot of Teslas up here on the Central Coast. Here we go. BYD Automotive. Sea Lion. So you can drive a sea lion. That's hilarious. Order now. New South Wales, yeah, sure. $48,990, and that's including the fucking tax. Because this is a foreign car, and all foreign cars in Australia there's a foreign car to excise. So 51,000 drive away. That's fucking great. That's a nice looking car.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
BYD Sea Lion. Or you can get the premium. What's in it? What the hell? A Xiaoyong engine? What? 1.5 litre engine? Fuel tank? What? That's not electric. Oh, it's hybrid. It's a hybrid. That's why.
Oh, hybrid.
BYD Blade battery, 1.5 litre engine, maximum torque, maximum combined range. So, okay, so you can drive it on battery, but you only get a certain distance. But if you want to go on a long trip, you fill it up.
To diesel. Yeah,
that's actually really cool. Add optional extras. I have to look into that. As our cars get a bit long in the tooth, and the missus wants something bigger. Because we've got a Nissan Micra, and I'm quite a tall guy, and I'm pretty built, but I fit in all right. But the missus issue is that people fucking cut her off all the time because she's a rev head, and she it's a 4-cylinder, but the car weighs like just over a ton. So four-cylinder Micra is really fast, like really fast off the line, because it's the TI, and everybody assumes it's like a little car, so it's shit. So they always like cut her off, but she drives like a lunatic. It's fucking great, but she hates it because like people treat it like it's invisible. So anyway, moving along because we've got an hour left. Hassan Piker, the biggest pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas streamer in the world, is now a guy now infamous for streaming with Houthi militants. Literally couldn't find Yemen on a world map prior to October 7th. He thought Yemen was in Central Asia and clicked on Turkmenistan.
Oh, I don't know which is which, dude.
That's not good.
Close the cookies. Oh yeah, true. Doesn't know where Yemen is. Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it.
No, you're not.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nope. Nope. Got it.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit, you went through all the
I don't know
fucking
which is
Middle
which,
East
dude.
countries.
Close the cookies.
My God.
Oh yeah, true. Doesn't know where Yemen is. Okay, I'm gonna click close.
So, this is great. This is called twitchorterrorist.com.
Okay.
And you can start, and it will ask you questions. So it'll give you quotes, and you have to pick whether it was someone on Twitch. Or if it was a terrorist.
Twitch.
So the only solution is a Palestinian state from the river to the sea. Twitch or terrorist?
Twitch.
He was a terrorist. Ibrahim Raisi. So Israel has been bloodthirsty and acting bloodthirsty forever. Twitch or terrorist?
Technically terrorist. That's going to bite me in the ass.
Nope. This is Carolyn Kwan. And it includes fucking timestamps.
Oh my God.
Israel has been bloodthirsty and acting bloodthirsty forever. So it's not a matter of
this is great. Like someone said this Destiny put this together, which would be fucking hilarious. The truth is that after several decades of neoliberalism, the rich are becoming increasingly richer, while the poor are both more numerous and increasingly poorer. Twitch or terrorist?
That sounds like a Twitch thing.
No, it was terrorist Fidel Castro. I'll tell you, freedom and human rights in America are doomed. The US government will lead the American people and the West in general into an unbearable hell and choking life. Twitch or terrorist?
That sounds like terrorist. So I want to go.
It was Hassan, the late Hassan Nasrallah.
I wanted you to click terrorist. I wanted you to click Twitch so we didn't get any of them right.
The radicalization of young Western men is not just unavoidable, but inevitable. Twitch or terrorist?
Twitch.
No. It's Brendan Tarrant. Australian shooter Brendan Tarrant. So long as there is imperialism in the world, a permanent peace is impossible.
Terrorist.
Yes, Hassan Nasrallah. The United States should be held responsible at the end of the day for 9/11 the way people say Israel should be held responsible for the attack on October 7th. Twitch or terrorist?
Twitch.
You are correct.
The United States should be held responsible at the end of the day for 9/11. The same way that people say Israel should be held responsible for the attack on October 7th. Why do people say that? They say that because Israel knew about the threat. They knew like a lot of information about it. They knew how many people.
This is trying to teach us what is a terrorist. No, it's trying to point out. I think the idea behind it is to point out that for the most part, you can't tell the difference between terrorist rhetoric and what some people on Twitch say on the regular.
Hence why we're almost like ship, we bombed. Yeah, that's terrorist.
That's got to be terrorist. Yes. Oh,
but yeah,
but it's also he was unbanned and he streamed on Twitch. So it's both.
It's both.
This is Timothy Chalamet.
Oh shit.
That's hilarious. It's both. For its
both.
own good, America should leave Saudi Arabia. Twitch or terrorist?
That sounds like a Twitch thing.
No, it's Bin Laden. The Zionist attempt to transmit dangerous diseases like AIDS through export to Arab countries.
That sounds like a terrorist thing. Terrorist.
It is, yes. Hezbollah TV.
Hezbollah.
Those who elected Hamas in Palestine did it on the basis of its political platform. Twitch or
That
terrorist?
sounds like a Twitch thing.
No, it's Hassan Nasrallah.
Ugh.
Anyway, you get the point. There's like 50 of these fucking questions. But I just love that when it's a Twitch person, there's a fucking clip of them saying it. So, anyway, moving along. Teacher grins in her mugshot after being charged for sexual affair with her student over summer break. So reset the clock, boys. This is a different one. A Texas teacher was seen grinning in her mugshot after her arrest for allegedly having a sexual relationship with her former student. Angela Barnes, 45, a teacher at Carroll Middle School. Was taken into custody after officials received a tip that she was having a sexual relationship with the 15-year-old boy. Officials with Keller Public Safety and the school said that the relationship had occurred off campus between June and July of this year. Oh, so it's just a summer fling. It's fine.
Oh, God.
What the fuck? This is a big smile. Big smile.
Why are you smiling? God damn it.
Dude. I've got to play it. You guys don't know which one either.
Brother,
would not. So, yes. She's a mother of two, of course. Because they always are.
Naturally.
They're always married, either freshly
divorced.
married or divorced. Like, well, they're definitely going to be divorced.
Oh, definitely divorced.
Cocaine grin. Yes, good grief is right. Yes. Anyway, put her in the fucking wood chipper. Trash carried by North Korean balloon again falls on the presidential compound in Seoul. So apparently, what the North Koreans do, like the soldiers, they'll attach their trash to a balloon and it'll float across the DMZ. And Seoul is just basically not far from the DMZ, so occasionally shit'll just like the balloons will land in Seoul.
Actual shit will land in there.
That's fucking hilarious.
I like the trolling aspect of that.
IntelliSat IS-33E satellite is a total loss. IntelliSat confirmed on Monday that the IntelliSat 33E satellite is a total loss after a recent anomaly. Intelsat first reported a service outage on the satellite on October 9. The US Space Force's on Saturday confirmed the satellite broke up in orbit. It's currently tracking 20 pieces of debris while conducting ongoing analysis and reporting no immediate threats. It lost power. But it's okay because they're currently working with Boeing, the satellite manufacturer, to investigate the anomaly. Yes, Boeing is the manufacturer of this particular satellite. So is it any wonder?
Always comes back to goddamn Boeing.
Any fucking wonder? Like Boeing, just has not had a good year. Not at all. The Taoiseach, is the Taoiseach the Parliament or is that the Prime Minister? Either way, the Parliament in Ireland have passed the hate crime bill. The vote saw 78 members vote in favour of the bill and 50 against, out of 160 sitting members. So a whole bunch of people just didn't show up to vote. So the Criminal Justice Incitement to Violence or Hatred and Hate Offences Bill of 2022 amendment has passed. So now you're not going to be able to call trannies anymore in Ireland, and I've just committed a crime in Ireland. So yeah, this DEI initiative's been working well for Boeing. Yeah,
I know.
So you know it's funny, SpaceX launched it. So. Some of you may have caught this in the intro, but here's the full video. Dr. David Wood, who is a great sub, he's a Christian apologist. He's also a streamer. He does great streams every other day. So I watch him a lot. But yeah, he put together this lovely video of some queers for Palestine.
Ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that? What's that, brother? Ugh.
This is obviously AI. Anyway, yeah, I thought that was quite funny.
Well, yeah. Blah. But yeah.
The IDF went I'll just read this. The IDF just went, it's a mad world on Lebanon, and told everyone where Hezbollah hid millions of dollars in cash and gold are hidden. I think we covered this. Did we cover this last week? I feel like we covered this last week.
I think it was a different thing last week.
I am going to declassify intelligence on a site that we did not strike, where Hezbollah has millions of dollars in gold and cash. In Hassan Nasrallah's bunker. Where is the bunker located? Directly under El Sahel Hospital, in the heart of Beirut, in the Dahia. This is the hospital. From both sides you can see an entry and exit. Those are entry and exit tunnel shafts from the underground for the underground bunker. The entrance is located in the Al Mahdi building, and the exit is located in the El Sahel Center building. This is the bunker. It contains rooms, beds, and infrastructure for long stays, and the ability to direct combat from underground. Hezbollah built this bunker directly underneath this hospital. There are hundreds of millions of dollars in cash and gold inside the bunker right now. I'm calling on the Lebanese government, Lebanese authorities, and the international organizations. Don't allow Hezbollah to use the money for terror and to attack Israel. The Israeli Air Force is monitoring the compound, as you can see. However, we will not strike the hospital itself. I want to emphasize, we are not at war with the people of Lebanon. We are at war with Hezbollah. And we will continue to operate against Hezbollah so that the residents of northern Israel will be able to return to their homes in safety and security. Thank you.
Interesting ploy.
So yeah, the apparently the what's it called? Journalists showed up and went to the entrance and found it were turned away by security, by heavily armed security, saying there's nothing here. There's nothing here.
Nothing to see here.
And the hospital administrator took some people to the basement of the hospital to prove that there was nothing underneath the hospital.
Which, by the illustrations, the hospital has no connection to the bunker.
That's exactly right, yeah. It's just built under the hospital, so I thought that was
just so the
hilarious.
airstrikes would hit the hospital before it hit the bunker.
Yeah. Apparently, Wikipedia has a bunch of pro-Hamas editors hijacking the Israeli narrative pages. So...
That's part of the course for Wikipedia.
It's a coordinated
now.
group, yeah. So, which shocks nobody because it's Wikipedia. Yeah, good play. Yeah, to get the criminals to relieve the bunker of its gold. Yeah, absolutely. It's also a psychological operation too, to get people to get them to fear. Like, wait a minute, because if you work for Hezbollah and you were expecting to get paid, and because of all the leadership being killed, you're not getting paid, and they say, well, we don't have access to the money. And then you point to this stuff and say, well, the Jews are saying that you have all this money. Why would they lie? Like, why are you lying to me?
And the issue is they can't get the money out because Israel's watching the exit points.
Well, the Lebanese people should be fucking watching. Yeah, I think that's the point, too.
The Lebanese people are now watching.
So the Israelis struck back at Iran for their attack the other week. Here's some footage of the modern air defense systems shoot down and engage multiple projectiles. Look, this is incredible. This is incredible technology. I haven't seen this kind of air defense technology since 1940s.
Oh, flak.
Yes, it's flak. They're literally using flak. Like, I replied and I said I found a photo of the IRGC defenders defending the skies over Tehran with their modern air defense. Like they're fucking flak 88s. Like, it's fucking insane. Israel apparently flew in and took out a whole bunch of military targets. They did some what's it called? Seed missions. We take out the aerial defense.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a few S300 and S400 batteries. They don't anymore. That's why they were resorting to flak. But yeah, both the headquarters and barracks of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have reportedly been targeted by Israeli strikes in Tehran. So apparently, be aware this image from 2021 is being circulated as Israeli strikes on Tehran. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
something has happened.
Something has happened, yeah. A Canadian woman to pro-Palestinian protesters, fuck you and fuck your Palestinian protest.
Good evening, everyone. I'm extremely pissed off fucking Canadian right about now. I'm driving home from work
It's Kayla.
in Edmonton, Alberta, and I come up to
See,
the
that's right.
Palestinian protest, little convoy that's going on. Well, I'm driving away, and as I'm driving away, I've got my window down, and all you hear is, death to Canada, death to Canada, death to Canada. I'm sorry. Go back to your fucking country and fight there, and get the fuck out of ours, if you hate our country so fucking much. Sorry, not sorry. I'm a fucking very, very, very patriot Canadian. And I'm sorry, after what I just fucking went through on my way home, fuck you, and fuck your Palestinian fucking protest. Have a great day.
Based. I think it just
My
found
God, she has a large forehead.
Yeah, she's got a 5 head. I think it found Nick's third wife. So, yes, Mick Kenny says seed is suppression of area defense, or suppression of enemy air defense. Deed is destruction of enemy air defense. Dead is enemy. Yeah. Seed's mostly jamming. Dead. Yeah. So they use harms. Like when you're doing seed missions, you fly you fly jets that are equipped with the locator pods and use harm missiles to fuck up their shit. Wait for someone to lock on and light you up, and then you fucking light them up.
Yep.
So anyway, that's enough Middle East news. I'm sure there'll be more. There'll be bomb damage assessment stuff over the week, but yeah, the Iranians are basically saying that, like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, we're okay with all these military destructions. It's fine. Menendez brothers recommended for resentencing 35 years after murdering parents. The district attorney is recommending Eric and Lyle Mendez be resentenced and given immediate parole 3 decades after they were convicted of the murder of their parents. The brothers alleged they were victims of sexual abuse who feared for their lives when they murdered Kitty and Jose Menendez in 1989. So what does this tell us? What is the most important thing to know about murdering your parents? Well, if you're ever going to murder your parents, all I can say is make sure you get a deal with Netflix too, so they make a docudrama that makes you look really, really, really sympathetic, so that left-wing idiots will cry and cry and cry until a left-wing DA will no longer will reverse your prosecution.
To be fair, they're not reversing it; they're just changing it from life without parole to, with parole.
We're going to let you out, yeah. Kim Kardashian, of course, has weighed in because it's criminal justice and it's California.
Of course.
I'm waiting for her to run for Attorney General because that'll just be the most hilarious thing ever.
Hilarious and cringiest thing.
Let's cross live to a let's cross live to Attorney General Kim Kardashian. The Menendez brothers were granted a second chance at life and will wake up tomorrow finally eligible for a parole hearing. They could be released in as early as 6 months. Thank you, George Gaston, for revisiting the Menendez brothers' case and righting a significant wrong. Your commitment to truth and fairness is commendable. To the brothers, families, friends, and the millions who've been vocal supporters, your voices were heard. The media focus, especially on the heels of the Ryan Murphy TV show, helped expose the abuses and injustices in their case. It was a fucking drama! Like, holy shit, man.
Also, is she jumping the gun? Because the district attorney is requesting for that decision to be reversed.
I'm pretty sure it's
the
done.
Judge... Okay, it has been done.
I'm pretty sure it's locked in, yeah. The Menendez brothers built a green space in prison. It's modelled on this Norwegian idea. So they can't be bad. They're building green spaces in prison. It's fine. It's all good. Like, fucking disgrace.
Look, they can go through the process. If they're going through process to be rehabilitated, then sure. Let them out. Because, that's kind of the point of the damn system.
Well, for those of you who may not be familiar, because it's a very old case, but so they went to several gun stores in California to buy handguns. However, issues with Lyle's driver's license in a 2-week waiting period mandated by law, they decided to purchase shotguns instead. They acquired Mossberg 12-gauge shotguns along with boxes of birdshot and buckshot ammunition in a Big Five sporting goods store. On the evening of August 20, Jose and Kitty were watching TV in a den in their Beverly Hills mansion when Lyle and Eric entered the den carrying loaded shotguns. Jose was shot 6 times, including a fatal shot to the back of his head. Kitty was shot 10 times in total. Before the fatal shot to her cheek, she was on the ground, crawling away. Lyle ran to the car, where Eric handed him ammunition to reload before firing the fatal shot to her face. Does that sound like a pair who? Because the argument is, the boys were molested by Jose. Okay, well, you shot him 6 times. Why did you shoot your mum 10 times?
Why'd you shoot, then reloaded and shot again?
Why didn't you just kill the guy who was doing it? Why'd you kill your mum as well? So even if your argument is that, Jose was molesting me, and I was afraid that he was going to kill me if I went to the police. Well, okay, that justifies you killing your father, but it doesn't justify killing your mother. Like, this is what gets all fucked up. Because it's like, okay, even if you accept that Jose did it, which is still, it hasn't been proven. Like, there's contemporaneous letters that Lyle wrote or Eric wrote to a cousin that was like, if he does it again, I'll fucking do X, Y, Z, that weren't brought into the trial because they couldn't be found, but they were found later. And it's like, okay, maybe, but the mum, like, explain to me killing the mum. Like, you murdered your mum, like, you shot your mum, who, even by your own reasoning, she didn't molest you. Like, even if you say that, okay, she knew but didn't do anything. Well, if you were terrified enough that you had to kill him because you were afraid that if you said something, he would kill you, how do you know your mum wasn't in exactly the same place?
I'm just going to put this out. This is probably not the reason, but it might be that her mum was in on it.
But they don't. They haven't said that.
They don't, yeah, of course they have. Of course they haven't said that because, yeah.
So at worst, she knew and did nothing.
Yeah.
But maybe if she knew and did nothing, maybe she did it. Maybe she did nothing because, well, he threatened to kill her. So again, like, what's the reason for killing mum? Killing dad, okay, I'll accept that. But you still killed someone who literally didn't do anything to you. And then hid it. You tried. You made a plan to fucking get away with it.
Yes.
So immediately after the killings, both brothers remained in the house for a few minutes, expecting the police to respond due to the noise of the gunshots. They left to dispose of their clothes that were stained with blood, and later buried the shotguns somewhere along Mulholland Drive. They also went to a movie theater to attempt to purchase tickets for Batman to use as their alibi, but abandoned plans due to the timestamp on the ticket stub. They then headed to the Taste of LA Festival at Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. After returning home and finding no police presence, Lyle called police and emotionally told the operator, "Someone killed my parents," saying that he had just come home and discovered their bodies. Does this sound like someone who fucking killed their abuser? Or does this sound like someone who, with malice of forethought and premeditation, bought guns, bought ammunition, waited until their parents were unaware, came into the den and murdered them both?
At least he didn't try to cook the damn
At least he didn't try to eat the body, yes. When the officers arrived, Lyle and Eric ran from the... So, someone killed my parents, saying that he had just come home and discovered the bodies. Eric was heard screaming and crying in the background. When officers arrived, Lyle and Eric ran from the home towards the officers while screaming. When the police arrived, they did not seek gunshot residue tests from the brothers, which would have indicated whether they had recently discharged a firearm. Lyle and Eric both falsely told officers that they were elsewhere at the time of the killings. Lyle told officers he thought the killings might be business-related, implying a mafia hit. Police officers and forensic staff who worked on the crime scene described it as the most brutal one they had ever encountered, noting that the blood and brain matter splattered throughout the room. Retired police detective Dan Stewart stated, "I've seen a lot of homicides, but nothing quite that brutal. Blood, flesh, skulls. It would be hard to describe, especially Jose, as resembling a human that you would recognize. That's how bad it was." According to the autopsy report, one blast caused explosive decapitation with evisceration of the brain and deformity of the face to Jose, while the first round of shots struck Kitty in her chest, right arm, left hip, and left leg, with the contact shot causing multiple lacerations to the brain. Detectives initially investigated Lyle, suggesting the murders were mob-related activity due to its heinousness and Jose's business connections, yada, yada, yada. So they were arrested and they were convicted.
Yes, Mulder trial.
Yes, worse than the Murdaugh trial, yeah. Yeah, make no mistake. These guys fucking did it. 100% they did it. 100% they planned it. And 100% they are cold-blooded killers that are getting out long before this. Because these guys were put away for fucking life.
Yeah.
Like, they had 2 trials. They literally had 2 fucking trials. So I think the first one was a mistrial. No, they got a verdict. Are you fucking kidding? They got a verdict. Both verdicts for the brothers were divided by gender. So it's a hung jury. After months of deliberations, the trial ended in a mistrial due to the 2 deadlocked juries. As a result, they immediately announced that the brothers would be retried. So they had another trial, and they were found guilty. So they fought. They went through all of their fucking appeals. So they, yeah. So fucking.
But they fucking did it.
But they fucking did it. Make no mistake. These 2 murdered their fucking parents. And I don't care. I don't care if their father molested them. If he did, I'm glad he's dead. And he deserved to die. But the mum didn't. No one has asserted that. No one. So, even if she knew, that's not a fucking excuse to be executed. To be executed in a fucking horrendous way. Like, to die brutally at the hands of your own child. These 2 should be fucking locked up and locked up for life. But instead, they're going to be walking the fucking streets. Because bleeding heart liberals watched a fucking show on Netflix, and that's it. So, no. Well, the mum they did. So they ran out of bullets, went back to the car, and walked up to her and shot her in the face. Like, finished her off. So. Anyway, enough of that. Woke doc refused to publish $10 million trans study that showed puberty blockers didn't help mental health. A prominent doctor and trans right advocate admitted she deliberately withheld publication of a $10 million taxpayer-funded study on the effects of puberty blockers on American children after finding no evidence that they improved patients' mental health. Dr. Joanna Olson Kennedy told the New York Times that she believed the study would be weaponized by critics of transgender care for kids and that the research could one day be used in court to argue we shouldn't use blockers. What a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. How are you under the bus?
For the National Institute of Health and holy fucking shit. More amazingly, this was a publicly funded study. The NIH funded the study, and she fucking buried it.
Of course.
For the NIH study, researchers chose 95 kids who had an average age of 11 and gave them puberty-blocking drugs starting in 2015. The treatments are meant to delay the onset of bodily changes like the development of breasts for the deepening of the deepening of the voice. After following up with the youths for 2 years, the treatment did not improve the state of their mental health, which Olson Kennedy chalked up to the kids being in really good shape, both when they started and concluded the 2-year treatment. However, the Times points out that her rosy assessment contradicts earlier data recorded by the researchers, which found that 1/4 of the study's participants were depressed or suicidal before receiving treatment. The result does not support the findings of a 2011 study, which is the primary scientific research cited by proponents of giving kids puberty blockers. That study found of 70 kids found that children treated with puberty blockers reported better mental health and fewer behavioral and emotional problems. So she ran a study with more people over 2 years that gave the opposite result and didn't block it. Like, didn't release it because it could have been against, it could have hurt her in a hip pocket. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Fucking, fuck this bitch. Nobody she shouldn't be allowed to, her cred as a doctor should be removed. So, fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, not utilizing
those people aren't
methods.
scientists. You want us to trust science? Like, I trust science, but fucking come on.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting progressively angrier, so I should probably just update my avatar to just the final level. Saudi Arabia breaks ground on $50 billion Muqab, the world's largest building, which could hold 20 Empire State Buildings.
Interesting.
That's insane. It is 400 meters long by 400 meters wide by 400 meters tall.
Gonna be a cube. The Borg.
The new James Money. Yeah, James Money did worse than that shit. So, Tomola says, what the heck? They castrated these kids in a medical experiment. No, I think these kids were experiencing gender dysphoria, and as part of the experiment, or the study, not experiment. As part of the study, they gave them puberty blockers as treatment. So, and they came back in a follow-up of the puberty blockers, and nothing had changed. They were still fucking depressed. They were still emotional wrecks, because that wasn't the fucking problem. We're giving depressed kids fucking puberty blockers is not a solution for their fucking depression.
And it'll make it worse.
Antidepressants are a solution for their depression. Or maybe a change of lifestyle.
I would do
or
an
diet.
asterisk on that, because it's not a one-time
Not
solution.
always, yeah. Not always. Like, lifestyle or diet changes will fucking help too. Anyway. But yeah, so this won't get built. This is another one of those fucking weird things. It's supposed to have, like, TV monitors outside. It's one of those pie-in-the-sky things.
Like the vertical
The line,
tower.
yeah. The line.
The line.
Yeah, or the tower in Jeddah. Tom Boller says, but the puberty blockers will castrate them chemically. Yeah. Yes. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit, Tom Boller, man. They don't fucking care. That's good. We need fewer kids. I used my period blood for a Chucky Halloween costume. Haters were shocked, but it's more authentic.
No, that's a
disgusting,
biohazard.
man. Just fucking. I feel like this is an OnlyFans ad.
It probably is.
Because she dresses like a whore. Rio de Janeiro native explained that she loves to go beyond the ordinary. Senpai is a reigning champion of Miss Bum Bum, a booty pageant in Brazil.
Oh, 100%. OnlyFans.
This is a whore. She's a fucking hooer. This is a follow-up from last week. The TikToker who wrecked Greek flags at a New Jersey restaurant because she thought they were Israeli flags, because apparently she's not a vexologist, has been arrested, I guess, for destruction of property.
Most likely, yes.
Let's find out, shall we? Effie's Gyro, a Greek eatery in Montclair. Gyro's great. What's the other one? Gyros. They're all basically the same. Kebabs, gyros. There's another one that's fucking. What's it fucking? There's kebabs, gyros. There's another one. Shawarma.
Yeah.
Kebabs, gyros, and shawarma. They're all the same thing. They're just from different countries. Kebabs are Turkish. Gyro is Greek. And shawarma is like, I think Syrian or something. But it's all the same. It's the same fucking thing. They all just gave it a different name. Because Greece used to extend into Turkey, into Anatolia. Mm-hmm. Like it's all the same. Yeah, lamb souvlaki, like souvlaki too. But souvlaki is different. Souvlaki is Greek as well, but it's a slightly different dish.
Yeah.
But yes, the anti-Israeli TikToker who amassed millions of views wrecking a decorative string of Greek flags that she confused for Israeli outside a New Jersey eatery was busted for the ludicrous blunder. What was she arrested with, though? So the police launched an investigation. We need a Frank's hearing. Your pronunciation of gyros, sad. Gyros. Yes,
like
gyros, yes. But it's gyros. If you don't want me to pronounce the G, don't put the G there. It's gyros. I'm Italian, not Greek. Actually, I'm a little Greek. There's like
a little bit of everything.
No, I'm very Mediterranean. See, because that's the thing. I'm not the European Jew. I'm the Mizrahi, which is from the Mediterranean, from Israel. So,
yes,
I'm a proper Jew. I'm the Jew. I'm one of the Jews everyone forgets. The native Jews, not the colonizers. At least you're not Turkish. Yes, thank God for that.
Yeah.
Thank God for that. At least I'm not a genocider. What did you get charged with, God damn it? I wonder if she's got an OnlyFans.
Yeah, keep going, because it's just discussing the actual
I
incident.
would. Anyway, moving on. Astronauts safely back on Earth. So this is the return of the Crew Dragon. This was the 2 astronauts they sent up on the Crew Dragon, and then the 2 astronauts that were trapped by Boeing. So they've returned. They've returned back to Earth.
Thank God.
Unattended chimp in public.
Like we said before,
that's
was going about 15 or
racist.
16 miles per hour.
But true.
So there you go. Splash down on the Crew Dragon, returning from the International Space Station.
Lovely.
Oh, this is the Doctor from that. Oh, I should have had this in the thing. I didn't know they were related. This is the Doctor from the study.
Can I say this? That actually people get married when they're under 20. Actually, people choose colleges to go to. Actually, people make life-altering decisions in adolescence.
20-year-olds are adults. We've broadly agreed universally that 18 is adulthood, no longer adolescence.
That's the age of majority.
So that's the age of majority. So fuck you, lady. That is not the equivalent. 20 is not the same as 15, bitch.
All the time.
Jesus Christ.
All the time. And honestly, most of them are good. It's just the bad ones that we talk about. Oh my God, the cinnamon challenge, right? I mean, why do we know about it? Because it's a thing, and it's not common. Like, most teenagers aren't eating cinnamon, right? But some are, and they're on YouTube, and that's stupid. But we don't put on YouTube the things
I agree. Being on YouTube is stupid.
that are really good decisions, right? Oh my gosh, my kid took the SATs. Not a very exciting after-school special, right? But so what we do know is that adolescents actually have the capacity to make a reasoned, logical decision. And here's the other thing about chest surgery. If you want breasts at a later point in your life, you can go and get them. Can I say this?
Lady, no. I don't care who you are. Implants are not the same. Some implants are really good, but they're not the fucking same as natural, homegrown titties.
They don't produce milk.
Yeah, that too. New poop statue displayed near U.S. Capitol to honor the January 6th rioters. Artwork satirically commemorates people who broke into the Capitol and defecated on the House Speaker's desk. See, they think this isn't owned, but I think this is great.
Yeah, we should keep it.
Yeah, it should stay there as a reminder. You know what? They should put it in front. They should put it in the rotunda, across from the Declaration of Independence, and the actually is it the Declaration of Independence or is it the Bill of, I think it's the Bill of Rights in the rotunda. I don't think the Declaration is in the rotunda. You put this in the rotunda, in the middle, or at least across from the Declaration, just to remind everybody who walks past that that this is your fate if you fuck around too much. Someone could just as easily kick in the door and shit on your desk.
Yep.
Jorge Washington was an adult at 12. Well, that was a different time. That was before we agreed the age of majority was 18. Back then, the age of majority was a different age. It changes. If they want to make it younger, which I'm sure they do, because they just want to fuck kids, but yeah.
Yeah, yep.
That's the next step. The Southport suspect case has been delayed. Axel, this is the case that triggered the riots in the UK. He was due in Liverpool Crown Court for a pre-trial preparation hearing, but the case hasn't been listed. So it's been 4 months And there's still no hearing. So they're kicking the can down the road.
Of course.
The hottest trend in executive leadership, bringing back the white guy. Listen up, corporate brands. If you're looking for the biggest trend in leadership this fall, look no further. Corporate America's hottest CEO pick is a classic model, the middle-aged white guy. 2024 has been a year of CEO turnover, with some 1,450 having announced their departure so far, up 15% from the same period last year, and the highest year-to-date total on record, according to research from executive coaching and outplacement firm Challenger, Gray and Christmas. Companies are increasingly opting to fill those vacant top jobs with a man, the data shows. In August, the rate of new CEOs who are women fell 0.7% to 27.2% compared to the same period last year. Mick Kenny says, supposedly Baldo is coping and saying he's going to block people on Twitter. Yeah, I saw that too. I'm not blocked, so yeah.
Only nerds are getting blocked by Baldo.
Only nerds are getting blocked, yeah. And of course, the ranks of women and people of colour have always been thin. Just 52 businesses in the 2024 Fortune 500 ranking were run by women, holding flat from the year before. That's because when they're run by women, they drop out of the Fortune 500. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Obviously, white guy CEOs never went out of fashion. Women have rarely represented. This is just there's not enough women. I shouldn't have read the story. I should have just read the headline and moved on. Anyway. And finally, this is my carefully selected chef's kiss good news story. Here it is. Let's watch, chat.
Brand new at 5, Rensselaer police say they are not surprised that Robert Fisher died at the Elmira Correctional Facility this week.
That breaking update was first on 13 last night. Fisher only spent a few weeks behind bars after he was just convicted of murdering and raping little Josephina Cunningham. She was just 3 years old.
News Channel 13's Tessa Ventulin is now here live with us to share what police told her today.
I love that guy's voice. Like, I swear, I want that guy's voice.
It's pretty deep.
Tessa.
Hi, Rachel and Steve. Well, the Rensselaer police chief says they were informed about Fisher's death, but they're in the dark when it comes to how Fisher died. That's being investigated by the Department of Corrections and Community Services. Police Chief Warren Famigletti says it's a difficult situation for everybody involved because of the trauma this horrific death has for the family and the investigators who worked closely on this case. Hearing about Fisher's death brings that trauma back for so many. Fisher's death comes 6 weeks after he was just sentenced to 20 years to life in prison for Josephina Cunningham's death. He pled guilty to raping and killing little Josephina here on your screen in Rensselaer in July 2023. The details of Josephina's attack are horrific. In court, we learned Fisher drugged Josephina before raping her, then tried to cover it up, and what he'd done by taking Clorox wipes and scrubbing her face. He scrubbed her face so hard that he burned the pigment right off her face. Chief Famigletti says to make sure he wants to make sure everyone knows of the terrible things Fisher did to Josephina.
Did you expect this death to come?
We didn't not expect it, right? It's a horrific crime. Everybody knows what he did. So we didn't expect him to have a smooth time in prison.
Yeah.
Coming up live at 6 o'clock, the conversation a Rensselaer police investigator had with Josephina's father after learning about Fisher's death. Rachel and Steve. It's just an awful story, Tessa. Thank you so much.
Not convinced that's a good feel-good story. So
no, but
I've got an alternative.
You've got an alternative?
It's not in this actual story. It's just a clip from a movie, from a foreign movie, that brings joy to me.
I thought it was good. So you posted it in the thing. Okay.
I put it in private chat.
All right. I thought it was a good news story. I mean, I just saw breaking news that Candace Owen has been denied access, denied a visa to Australia.
Good.
So no blacks allowed apparently. At least no Candace
Only the
Owens.
homegrown ones.
I think we're full. Fuck off, we're full. It says incredible things are happening in Spanish television.
Yeah, so this is not real.
Queremos llamar la atención sobre el cambio climático. Debemos detener el abuso indiscriminado de los recursos naturales.
Doesn't matter what they say.
¿Es este el planeta que le queréis dejar a vuestros hijos? Un mundo estéril y contaminado. ¿Qué es más importante, el arte o la vida? ¡Quitaos la arena!
This brings me joy.
Inspired by true events. Hopefully this is fiction foreshadowing. Yes, Costy, hopefully. Very good. That is superior. That is superior to a pedophile getting presumably beaten to death in prison. So that's brought my temperature down. Thank you. So that's it. That's the show for this week, gentlemen. Chat. We'll be back same time next week. Hopefully for a truncated show because we'll be doing the election coverage midweek. Obviously, I'll have hard times next week and a schedule that I'll do at the top of the show, so that everybody knows what time, and then I'll make sure I schedule it in YouTube. And yeah. So yes, have a great week, everyone. Thank you as always for your viewing and for supporting the show. If you want to go and watch some of the other monetized clips on my channel, if you enjoy Minecraft, feel free to watch them on repeat and not skip the ads. So yeah, we'll be back next week. I hope to see you all then. Yeah, have a wonderful week, and yeah. Thank you all for watching and have a great week. Bye.
Bye.